This is the muscle method. This is going to be your complete blueprint to natural size and strength. This is the 2025 version. This is going to be the first out of many variations of this program that I plan on releasing on a yearly basis. I am excited to put this first one out there for you. I spent a lot of time creating this program as well as putting this presentation together. This program is literally an agglomeration of everything that I have learned over the past 15 years as a natural lifter. That includes 10 years of research as well too, and basically I am trying to take all that knowledge, all that experience that I have managed to gain, all that time in the gym, all that time training clients, all that time teaching others and learning from others and learning from other people out there in the fitness industry. And I have basically taken all of that information and I'm putting it into this one single YouTube video just for you. So it's going to be pretty long. I'm guesstimating that it's going to be anywhere between an hour and a half to 3 hours, depending on how in depth we get into these upcoming slides. So for the sake of keeping the introduction short, let me just go ahead and get started for you guys. That way we can just start learning and start getting you on your path towards actually building real drug-free muscle as a natural guy. So let's get into it. We're going to start with talking about the introduction as well as some philosophy behind the muscle program itself. So real quick, I just want to put out a quick thank you for you guys for watching this video. Thank you so much for being here. I know you're probably busy. I know that your time is extremely valuable. And I know that you're probably tired of trying all these different workouts that don't work. And you're probably tired of feeling like you're not actually growing or actually seeing any real natural muscle growth. So I do want you to know that I have been there. I have been in that exact same scenario as you before. I was a skinny kid for a long time in my life. And it wasn't until I turned about 15 or 16 when I started actually seriously lifting. And even then, those first couple of years of my lifting career was just time wasted because I had no idea what to do. I spent a lot of time just fucking around and I didn't spend any proper time to actually learn about fitness, learn about training, learn about diet in order to actually implement things that work for natural lifters. So literally everything I'm sharing with you today it's not some secret trick. It's not some scam or anything like that. It's literally my own personal experience and everything that I managed to teach my clients in the past. And it's honestly just a way to build muscle without drugs and also without spending hours and hours and hours in the gym every single week. So the plan here is to kind of go through this entire thing step by step. I'm going to try to, do my best to make sure everything is super simple, super easy to understand for you. We're going to talk about workouts. We're going to talk about what to eat, diet, nutrition. We're going to talk about how to actually get real results. That way you guys don't have to guess about what to actually do next. So another thing is that although this is just a video and you're probably just watching it back, I do want you guys to be active. Learning and implementing what you learn isn't just about paying attention and watching a video or just, listening to this video or whatever. You're going to have questions, you're going to have comments, and to get those questions answered, just drop them in the comment below, drop a comment down below and I'll just answer them in a future video because I'm sure out of this entire presentation, a question or two is bound to come up. So just drop a comment, drop your question down below for whatever it may be. So I think that's it. Thank you. Like I said, again, so excited to have you here. Just please get ready to learn. Get ready to stop actually wasting time and start getting the muscle that you've actually always wanted as a natural lifter. So let's do it. Like I said, again, welcome to the first edition of Muscle Method. This is my very first drop of Muscle Method. I plan to do these yearly, as I mentioned. Every year, I learn new things myself. I meet new people. I read new books, watch new documentaries, read new research, and every year my total knowledge for fitness, diet, training, everything expands. So I plan to update muscle method each and every single year with new tools and the new lessons I gather from every single year. Keep this video close. It's your playbook for natty bodybuilding. There's going to be a lot of information in here, and a lot of it's going to be really good information specifically tailored for you if you're a natural lifter. So just feel free to refer back to this video whenever you need it as a guide on pretty much how to go about everything everything related to training, nutrition, optimization, recovery, everything in between for when it comes to natural bodybuilding. Another thing is that I want you to pass it on to other guys who are chasing the same goal as you. You're bound to have friends, you're bound to have coworkers. There's definitely someone out there who could use this information. Imagine if you were never able to come across this information and what you'd be lacking and missing out on. It's always important to share information with others. That way other people can grow as well too. This is definitely something I wish I had growing up, and when I got started, I had to just figure out how to do this all on my own. I had to experiment myself, try new things. I had to piece together random pieces of information from all over the internet. And eventually I got to my goal of figuring out how to do this properly, but it would have been way easier if there was just a super concise video just like this one. So put yourself in my shoes, put other people in my shoes, and imagine what it would be like for them to try to figure this out on their own. Last thing, like I said, if you do have a question, just drop it in the comments and I will cover it in an upcoming video for the crew. So let's go over some initial things here. Number one being how to use this playbook. It's presentation heavy. There's going to be a lot of slides here, a lot of information. However, if you do just want to pop in some headphones and listen to it while you're on the treadmill or something, that will work perfectly as well too. I'm also planning on time-stamping the entire video, so I do, it would be better for you to watch the entire thing through and through, but however, maybe you're just referencing the video again, or you've already done your first watch through and you're just trying to find a specific chapter for information. I'll drop timestamps below in the description. Number 3 is to rewatch this playbook as needed. Like I said, it's a lot of information, so if you forget something, which is bound to happen, just feel free to rewatch it and check it out again. Specific chapters will stand out more to you. This playbook is designed for skinny, natty guys who are trying to build drug-free muscle, but there's definitely going to be chapters that are more specific towards you and your goals. So, like I said, feel free to just reference the timestamps as needed. Lastly, don't forget to like and sub so more guys can actually use this. There's plenty of other guys out there who are completely lost. Just like you, they don't know what to do when it comes to fitness, when it comes to training, they don't know what to eat. And having a playbook, having, something like this can definitely help them. And I don't want this to be a secret. I want as many people to see this as possible. That way I can help as many people as possible because, like I said, I remember what it's like to be skinny. And although there was resources out at the time, I didn't know who to trust. I didn't know what was the best information out there for me. And even a lot of information that was out there was geared for guys who were on steroids, guys who were not drug-free, and the stuff they were teaching was most likely going to work for other drug-free or other drug users, but myself being drug-free, that information was not going to work for me. So why I'm giving away my exact muscle building blueprint for free. I want to help as many skinny guys as possible build muscle. That is my ultimate goal. That's my ultimate dream. Like I said, I know what it's like to be skinny. And if you are watching this, you're probably skinny yourself and you're probably trying to figure out how to build muscle. And I just want to help guys like you. This plan worked for me and it worked for my clients as well. Now it is your turn. This entire playbook is going to be everything you could possibly need to actually start building muscle as a drug-free lifter. It's been tried and tested. I have been running this program for about 8 years now. I have not switched up at all in the entire past 8 years of my training because it works perfectly for me. It's sustainable. It doesn't take a lot of time. It's super manageable. It's easy. There's lots of variety as well too. And on top of that, it's also super easy to teach my clients as well too. Pretty much within 1 day, 2 days of training, they figure out how the program works. It's super simple. Like at the end of the day, natty bodybuilding doesn't have to be rocket science. You can simplify it, boil it down to a few core pillars, a few core ideas, and that's really all it is. So another thing is that there's no secrets here. Like I said, these are just real steps that actually get results. These aren't like some crazy secret methods or anything like that, or some secret exercises or anything like that. Everything I teach is stuff you can find on the internet. I have just managed to, over the past decade of research, gather all this information into one concise place, which is my brain. And now I'm here to share all of that knowledge with everyone, including yourself. So I'm also sharing it for free because I believe in lifting each other up. I see it all the time. I see skinny guys at my gym who are lost. They're not sure what to do. I see skinny guys just like you, and they're not really sure how to handle nutrition, how to handle diet, things like that. And I can see that they're struggling. I can see that they look lost, and as best as I can, I'd rather just offer my help because I have prior experience. I've been there, I've been through it, and I know what it takes to actually build muscle as a natty. So when you grow, it also helps everyone in the crew grow too, because if you're able to gain muscle from this, you're able to gain some sort of benefit. Maybe it's not muscle, but maybe you learn something, or you learn something you could apply to your training. Well, that helps everyone else too, because you can share that knowledge with your friends, share that knowledge with whoever you work out with, and just pass on like actual good knowledge that is proven. I don't care about like science-based lifters and being super technical in your lifting. Like, yeah, I care about form and stuff, but at the end of the day, I just want to spread information about what actually works in the gym. Like, not what's been like, quote, you can't see my hands, but what quote unquote has been like proven with research. Like, I care about the actual tangible things that you can implement in the gym, in your training, in the kitchen that actually bring results. Now, I just kind of want to go over the table of contents. So this is kind of what you can expect for the entire presentation. We basically just went over introduction philosophy. So this is pretty much why this works for myself, why this works for my clients, and why this method can work for yourself as well too. After that, we'll just go over some training splits and program structure. So this is basically your plan that you can follow in order to grow and actually see real natural muscle. Then I'll go over some media literacy and mindset as well too. That way you can see through all the bullshit, see through all the noise online. You can you can safely watch reels and TikToks and figure out which of these are actual bullshit and which of these are like actual valuable information that you can implement into your training. Then I'll talk about some lifestyle habits and consistency as well too. Lifestyle is one of those things that a lot of guys actually forget about when it comes to their training, when it comes to their diet. And implementing good lifestyle habits just makes your training and progress in the gym just much, much easier. So we'll go over some daily wins as well too. Then after that, we'll talk about form and technique. That way you guys can lift with actual skill and stay injury free as well too. Because if you get hurt, well, you can't lift. And if you can't lift, then you can't see any gains. Training strategy and progress. We'll talk about how to push yourself smartly while also being able to track your results. And last but not least, we'll talk about community and support. That way you can figure out how to never do this alone, because if you do this alone, although it is possible, like I did this alone my first couple of years of training, but if I could go back in time, I wish I had a community. I wish I had friends who lifted. I wish I knew coaches who lifted, because it speeds up your progress significantly. So, intro and philosophy, why Muscle Method exists and who it's for. Muscle Method exists because I had, like I said, I've been lifting for 15 years now, and I've been researching this topic for over a decade. And my friends, everyone I worked out with, other coaches and stuff, I always talk to these guys about fitness, and they always have different opinions. And a lot of them struggled with their gains, with seeing actual, like, real natural drug-free growth. And I just wanted to teach people what worked for me. And once I started teaching other people, my other clients, that, like, once I started teaching clients Muscle Method and I saw that it worked for other people as well too, I eventually figured out, like, wow, this is like an actual proven method that works for natural lifters. And once I figured that out, what I wanted to do was just share with as many people as possible. The simple rules that guide everything we do. Muscle Method isn't super complicated. It's not rocket science like I mentioned earlier. It's actually super easy to follow, and I lay everything out in like super easy to understand layout. It's not super complicated. And once you figure out the base and like the basic layout of Muscle Method, I also introduce variety and the ability to change out many different factors of the program, so that way you can focus on building the physique that you want by actually focusing on, like, for example, exercises that are actually beneficial for your goals. I do the same thing around nutrition, so I don't have like a super specific set structure around nutrition and diet. I basically give you the layout, I give you the guidelines, and then I let you adjust your nutrition and diet to fit your interest, your needs, your taste for food, like whether or not you enjoy cooking, whether or not you don't enjoy cooking. And I basically just give you like the basic guidelines. And then after that, I let you customize it how you see fit choose. Now, although I offer my clients the option to customize it, I also offer my clients fully done for you methods as well too, just in case they're not into like customization and they just want me to figure out everything for them. I offer that as well too. That's why Muscle Method's cool, because we offer both options. So why this works for guys who struggle to gain muscle. Muscle Method is super sustainable. The focus is on just working out 2 days per week. It's not a lot of time. Like typically if my gym is empty and I'm like locked in, I'm focused, I can finish the workout in like 30 to 45 minutes and I can be in and out of there. So it's super sustainable. Like I'm sure if you only had to go to the gym 2 days a week for 45 minutes, you could manage that for an entire year. And consistency is one of the things that a lot of guys actually struggle with, which is one of the big reasons why guys don't see any like serious muscle gain as well too. I'm also going to talk about how we train less, recover more, and still grow. We'll dive into that as well too. And another thing I'm going to talk about is the mindset shift from being forever skinny to like building your dream physique for life. After that, the next chapter will be training splits and program structure. In that chapter, we'll talk about how your weekly workouts are set up. Talk about why 2 workouts a week works for skinny natty lifters. We'll talk about balancing push, pull, and legs for full growth. We'll talk about how recovery days fit into the plan, the simple structure that keeps you consistent. Next chapter after that will be about media literacy and mindset around fitness content. So we'll basically talk about how not everything you see online is true and not all of it is useful. Although a lot of it is probably entertaining, not all of it is the most beneficial for natty lifters. I'll teach you guys how to spot good advice versus just super hyped up advice that is tailored for like going viral and getting views. Teach you how to stay focused on your own progress and not other people's drama. I'm also going to teach you guys how to avoid information overload. That way you guys can just keep it simple and pick out the things that are actually going to be good for your physique. I will teach you guys how to build confidence by trusting what works for you. After that, we will talk about lifestyle habits and consistency as well too. So one thing is that real muscle comes from daily habits, not just workouts. Your progress in the gym isn't just about going to the gym, for your 2 days a week, which is what we teach in this program. It's about everything you do outside of the gym as well too, everything you do on a daily basis, and we will dive into that deeper as well when we get into that chapter. Small wins every day add up to big changes. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about sleep, food, and mindset to fuel your progress. We'll talk about how consistency beats intensity every time. So, something I always tell my clients is that 10 out of 10 times I would rather just have them be consistent all 52 weeks of the year rather than like taking a whole 3-4 weeks off of the gym and then like going super hard for like 10 days in a row. I will then teach you how you can make the lifestyle fit your life, not the other way around. And the next chapter will be about form and technique. I will teach you how you can lift with good form to build muscle and stay injury-free. How you can focus on slow, controlled movements, which is going to, give you more bang for your buck when it comes to doing the actual exercise that you're working on. I'll teach you the key basics before pushing heavy, proper technique, and how it makes every rep count. Then we'll talk about better form and how it equals better results as well as faster results. The next chapter will be about training strategy, programming, and progress. I will teach you how you can train smart, not just hard, and I'll teach you how to follow the plan step by step. I'll teach you to track your progress so you know when you're actually winning. Tracking your progress is one of the core essential things that I teach all my clients, and I would say it is definitely a top 2, top 3 things you should learn if you're trying to build muscle as a natural lifter. I'll teach you how to adjust when needed, but also how to keep pushing forward. I will teach you how to focus on steady, consistent growth over just quick, easy fixes. I'll teach you how programming helps you build muscle without actually burning out. And lastly, the last chapter will be about community and support. You're not alone in this. There's always people who are willing out, there was always people out there who are willing to help you, including myself. You can always ask around, and if you ask the right people, there's always going to be someone out there who's willing to help. We'll dive into that as well too. We'll talk about how you can share wins, share your struggles, and how that will help with your overall progress. I will teach you how to lean on community whenever your motivation dips. And we'll talk about how getting stronger is actually easier with brothers just like yourself, just like myself, pushing you forward. Support and accountability keep you on track. This is another thing we'll talk about. So, without further ado, that is the end of the table of contents. Now let's keep going forward. What is the muscle method? Muscle method simplified is basically a super simple way for skinny guys to build real, natural, drug-free muscle. We focus on training full body, just 2 times a week, no overkill. 2 times a week may sound like it's not enough training, but it's definitely counterintuitive to what you've been taught by consuming the typical knowledge and the typical videos, the typical content you find online. The issue with stuff that you typically find online is that a lot of the content out there that is produced by these huge fitness gurus, these famous, bodybuilding YouTubers, a lot of those guys are on gear. A lot of those guys are on steroids, and they don't always tell you about it. And a lot of the times the content that they put out there is designed, or it's not designed, but it's rather it's stuff, it's training, it's diet tips, it's recovery tips that worked for them. When in reality, if they're teaching you, a natural lifter, what worked for them as a steroid lifter, the results isn't going to be the same. You're not going to get the same results that they got because they have an entire different ability to recover, an entire different capacity for training volume than you have. So it's not the same. That's why we teach what actually works, and we teach full body training just 2 times a week, which I would say is the most optimal training frequency for natural lifters. We focus on smart training, good habits, and recovery. It's built on science and real results from myself, as well as the clients that I have taught. So these are a couple of the muscle method staple strategies. It's full body training that is designed to hit every muscle with a minimum of 2 times per week. There's a strong focus on recovery. Rest is an essential part of the muscle method plan. Like I mentioned previously and earlier in the video, recovery is absolutely essential as a natural lifter, and you can't recover as quickly compared to guys who are on gear can, so you need more time, more total time for recovery for your training. We focus with the compound lifts first because they give you the biggest gains and they give you the most bang for your buck when it comes to choosing exercises. That doesn't mean we skip out on accessory lifts. We still add accessory lifts, or some people call them accessory exercises, to target weak spots or muscle groups that need a little bit more training, or, muscle groups that you want a little bit more hypertrophy for. We also teach you how to design your own workouts to fit your specific body and your specific goals for your physique. But like I mentioned previously, if you're not in any of that, we also just have proven layouts, proven workout routines that you can simply just copy paste into your training. We also like to teach our guys how to keep variety in their exercises as well as their sets and reps to avoid plateaus. And another benefit of this is that You can't just bench press for 10 years straight. You're going to get bored eventually. So we teach our guys how to implement variety in their training. So just a quick example. I don't want to go too deep because this is just the start of the program. You don't have to bench press every single time you hit chest. You can do dumbbells, you can do flies, you can do ring dips. There's all different types of training you can do for your chest, and we teach you guys how to try different things as well as different sets and reps. That way you guys can avoid plateaus and, more importantly, avoid boredom. So why full body? It trains every muscle twice a week for faster growth. It's the best split for natty lifters because it gives your body plenty of recovery. Full body training lets your whole body heal at once, so you're fresh every workout. Let me dive a little bit deeper into this really quick. Yes, other splits for naturals are effective, like upper lower, push-pull legs. Sometimes, in rare cases, even like the bro split. Yes, those other splits work, but a reason why I love full body training is that the synchronicity, like the synergy, is much stronger. So what I mean by that is that if you train upper lower, one half of your body is always going to be sore typically. Or if you do push-pull legs, you might do your push on Monday and your pull on Tuesday and your legs on Wednesday. And when you train that way, you're never really going into a new workout completely refreshed, completely recovered, because there's always going to be a couple body parts that are sore or a couple muscle groups that are sore from the previous workout. But on the contrary, if you train full body, it's exactly what it sounds like. You train your entire body, you train all the muscle groups, and all the muscle groups get sore at once and they all heal at once. So as long as you give yourself enough time for recovery, you're always going into your next workout completely fresh. That's another benefit of training full body. It also helps you perform better and get more gains with less time. This goes hand in hand with your body healing at once, so you're entirely fresh for each workout. When you're entirely fresh, all your muscles are fresh, which means that they can all work together in sync, and your overall strength and overall performance should improve. Full body is also great because it builds balanced strength all over your body. I kind of skipped ahead. It's kind of what I just said. It's also perfect for busy guys who can only hit the gym a few times per week. Push-pull legs and like push-pull legs times 2 or upper lower or like upper lower. Like they're all good splits as well too, but a lot of the times they can be very time consuming. And for a lot of us, we just want something that's sustainable. We want to go to the gym and we want to see results, but we don't want to be at the gym every single day. Now, although we train full body and I teach full body and muscle method to train like 2 times per week, that doesn't mean we don't exercise those other days. Like we still do things and we still exercise the other 5 days of the week, but I'll have to explain further. It's too early in the presentation to explain that right now. So full body frequency. Basically how it works is that you pick 2 days a week to train. For example, my days that I train are Monday and Friday. You want to rest at least 48 hours between those workouts. So if you look at Friday is basically my day 1 and Monday is my day 2. So Friday, and then I rest Saturday and Sunday. That's 2 days, or AKA 48 hours. And then I hit another workout on Monday. After the second workout, which in this case would be my Monday, I would rest for 72 hours before starting again. These are just the days I picked. If I could simplify it, you could do like Monday as your day 1. You could take Tuesday and Wednesday off, so you got your 48 hours of break between. You could work out again on Thursday for your day 2. And then between Thursday and Monday, there's 72 hours of rest before starting again. This timing lets your muscles fully recover, especially if you're natty. Now, there's also a reason why we pick 2-day rest and 3-day rest. It's because on day 1 is your intensity day on Muscle Method. And it's going to be where you typically lift heavier. So you're going to, your fatigue is likely going to be higher. Your energy is likely going to be lower from the end of that workout. And then you give yourself 2 days of rest, and then you hit your volume day, which is your day 2. Your volume day is typically a little bit easier, and you typically aren't as fatigued after that. And then you have your 3-day rest, and we put the 3-day rest on the second day because it gives you the most amount of rest until your next intensity day, which is where you want to be the most recovered. The industry standard pretty much says that as a natural, your muscles are going to need about 2 to 3 days to heal, or like I said, about 48 hours in between. So this isn't just some like made up thing that I made up. This is based on science, but more importantly, it's based on my own results. It's based on the results of myself and the results of my clients as well too. Because like I said earlier, yes, there's like research out there, there's science out there, there's science-based lifters out there, but at the end of the day, I only want to spread information about what works and what is tangible and what I've actually tried and what's actually worked for me in the gym. Next thing is frequency for smaller muscle groups. The smaller muscle groups in your body can sometimes handle more frequent training. For example, you might train calves, delts, abs, traps, or forearms every other day, or even daily if you can handle it. So kind of like I said earlier, we do like the entire Muscle Method program is based on training 2 times per week. But a lot of you, like maybe yourself, you might be addicted to the gym. Myself, I'm definitely addicted to the gym, and I love going to the gym. It's like a form of stress relief for me, and I just feel better. I always feel better after the gym. So sometimes I like going a couple extra days. On those extra days, I might train things, like I said here, smaller muscle groups, just because they tend to recover a little bit quicker than the bigger muscle groups, like when you do like your big compound lifts like squat, bench, deadlift, lunge, pull up, etc. How often you train these smaller muscle groups kind of depends on your body and how you train, as well as your ability to recover. So some of you might not be able to train these at all, and you might need to just stick to training twice per week. Some of you can implement a little bit extra volume on your off days. Basically, what you want to do is listen to your body. Recovery times can vary, like I said, based on your ability to recover, how hard you train, etc., etc. Basically, adjust based on how you feel as well as your progress. Lower body frequency for hypertrophy, basically training twice per week. Training your lower body twice a week helps build strength and size faster. It gives your muscles enough work to grow without overdoing it. Spreading the volume over 2 sessions means better recovery and less soreness. Keeps your leg fresh and powerful for every workout. Twice a week hits the sweet spot for natural lifters chasing real gains. A big thing I noticed early in my training career, like when I finally started deadlifting and squatting, was that I was sore. I was sore as hell, and I always needed a lot of time to recover after a heavy leg day. Like, training this way, I was able to work up to a 4-plate deadlift for 7 reps. I was able to work up to a 3-plate squat for 8 reps. And I managed to do this within just like 4 or 5 months of training full body twice per week. So that's proof right there that it's super efficient and works really well for natural lifters. But the one thing that I'm trying to say here, the one thing that I need to mention is that I needed lots of time to recover. If I didn't have the proper amount of recovery during this training, there's no way I would have worked up to those numbers. So by training twice a week and by giving yourself 2 days rest and then 3 days rest, you give your legs plenty of time to fully recover so that you can actually get stronger and your muscles can actually grow, because your muscles don't grow while they're in the gym. You train your muscles and you challenge your muscles and you break them down in the gym, but they actually grow when you're resting. They grow when you're sleeping. They grow when you're at home. They don't grow in the gym. So, Muscle Method layout. Muscle Method has 2 key workout days. Like I mentioned earlier, you have your intensity day, which is your first day, and you have your volume day, which is your second day. Day 1 is the intensity day. You focus on heavier weights and fewer reps. Day 2 is your volume day. The weights are a little bit lighter, but you focus on more reps. After volume day, you get 3 days 3 full days to rest and recover. The routine hits every muscle: push muscles, back, legs, arms, and core, etc. It's a balance between heavy and volume training, which is going to ultimately help you build size as well as strength without actually burning out as a natural lifter. Now, I'm going to do a deeper dive into the sets, weights, reps, etc. for each day. So this is what Muscle Method Intensity Day looks like. Basically, you start with a push exercise. So that's anything like a horizontal push or a vertical push. Horizontal push, if you're unfamiliar, is things like pretty much imagine your body being horizontal. So you're pretty much laying down for the most part. You're not always laying down. Sometimes you're seated, but imagine you're pushing weight away from you. So it's like a bench press, a dumbbell bench press, an incline bench press. Even if you're like on a machine, doing a machine press, that's still a push exercise. There's also vertical pressing, which is like overhead press, or I would even consider incline bench. Sometimes a vertical, it kind of depends on like where you put the bench at, like what height you put it at, but that's besides the point. After that, you do a middle back exercise. After that, you do another push. Typically, the way I teach my clients on the Muscle Method program is that whatever they do for their push exercise, whether it's a horizontal or a vertical, do the opposite for your second one. So if you do a horizontal for your first one, do a vertical for your second one, and vice versa. After that, we focus on training lats. Oh, sorry, let me back up a little bit. I want to explain something that I forgot about. So your middle back is a pull exercise. And just like you have your horizontal and vertical versions for your push, you have a horizontal and vertical version for your pull as well too. So your middle back is typically going to be any type of horizontal pull. So it's basically rows, cable rows, freestanding rows, machine rows, any type of row. And then, like I said, your push and then your lats, which is going to be the other version of your pull exercise. So your middle back would be your horizontal. Typically, your lat training is going to be your vertical pull. So it's going to be pull-ups, things like lat pull-downs, chin-ups, any type of pull motion where you're going up and down, where your body's going up and down. After that, we focus on some leg work. So we typically hit our hamstrings, and then we slow down for a little bit because hamstrings tend to be pretty heavy, especially if you're doing things like deadlifts. So we kind of give our bodies a break. And we switch to a smaller muscle group for the time being, and that is triceps. We do some trap work, side delts or rear delts, or both if you can fit them in your time frame. Then we switch to arms. So we have forearms, biceps, quads, calves, glutes, lower back, neck, abs. And one thing I want to mention before I continue is, like I said earlier, that Muscle Method is completely customizable. This may look like a lot, and in some cases this is a lot of training for a guy, maybe for yourself. So that's why I said Muscle Method is completely customizable. You can always feel free to tone down the volume or maybe even take out some of these exercises. Like, for example, if my client already has big legs, we might skip legs on intensity day and just do legs on volume day. Or even if their legs are so big, we might even just do legs every other week. It's all about preference. It's all about what your goals are and what your specific needs are as a lifter. Like, if you don't care about having a super thick neck, then we don't need to do neck training. Like, although I recommend it and I prefer that you do it, and I would say it's healthier and safer for you to have a stronger neck, if you don't want to do it, ultimately, you don't have to. You need to pick a training routine and have a system for your training that is sustainable. And if you're just doing a bunch of shit that you hate doing all the time in the gym, you're not going to want to go and you're going to start skipping workouts. So my entire philosophy behind Muscle Method is to do not just what's healthy and like what gives you results, but ultimately to do what's fun and what you actually enjoy in the gym. The gym is supposed to be stress reducing. It's supposed to be fun. We're supposed to be enjoy being there. We're trying to be healthy for our entire lives. So just do the exercises you actually want to do. So a little bit of a deeper dive into the intensity day for Muscle Method. These are the sets and reps. Intensity day, as I mentioned earlier, is a focus on heavier lifting with a little bit more rest in between your sets. For sets, I recommend my clients stay between 1 and 5. For reps, you should stay between 6 and 10. Rest periods, you can be as low as 0 if you want. So you could do things like supersets to keep your rest period at a minimum. At the very maximum, though, I teach to not have your rest between sets longer than 2 minutes, because although your strength performance goes down when your rest periods are low, Muscle Method is all about efficiency and spending less time in the gym, but getting more for your effort while in the gym. So we teach our guys, we teach you to stay within 0 to 2 minutes of rest. So here's an example of what a typical intensity day could look like on the Muscle Method program. You could start your push exercise with like a seated dumbbell shoulder press for 4 sets of 6. For your middle back, you could hit something like a T-bar row, 4 sets of 10. Your second push exercise could be flat bench press, if I could read correctly. 5 sets of 8. Your lats, you could do something like a lat machine pull down, hamstrings, triceps. I don't want to read every single one. I'll just skip forward in the slides, and then if you want, you guys can pause it and take an actual look. Glutes, calves, lower back, neck, abs. And I'll take a quick second here. If you want to pause now. If not, I'm going to move forward. Muscle Method Volume Day. This is what the layout looks like for the volume day. Sorry, my animations are a little off for this one, but I'm not going to fix it. Push, lats, push, hamstrings. So we hit all the same muscle groups, so we just switch the order a little bit. Middle back, traps, triceps, side delts or rear delts, forearms, quads, biceps, calves, lower back, glutes, neck, abs. If you guys want to take a second here to pause and screenshot this, feel free to do that as well too. I will pause here for a second. Okay. So here's what the Muscle Method Volume Day looks like when it comes to sets and reps. Volume Day is focused on more reps and sets with shorter rest period between your sets. For the sets, they can be a little bit higher, but they can also be low. So anywhere between 1 and 8 is great. Reps, we're going to stick to a little bit of a higher rep range. Anywhere between 10 and 20 is okay. 10 and 20 is, the way I put it is that for your smaller muscle groups, typically higher rep ranges are going to work better. So if you're training like traps, you're training forearms, you're training calves, did I say triceps already? Triceps, forearms, biceps. Typically a higher rep range is going to be a little bit better. It's going to be easier on the tendons, and you're still going to get the same amount of hypertrophy as long as you're pushing hard enough on your intensity. So anywhere between like 10 to 20 is great for those exercises. Things like forearms, things like triceps, I would say be even higher, so be in like the 15 to 20 rep range. But things like bicep curls can be a little bit lower. They can be around like 10. Calves, I definitely recommend like 15 and higher. Rest, the rest periods are really short on the volume days. I don't rest for anywhere longer than 30 seconds between my sets. If you can rest even lower, that's better. There's a way that I get my rest periods essentially to 0, and that's through circuits, supersets and circuits, but we'll dive deeper into that later. Before continuing though, I just want to mention that having these lower rest periods between sets is going to significantly speed up your time in the gym. This is how I'm able to work out and finish my workout within like 30 minutes some days. If I'm being lazy, if I'm talking to friends, sometimes 45 minutes. If the gym is busy and I'm talking and I'm being lazy, sometimes my workout takes me an hour. But another cool thing is that training this way, you're still able to implement progressive overload because you're still pushing yourself harder for your workouts and for your sets, even if the rest periods are low. But I don't want to dive too deep into that. We'll discuss that further in the program. So this is a volume day example on Muscle Method. Push, barbell military press, lats, bodyweight pull-up, push, push-ups, lying leg curls for the hamstrings. And like I said, I'm not going to read through every single one of these. I'm just going to skip through them. That way you guys can see. Then at the end, I'll give a pause. That way you guys can screenshot as an example if you want and, reference this as an example. Forearms, quads, biceps, calves, lower back, glutes, neck, abs. So as you guys can see, it follows all the same exercise not the same exercises, but rather the same muscle groups as the intensity day. The order is a little bit different, and then the sets and reps are of course different. So just to mention again, your sets are anywhere between 1 and 8, and your reps are anywhere between 10 and 20. And you kind of just choose based on the muscle group and what feels better for you. So, for example, if you're training like a bigger compound lift like military press or like a dumbbell OHP or something like that, it might not feel great for you to do 15 reps like I have here in the example. You might feel better and you might have like a better mind muscle connection aiming for like 10 to 12 reps. It's all about preference. We all have different bodies. All of our bodies react differently to different exercises as well as different sets and reps. So it's all about testing. It's all about experimentation. It's all about learning what worked for other people, trying to implement it, and then see how your results. It's all about seeing how your results are. If I could speak, if I could talk, it's all about seeing how your results are with your own experimentation. So give it a shot, see what works better for you, and then improve and adapt from there. So, for example, if you do, however, try like the 10 to 12 rep range for a barbell military press, for example, and you feel like the mind to muscle connection isn't really there, then maybe you could, either increase the weights a little bit or increase the sets or increase the reps. Like I said, there's plenty of different variables you can try, plenty of different things you can switch, plenty of customizations you can make in order to get the best feeling exercise as well as the best feeling sets and reps for you and your body as well as your goals. Lower body frequency for the biggest lifts possible. This is a slight variation in our training. Sometimes we have guys that have different goals. And for example, we have some clients who do have a focus on growing really big and strong legs. And sometimes we teach a 3-day-a-week program in order to increase their volume a little bit. So for example, like I said, if you do want to get really strong, you might want to train your legs 3 times a week rather than just 2. Training your legs more helps you get stronger faster. You can practice heavy lifts like squats and deadlifts more often, basically increasing your volume. Your legs need more rest when you do this, but it still works. This plan is for guys who want big leg strength and can train more. So, like I said, we all have different bodies, and although the industry standard is that you need about 2 days of recovery between muscles or between workouts for your muscle groups, sometimes you can get away with a little bit more volume and a little bit of a higher frequency. So here's what that example 3 times a week full body split for legs could look like. Monday could still be your intensity day. It's your full body like usual where you focus on heavy weights, fewer reps. Thursday, so you have your 2-day break, of course, in between Monday and Thursday, and then you can have your volume day. Full body again, lighter weights this time with more reps. Saturday, you could throw in an extra day of lifting, specifically for some extra leg work. So this could just be light work to get the blood flowing and build more muscle. It all really just depends on your ability to recover. So it could be light work, it could be a higher rep range, or you could just focus solely on machines that day. But if you have the ability to recover, if you recover better than other natties, you could also go heavy. You could do the same amount of leg training you do on your typical intensity day, for example. But maybe that's too much. Like maybe you can't do a full 4 to 8 sets of leg training that day. So what you could do is you could do maybe just 2 to 4 sets for the day for leg training, like 2 to 4 really good sets of squats and call it good. You still stimulated the muscle. You still challenged your muscles a little bit. You still broke them down. You still sent signals to your actual muscles that they need to grow. And now you can just go back home, spend more time on recovery, and you still, stimulated the muscles enough in order to get some extra volume in. Like I said, as always, it's all about preference. There's too many variables for me to create like a blanket statement that could work for everybody. So it's all about trial and error, testing and experimentation, see what works best for you. Saturday is all about legs to help you grow and recover. This split helps you get strong and build muscle faster. How this training method is perfect for skinny, natural lifters. Muscle Method is literally made, designed, and created just for skinny guys who want to lift naturally and who want to grow and build drug-free muscle with no drugs at all. It uses full body workouts to build muscle fast and smart. So as you know by now, we focus on full body training. It is quick, it's efficient, and it's also a great way to build muscle as a natty lifter. It keeps training simple so you don't burn out. As you guys saw in the intensity day as well as the volume day guidelines or layout or whatever you want to call it. We show you exactly what muscle groups to focus on, which muscle groups you need to hit during your workouts. That way it's laid out for you. You just focus on those muscle groups and you're good to go. We also include a giant workout library of different exercises you can use to fill out those layouts. So you know how I showed you before, you have your push exercise, your pull exercise, another push exercise, your legs, traps, forearms, triceps, biceps, etc. We give you exercises that fit every single one of those muscle groups, so you can pretty much pick and choose which exercises you want to do and just fill out that layout and fill out that guideline so you can make your programming easy. However, as I also mentioned before, if you don't want to bother with that, we also have pre-made workout routines that you can just copy paste in your training that are already designed and already created for like ideal physiques that are typical amongst natty lifters. And they're also tested, like they're not just like random workouts that I just put together. They're actual workouts that I have done myself and that I, experienced good gains with as well too. The muscle method, full body training method, also focuses on rest and recovery. Your muscles need time to grow. It helps you get stronger without spending all day in the gym. Like I said earlier, if you're locked in, you can get a workout done in like 30 to 45 minutes, but sometimes they are going to take a little bit longer. If you're new to this, they're probably going to take you an hour 15. If you're a super beginner, it might even take you an hour 30 to get situated, but with enough practice, with enough gym time, you'll eventually get better. You'll figure out what you're doing. You'll figure out how to properly set up like your exercises much easier, and you'll figure out like some easy tips and tricks around the gym that make your workout actually quicker. And before you know it, you'll be down to like a 45-minute workout, maybe even 30. The next thing I want to talk about is the skinny guy mindset and how to go from the mindset of forever skinny to the mindset of a confident Greek god. So I want you to change how you think about yourself and your body. If you are watching this currently, there's a good chance that you are a skinny guy, you're a natural guy, but you're probably under 30, although you might be a little bit older. And there's a chance that you think that you're going to be skinny forever. There's a chance that you'll think you'll never find the right information out there, you'll never be able to put on size, or girls are always going to think you're some skinny, weak twig with no strength who can't defend them if something ever happened. But I want you to change how you think about yourself. That way you can actually change your body. The first thing to do is stop believing you'll always be skinny. If you have the mindset that you're going to be skinny forever, well, then you're never actually going to grow. All of this stuff, everything that I teach, all of this diet, training, optimization, recovery, proper form, technique, sets, reps, weights, etc. All of this shit doesn't matter if you don't start with having the right mindset, because if you don't have the right mindset going into this, you're always going to fail. You could spend hours and hours and hours in the gym, but if you have the wrong mindset, eventually you're just going to think this shit's fucking stupid. I'm just going to give up. There's no point of me being here. I'm going to be skinny forever. What I want you to do instead is start seeing yourself as someone who is growing stronger every day. So stop thinking that you're going to be skinny forever and start thinking in this mindset that I'm going to tell you about right now. Start thinking in the terms of, yes, I might currently be skinny. I might currently be weak. Girls might currently think that I'm unattractive because I've got no meat on my bones, but I'm not stuck like this forever. I am taking the time to learn about tactics and strategies that I can implement into my life to actually start building muscle and start changing not just my mindset, but my body and my physique as a natural lifter. In other words, I am taking the steps needed in order to actually grow and build muscle. Once you start thinking like this, instead of having that skinny guy mindset, I promise everything changes. Your whole attitude changes. Your attitude around training changes. Your attitude around nutrition changes. Once you start thinking like this, I promise you, suddenly things are going to get way easier, because naturally you're going to be way more excited. You're going to be excited about your diet, excited about cooking. You're going to be excited about going to the gym because deep down, not just in your mind, but like in your actual soul, you know that you're making progress and you're making significant changes in your life. This is going to help you in building new habits that actually help you get bigger, stronger, and as well as healthier. So what I want you to do is to believe in the process and trust your hard work. If you can just do a few of these bullet points that I mentioned here, I promise that everything around natural bodybuilding becomes significantly easier, and not just easier, it also becomes way more fun. So believe in yourself. Just know that you can do it. Stop being a little bitch and telling yourself you're going to be skinny forever, and just learn what you need to do. Implement those tactics and start making changes in your life. And I promise you will grow, because I've done it myself. I used to be skinny, and I have helped countless clients. Not just clients, I've helped family members. I've helped my friends. I've helped countless guys go from skinny to actually putting on decent size and changing their whole lives. Unique aspects of this method that actually help skinny guys win. For one, Muscle Method is designed just for skinny guys who struggle to gain muscle. It focuses on full body training with smart recovery, as you already know. It uses simple workouts that fit busy lives. So we make our routine simple. We make it easy to follow. We make it as efficient as possible. That way you can get in and out of the gym. It also lets you build muscle without burning out or getting hurt. The cool thing about Muscle Method is that it's super sustainable, and you could always add more or take stuff away depending on your lifestyle, your time, your availability. It also helps you change your mindset to stay motivated and consistent, which, like I just said in the previous slide, mindset, motivation, consistency are some of those most important things that you can implement, not just into your training, fitness, diet. This stuff also pours into your regular life as well too. I don't know what kind of person I would be if I never got into fitness. I don't know what my discipline would have looked like. I don't know what my habits would have looked like. But at the end of the day, I think that me getting started into fitness and me developing an actual decent physique built actual good discipline in my overall life. And I'm eternally grateful for actually getting started in fitness. And I want the same for you as well too. So I was starting to get a bit sad in here. Let me try to speed through in these next few slides. That way we can get back on track and focus on learning. Here's 4 simple things you can do today to improve your training today. So these are just tangible things that you can implement today if you're just going to quit watching this video after this slide. Number 1, implement progressive overload. So for those of you who don't know, progressive overload is you basically trying to get stronger every time you go to the gym. So there's a few different ways you can implement progressive overload. Number 1, you can increase the reps. Number 2, you can increase the sets. Number 3, you can increase the weights. Number 4, you can decrease the rest period between sets. Number 5, you can improve your form and technique. So really quick, let me dive into each of those. Increasing your reps, what does that look like? Say you bench press 10 reps on Monday, or say you bench press on Mondays, right? And say this Monday you bench press 10 reps. Next week, try to bench press 11. Boom, easy. Number 2, increasing the weights. Let's say you typically bench press 135 pounds, and you typically do that for 10 reps. Next week, keep the same amount of reps, so you still bench press 10 reps, but instead of trying to bench press 135 pounds, try to bench press 140. Boom, super simple, super easy. Number 3, the sets. Say you typically bench press 3 sets on Mondays. Next week, the following Monday, try to bench press for 4 sets. Boom, super easy. Number 4, decreasing the rest periods. Let's say you typically do 3 sets of bench press on Mondays and you rest 2 minutes between each and every single set. Next week, do the same amount of sets, do the same weight, but instead of bench pressing 3 sets, instead of resting for 2 minutes, try to rest for 1:30 instead. The last and final one, number 5, which is one that a lot of guys forget about. A lot of guys don't include this when it comes to progressive overload, but it's super important as well too, and that is improving your form and technique. There's going to be days when you can't implement any of the 4 previous methods that I mentioned for progressive overload, you're just not having a good day, you're just not feeling any stronger. But something you can always do better is improve your form and improve your technique. So workout to workout, routine to routine, from set to set, always try to have perfectly good technique as best as you can. Tracking your lifts. Track your lifts, download the app Boost Camp. It's free, it works amazing for tracking your lifts. I'm not going to give you a full Boost Camp introduction here, tutorial. Super easy, it's super easy to figure out. Just download it. It's on Play Store, it's on Apple Store. There's a paid version, but I've never tried it, so I can't really give you any advice on it, but it looks amazing. But to be honest, I've been able to get by with the free version just fine, and I've been using it for the past 7 or 8 months now, and it's great. Daily calories and protein. Figure out your maintenance calories. Eat in a caloric surplus every single day if you're trying to gain muscle. Quick little tutorial, that way I can walk you guys through it. If you don't know what your maintenance calories are, go to the website tdee.net. I believe that's the website. If not, just Google TDEE calculator and just click the first link. I've been using this website for 15 years. Pretty much what you do is you enter in your information. It's going to ask for things like your height, your body weight, your age, your activity level. You fill those out and it gives you your maintenance calories. After that, you take that number and you add 500 calories to it. So for example, if your maintenance calories is 2,000, that's what you got from the calculator. You would add 500 calories to that. Your new bulking calories rather is going to be 2,500 every single day. That's what you need to aim to hit every single day if you actually want to put on size and gain muscle. Basically, you can't gain muscle unless you're in excess amount of calories. Just think about it logically. How can you create new mass without any extra fuel in your body? Your body can't make something out of nothing. It needs extra food. Now, protein's super easy to figure out. Basically, figure out how much you weigh. So if you're a baby and you weigh 15 pounds, you would eat 15 grams of protein. If you're a 12-year-old and you weigh 100 pounds, you would eat 100 grams of protein. If you are a fat 29-year-old and you weigh 300 pounds and you're still trying to bulk up for some reason, eat 300 grams of protein. For myself, I currently weigh 183 pounds. If I'm bulking and I'm trying to build muscle, I'm trying to get bigger, I would eat 183 grams of protein. So you see, it's super easy. There's not even math involved. Just figure out how much you weigh, eat that amount in grams of protein. Now, for those of you across the pond, I do not remember the exact conversion. Please do not quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure it is 1.2 grams per kilogram of body weight. I would double check that. Do not quote me. Just do a quick Google search. How many kilograms or how many grams of protein should I eat per kilogram of body weight? And it will tell you. I'm pretty sure it's 1.2 grams per kilogram of body weight though. But that's it for calories and protein. The next super important thing that you can implement today to improve your training is sleep. Get 8 hours minimum. It's not fucking rocket science. I make it easy. Just sleep 8 hours. Now, if you can get more, if you can get 9, 10, maybe even 11 hours every single night, even better. More sleep isn't going to hurt your gains. More sleep never killed anybody. Now, if for some reason... Okay, sorry. Let me start over. Don't force yourself to sleep 9, 10, 11 if you don't need it. Try to get 8, but if you feel fully rested after 8, just get up. Like, don't sit there and try to force yourself to keep sleeping in. So, really quick, here's a preview. Here's everything you need to know before training. We're going to talk about what you do outside the gym and how it matters just as much as your workouts. We're going to talk about building a strong foundation with good habits and mindset. We're also going to talk about knowing the basics of eating right to fuel your gains. And you're going to learn how to spot good advice and avoid bad info. Sorry, this is a long video and I'm so thirsty and I need to drink some water. Wrapping up. Frequency and rest are key for natural lifters like us, as you guys hopefully know by now after discussing it 4 different times. You need optimal rest as a natural lifter, and you need more rest and recovery compared to guys who are on steroids. Muscle Method is made for natty lifters. Training smart beats training hard without a plan. So 10 out of 10 times, I would rather have you figure out your programming, create programming and workouts designed around the physique that you actually want, rather than just going to the gym and spamming a fucking bunch of bicep curls for an hour straight with maximum intensity. Lastly, recovery isn't optional. It's part of the muscle building game. Yes, you can build muscle by working out every single day, but I promise you'll get way better results if you actually optimize and prioritize your recovery. Next, we're going to talk about training splits and program structure. Congratulations, we are now on the next chapter. So, why the full body split works best for skinny natural lifters. Training full body twice a week helps all your muscles grow together. It gives your body enough time to rest and get stronger. It's perfect for natty lifters who need more recovery time. And it keeps workouts simple and easy to stick with. It also helps you build muscle without burning out or getting hurt. Basically, when you let your full body heal and you let all your muscles heal at once, your body functions better as a whole, so you never have any muscle groups that are lacking in terms of recovery compared to the rest of your body. And you probably know this as well too. Like, if you ever go to the gym and you're fully refreshed, like you're not sore at all in any muscle group, you typically perform the best. Like, think about it in terms of like a sport. If I hit a heavy leg day and I go to play basketball, my legs are going to be super sore, but my upper body might feel good. So I might not be able to run up and down the court as easily, but I can dribble okay because my upper body's fine. And vice versa. Like, let's say I hit a super strong upper body workout or super heavy upper body workout rather, and I'm super sore up top. I go to play basketball. I didn't hit legs, so my legs might be good. Like, I might be getting up and down the court okay, but I try to shoot the ball and it feels like a rock because I just hit a heavy upper body. So think about it in terms of that. Like, if you want to perform at your best, it makes sense to have your entire body completely refreshed, completely recovered, completely healed, all in sync, all at once. How to build a simple, effective training split for busy, skinny guys. So, as you guys know, pick your 2 days a week that works best for you to train. So, really quick right now, just pick 2 days out of the week. And don't forget that there needs to be a 2-day rest period in between. So, for me personally, the past 3 years, I've been training Friday and Monday. And Friday is my day 1 intensity day. Monday is my day 2. And I just do that because my wife and I like going to the gym on Fridays and Mondays. You can pick different days. For example, you can do Monday and Thursday. You can do a Tuesday, take Wednesday and Thursday off, and then have your day 2 on Friday. Just pick any 2 days. After that, use your full body workouts to hit all your muscles each session. Keep your workouts short but focused, and you want to focus on quality over quantity. So don't just go in there and spam reps for the sake of getting a pump. You want to focus on getting stronger, and if you focus on getting stronger with any of those 5 different methods I mentioned earlier for progressive overload, you'll start seeing gains. Make sure you get enough rest between your training days. So that's our 2-day break and our 3-day break. We mentioned that earlier. If you guys already picked your 2 days, then you'll have this figured out. Stick with it. Consistency beats perfect plans every time. This is one thing that I haven't mentioned yet in the course, but building muscle as a natty guy takes time. Like, you're not just going to fucking get tremendously jacked in a month, okay? Like, you're not going to see those crazy 1 month, 30-day transformations that you see online because those guys are on gear. Their pictures are often photoshopped. The lighting is crazy good in the after photo, but shitty in the first photo. A lot of the times in the first photo, they just might be super bloated. So take those transformations you see with a grain of salt and realize that natural bodybuilding takes time. It might take you 4, 5, 6 months to see some significant gains. It might take you a year to get to a 2-plate bench press. It might take you 2 or 3 years to get to a 3-plate bench press, and that's okay. Be okay with it. It took me 4 months to get to a 2-plate bench press for 11 reps. I'm just bragging, but that's because I implemented this system perfectly. I followed all of my habits, and I did everything I needed to do every single day. I didn't skimp out on anything. I didn't skip any workouts. I worked out fucking hard as shit. I ate my calories and protein every single day. I got perfect sleep every single night. And in a perfect scenario like that, you can see crazy results like that. So, yes. Next slide. Let's continue. How often should you train each muscle when lifting twice a week? We went over this already. Train each muscle 2 times a week to grow. Smaller muscles can handle a little bit more work and they heal a little bit faster. So if you do want a little bit extra volume, you can feel free to include some extra work. Don't work them too much or they won't be ready for the next workout. So don't, like if you do want to include a little extra volume, like say you want to go to the gym and do like a little arm workout or something like that, don't have like such crazy arm workout that you're not going to be recovered in time for your next workout. It's not rocket science. For example, you can do easy to hard lateral raises almost every day if you recover well. A lot of guys recover super easy from lateral raises. Even myself, I typically do lateral raises like almost every other day. And I don't go like super crazy on them, but I still go in and I still focus on progressive overload. Like I don't just go in there and get a pump. I typically do this in my clubhouse gym because it's a 30-second walk away, or I do it inside with like a few dumbbells. That way I don't have to actually drive to the gym for this. But the point is that if your body can handle it, if you can recover enough, it's okay to include a little bit extra volume. Basically, listen to your body and adjust how much you train. Okay, next chapter, we were talking about media literacy and mindset around fitness content. This is really important. A lot of guys struggle with this, even myself included, because every single day, there's so much new content coming out. There's so many new videos. You go on YouTube and there's like a never-ending infinite supply of new content that you could watch around fitness. It's crazy because it's not even like there's an infinite amount of content for everything. Like it's not just fitness. Like there's literally never-ending videos in your feed about anything you could possibly want to watch on YouTube. It's insane. It's crazy. And in this chapter, we're going to kind of teach you about what advice is important to follow and what advice is just straight up bullshit. So here's a good rule of thumb that you can follow. Not everything you see online is true or actually helpful. I know it sucks, but you have to kind of get this through your head that there's going to be some people out there. There's going to be some gurus out there. There's going to be some fitness influencers out there. There's going to be some fucking TikTokers out there who are just trying to go viral. They're just trying to get views, or they're just trying to create rage bait. They're just trying to piss you off so you comment and increase their engagement. All of that stuff exists, and you have to learn how to filter out that stuff in order to find advice that's actually helpful for you. Focus on what works for your body, not what's trendy. There's going to be stuff out there that looks fun, looks exciting, new workout routines, new exercises, new like tips and tricks for your diet. But at the end of the day, if you do decide to try that stuff, like take that stuff with a grain of salt and only keep and only implement what actually works for you. And the only real way is to test it or to reference other people's experience with it, which is something we'll dive a little bit deeper into here in a little bit. Keep it simple. Don't get lost in too much info. It's easy to get overwhelmed with information overload when consuming fitness content. There's so many fucking different, so many different topics, so many different gurus, so many different channels. What I suggest you do is find a couple creators around your goals. So for example, if you're into calisthenics, find a couple calisthenic guys who are good at that, who are good at it. They're strong. They've had success. They have popular channels, and they're knowledgeable around the topic. And another cool point too is that if you're a natural lifter and you're trying to do this natty, find natty creators, because that helps as well too. Because if they're natty and they've been natty their entire lives, they're teaching what works for them. And if they're natty and you're a natty, it only makes sense that your results are going to be similar. So what I'm trying to say is, don't like blindly follow guys who are on steroids teaching what works for them when they're on steroids. Like that's not always going to work. Now, is there, is there exceptions to this? Like, yeah, of course. Like one of the guys that I love following is Dr. Mike Israetel from Renaissance Periodization. He is openly not natty. He used to be natty when he was younger, but he hopped on gear, he hopped on steroids, and he will openly tell you that. But he also teaches what works for natural lifters as well as drug users. So that's just a quick shout out to one of the channels that I like following. If you guys don't know him, he's been super big lately. He's almost at 4 million followers, so he's blown up in the past couple years. So I'd give him a follow. His stuff's pretty cool. A question you can ask yourself is, does this advice actually help me get stronger? If the answer to that question is no, then there's a good chance you don't need to include it in your training, include it in your diet, etc. If not, move on and keep grinding your own way. Avoiding bad fitness advice in 6 steps. Here's a couple questions you guys can ask yourself in order to actually avoid bad fitness advice out there. I already showed you guys one. I gave you the sneak peek, but here they are. What is this advice really saying? Like, really take the time to understand what they're trying to say in this advice. Like, is it actually helping you? Is this advice just aiming at going viral? Is this rage bait? Like, really trying to figure out what this content is saying that you're consuming. Number 2, what are they trying to get me to do? So you can look at it in terms of, do they have a CTA? Like, do they have a call to action at the end of their video? Are they saying at the end of the video, are they saying, hey, if you want to learn more, buy my course? Or, hey, hopefully this was good information for you. Or like, hey, hopefully you learned something. Hey, if you want access to the rest of the secret methods that I teach that will teach you everything you need, buy my course. Like, you got to look at it objectively. Are they trying to sell you something? Are they trying to push something? Are they trying to push an offer? Or are they just trying to genuinely give you good advice? Now, I'm not saying anyone who pushes an offer is bad. Anyone who tries to sell you something is a shitty person. I'm not saying that, of course. I'm just saying, are they actually giving you valuable information that is worthwhile to take action on? Next, what is the benefit? Think about what is the actual benefit behind this advice that they're giving you. In other words, are they giving you actual advice that can benefit any number of things within your fitness, your training, your diet, your recovery? Is what they're saying actually benefiting any of those? Or is it just random jargon? Is it just random generic advice? Is it just fun content? I'm not saying any of that stuff is bad. I'm not saying like it's not okay to make fun content every once in a while, but is it actually beneficial to you, what you're consuming? Am I already doing this already? Someone might give you advice and you might already be implementing it. In that case, you can just move forward. Does it help fix my weak spots? So if you come across a reel and they're talking about ways to dial in your nutrition, and maybe you've been struggling with nutrition, like maybe you have an outlook, maybe you have a guideline, maybe you have a layout around your nutrition, but you've been struggling with a few small core details, and maybe this reel is offering some things that could help you. In that case, does it help me fix my weak spots? Probably yes. Now, if you ask yourself this question and the answer is no, then most likely this advice isn't relevant to you and you don't need to consume it, and you don't need to do anything with it. Just move on. Here's the last question you can ask yourself out of these 6 different questions. Are good lifters already using this? This is a really cool one. This is one I like to ask myself a lot. Like I said, there's so much content out there. There's so much new stuff that comes out every single day. And a good, easy way to easily test the advice that you're listening to, watching, whatever it may be, is to see if there's already successful people who have got success by implementing this advice. So look at other successful lifters. Look at natural lifters if you're a natural lifter, obviously. And are they implementing the same tactics or strategies or whatever it may be that this person's talking about? In that case, it might be good. It might be good advice. Now, if this is completely new advice and you've never seen anyone get success from implementing the advice that you're listening to, in that case, you might be better off skipping it until there's some actual proven results around it. So overall, just try to be logical. Try to look at things from an outside perspective. Take a step back. Really try to listen to what they're saying. Figure out why they're telling you this stuff. Like, are they just trying to get views? Are they trying to sell you something? Or are they just trying to are they actually trying to help you? Are you already doing it? Does it help me fix my weak spots? And the most important one I would say is, are people already getting success from this advice? So here's an example that will help you, or here's an example rather for spotting bad advice. Here's the situation you're in. You're already eating right and you're hitting your goals. You come across a reel or an Instagram reel or a YouTube short or a TikTok, whatever they call them, and someone is trying to push a carnivore diet and they try to sell you a course about how to properly do the carnivore diet. Now your feed is full of videos about only eating meat. No homo. Ask yourself, do you need this to grow? Are you already on track? Think about the situation in the first bullet point. You're already eating right and you're already hitting your goals, and now someone's trying to sell you a course about carnivore diet. You don't really need this because you already have something that's working, and you're already hitting your goals. You're already progressing, you're already seeing growth. In this case, don't get distracted and stick to what's already working for you. You're already making gains, you're already making progress. There's no reason to fix something if it isn't broken. Let's continue our momentum and continue to get gains for as long as possible. Example number 2, know when to focus. Here's another situation. You change your workouts every week, but you haven't really gotten stronger in the past few months. You think you eat well, but you're not really tracking your calories. Now you start to see reels, you start to see TikToks, you start to see YouTube shorts, and they're talking about new exercises that you should try. They all look great, they all look fun, it seems like they're working for other people, but ask yourself, am I actually fixing the real problem, or am I just chasing new moves? Focus on eating right and sticking to a plan before trying new things. As we saw in the first bullet point in this situation, you're changing your workouts all the time, and you think you're eating well, but you're not actually tracking your calories. Fix the initial problems that you have in your training, the flaws that you already have, before trying to add new things. In this case, stop changing your workouts to stick to one program. Make sure you're actually tracking your calories in order to see if you're actually hitting your caloric goals every single day before trying to fix other things. So focus on eating right and sticking to a plan before trying new things. Example number 3, break plateaus smart, or smartly break plateaus, I think would make more sense. Here's the situation. You've made big gains over years, but some lifts stopped growing, they stopped progressing, or in other words, you stopped getting stronger in a few lifts. You track your training and you track your diet closely. Now you find a video, say it's a YouTube video, and it's got a bunch of tips on how to break through plateaus. Ask yourself, does this advice fit my goals and training style? Well, think about it. You have made big gains over the years, but your lifts stopped growing, they stopped progressing. You do track your training and you track your diet closely, and you just happen to stumble across a video that helps you break through plateaus. In this case, yes, this makes sense. Like, you should take this advice because you're already doing everything that you know correctly. Maybe this video has some tips on ways to break your plateaus. Maybe there's some things you could missing. In this case, this would be actual good advice for you. Building a lifter's mindset. So a lifter's mindset has a few core things that they need to have. Number 1 is they're always ready to learn, they're always willing to practice, and they're always willing to grow. Knowing what to do as a natural lifter gives you tons of confidence, and the only way to get to that point is by actually learning. It's by implementing what you learn, it's by testing out what you learn, and it's by actual experience in the gym. Like, there's that analogy of you can read as many books and watch as many YouTube tutorials on how to watch a bike, but until you actually get on your bike and try riding it, you're never going to actually learn. So this goes hand in hand with like those science-based lifters. Like, there's a lot of science-based lifters out there right now in 2025. There's a lot of TikTokers who are skinny and they're like shelling out fitness advice through, it might be good research, like it might be stuff that they learned online, but can you really trust those guys if they don't have the size to go along with it? Like, seeing an actual person's physique is one of the number one things that you can reference in terms of whether or not you should trust them. Now, that's why you also need to have a good natty or steroid detector as well too, because there's going to be a lot of guys who cheated their way. I'm not saying cheated their way. Like, I respect drug users 100% as well too, because you can't just hop on gear and automatically get strong. You still need tons of dedication, tons of discipline. And just because you hop on steroids doesn't mean you're going to automatically get big. There's still a lot of work to go around with it. But the point that I'm trying to make here before I go off on too long of a tangent is that Just trust people who already have size to go along with it. Trust people who have experience, and that will help. Remember that there's always more to learn, and you need to stay humble. Natural bodybuilding is a lifelong goal. It's a lifelong skill, and you need to treat it like a muscle. You can only get stronger. You can only grow. The other thing is a lifter with the proper lifter's mindset is always going to put in work both in and out of the gym. So that means training hard, but it also means spending time and focusing on your diet, your nutrition, your recovery, your optimization, etc., etc. It's not just about working hard in the gym. Don't forget that your muscles don't grow in the gym, they grow outside of the gym. Find ways to enjoy lifting and make it part of your life. Look, dude, if you want this to be sustainable, you want to be able to do this forever, you want to make gains forever, you got to find ways to make lifting fun and make it enjoyable. I promise you, like I said earlier in this course, if you're just doing a bunch of fucking exercises you hate doing, you're going to give up. You're not going to want to do this. So find different ways to make training fun. Get a workout partner. Do group workouts. Try new exercises. Find exercises that are actually fun, things that you actually want to progress in. Try new rep schemes. Like, don't always just do 10 reps every single time. Switch it up. Try 20. Shit, you can even switch it up and try 30. Is it going to be super effective? Maybe not, but like I said, it's fun to try new things every once in a while. Next thing I want to talk about is building habits outside of the gym. This is super important as well too. Good habits outside the gym help you recover and grow. As I've said countless times so far, you don't grow muscle in the gym, you grow muscle outside of the gym, and having good outside habits outside of the gym is only going to supplement that. So here's some things you can do. Try to aim for 10,000 steps a day in order to stay active. This is going to help with your overall health, as well as your overall conditioning and heart health as well too. A good way to track this is to either track it on your phone or get one of the like a smartwatch, like an Apple Watch or a Fitbit, or even hop on like Amazon or eBay or whatever to get one of those $15 like step trackers. They're super cheap and you can just plug them into the wall and charge them. Eat lots of protein and nutritious food. This is an obvious one, but a lot of guys skip this as well too. Protein is going to be essential for building muscle, and nutritious food is going to be essential for just staying healthy as a person. Basically, don't eat junk food, don't eat like shit, and you won't have a shit body. Quality sleep every single night. Like I mentioned earlier, try to get 8 hours every single night. If you can get more, no problem. That's even better. Keep stress low to help your muscles heal. You got to look at your body as a living organism that functions based on many variables, and the performance of your body, one of the things that affects your performance is actually stress. So the more stressed you are, the harder of a time your body's going to have in order to actually build muscle. It's not going to function as properly. Your mood's going to be shit. Your energy's going to be shit the more stressed you are. So as much as you can, I know it's kind of corny, it's kind of cringe sometimes, but try to keep stress low. Do whatever you got to do. I don't care whether it be something, you could meditate, yoga, hang out with your girl, play video games, go on walks, play with your dog, walk your dog, go swimming, see the family, read a book, watch a movie, watch anime. I don't know, draw a picture. Literally whatever it is you do. We're all different. We all got different hobbies. But pick things that keep your stress low and try to include some of that stuff every single day. Habit number 1, high activity level. Sorry, I'm taking my hoodie off. It's kind of getting kind of hot. I'm filming this in August and it's a bit hot here. So habit number 1, high activity level. Walking keeps your body moving and helps muscles recover. Walking is like a low fatigue, low effort, low energy movement exercise that you can implement because it gets blood flow pumped into your muscles without actually tiring you too much for your next workout. If you can, try to walk about 10,000 steps a day. That's around, 4 miles or about 6 kilometers if you're on the other side of the pond. You can reach this by walking during breaks, walking for your errands, or even walking after meals. Staying active every day makes you stronger as well as healthier. Walking is just one of those things that's super easy. Everyone can do it. It doesn't require any equipment. You can just fucking go outside and walk around. But at the end of the day, it's super easy, it's super helpful, it's super healthy for you. And it's just like one of those things that's scalable, easy, and you can implement it literally instantaneously. Like you don't need any gym equipment. You don't need a gym membership. You can just start walking. It's super easy. So here's some ways you can build on the habit of actually like just walking. When you're at the gym, you can walk a little between sets to keep moving. So instead of sitting around during your rest periods or just standing there, just walk around. Like maybe you put like your water bottle on your machine or whatever so you don't lose your spot, but walk around a little bit. Take the stairs instead of the elevator when you can. This one's a little bit harder. I know the stairs suck sometimes, but if you're only going up 1 or 2 floors, it wouldn't hurt to take the stairs every once in a while. Now, if you live at level 30 of your apartment high rise, maybe don't take the stairs. That would be an entire leg workout in itself, unless you're super dedicated and you're the David Goggins of walking. In that case, take the stairs all you want. Another thing you can do is park further from your destination to get extra steps in. This is something I like to do, especially like at the mall here where we live. The mall's been super busy. They've been building all these apartments around the mall. It's super busy now. And instead of like trying to find the best parking spot super close, at this point, we just park a little bit further. And we just look at it in the terms of, hey, like we could always use a little bit extra walking. It doesn't hurt. So try to do the same. Basically, these small moves are going to add up to big gains over time. And I don't mean gains in terms of like building muscle, but rather when you take these little, make these little decisions about incorporating like more walking into your life, it's going to add up. Like you walk between your sets, take the stairs, walk around the grocery store, park further when you park. All of these things add up and it makes the habit of walking way easier. Now, here's some ways you can maximize the habit. Pretty intense, but you could walk to get your food instead of driving. You could take your dog on longer walks to add some extra steps in as well too. This one's not too bad. You can walk for a bit after your workouts to help recovery. A lot of guys actually like doing this. Just hop on the treadmill. I like to set the incline to the max height and just walk at a slow pace. I think I put it around like 2. That's pretty good as well too. It's not super fatiguing. It's not super easy, but it's also not super hard to the point that it's like an actual workout. Another cool thing is to get a walking treadmill. They're pretty cheap nowadays. You can get them on Amazon. I think you can get a decent one for like 150, maybe even 100. I haven't really checked on the prices lately, but we have one here at the house, and I love using it when I watch like TV or like watch my tablet or something. I've even like used it while playing video games, like with my controller. But it's a super easy way to get in some extra steps in while also like just consuming brain rot or entertainment or whatever you want to do in order to help you stay occupied. And that's a good hack in itself too as well too. Like if you're going to hop on the treadmill like at the gym or like the walking treadmill here at the house or whatever, or even when you're walking out like on the street, it helps to have like a form of distraction. So a podcast, an audiobook, or if you're stationary like in the house, you can have your tablet, have the TV on, put a movie on, and it makes time go by way faster. Another thing you can do is walk while you talk on the phone. So instead of just sitting there, walk around. A lot of people just randomly do this anyways. Like a lot of people pace around when they walk for some reason, which isn't a bad thing. Like it's literally a good thing because you're getting in more exercise. You can take short walks during TV commercial breaks. So commercials are about 30 seconds, 45 seconds. Just walk around. Use walking meetings if you work from home. Explore new routes in your neighborhood to keep it fresh. If you guys get bored of walking around, take some time to walk and try new routes. You can also walk with a friend to stay motivated. This is a good one too. Be careful. This might progress into running, and then running might progress into sprinting, and sprinting might progress into make-out sessions. Just kidding. No homo. Habit number 2, high protein consumption. Protein's essential because it's going to help your body build muscle. You can build muscle with just calories, but it's going to be way more efficient and optimized if you get an adequate amount of protein every single day. Plus, it also keeps you full. I think I went over this earlier, but the typical ratio is a gram per every pound of body weight. More protein doesn't really hurt. Try to have protein every single meal. This will help with your satiety throughout the day, as well as it makes it a little bit easier to hit your protein goal every single day too, because you don't have to like slam 100 grams of protein in one single meal at the end of the day if you like struggle to get protein earlier in the day. A good thing you can aim for, a good number you can aim for is about 20 to 30 grams per meal. This is a good start. And if you do this, it makes it a bit easier to get your protein throughout the day. Here's some ways to build on the habit as well too. Choose higher protein foods and eat more protein each meal if you can. So, good example. I think I have it written down. Yeah, let me here. I have it written down in the next bullet point actually. So instead of like, what is it, like the 80-20 ground beef you can get at the store, it's a little bit more expensive, but it's actually more healthier for you. It's more leaner. It's more protein dense and less calories, but you can opt for like the 97.3 ground beef if you can. Replace soda with protein shakes to help your gains. This is a really, really good one actually if you struggle with getting protein. I go to like Costco or Walmart or whatever grocery store I happen to be at, and I get the pre-made protein shakes. For one, they taste amazing. They taste way better than the powder, like at least in my opinion. Number two, they're super convenient. Like you literally just shake them up, twist the cap open, and drink them. Number three, there's like a million different flavors as well too, so it makes it easy to like get whatever flavor you want. What I like to do is I like to get a couple boxes of each flavor. That way I have options. So right now I've been switching between the Walmart branded Equate protein shake, and I have them right here on my desk. Like I literally grab like 4 to 6 of them every single day, and I put them on my desk as a reminder to drink them throughout the day. That way I can easily hit my protein goals. And I literally got one in my hand right now. It's the caramel flavor. It's 30 grams of protein. It's 170 calories. And it's literally only like $20 for like a big box. And I think the box is like box of what, 18 or something. So it might be like 16, but either way, it's only like $1 or something for every single shake. So it's super cheap. But bit of a tangent. The point I was trying to make is that if you frequently drink soda or you frequently drink water, which is amazing, it can help to switch out those drinks for like protein shakes for your meals. Try having protein shakes with your meals when you can. Literally just what I said, but my bad. Didn't know that was the next bullet point. So let's go to the next one. This is a few different ways you can maximize the habit of protein. Protein supplements like shakes and powders are helpful. They're super convenient. Like having I have both forms at all times. I always make sure in the house we have either powder and pre-made shakes. That way, if I want to make a shake, I can make it. If I want to just crack open a pre-made one, I can drink it as well too. But I always recommend having protein shakes in the house. Another trick is to use discount codes to buy in bulk from places like Costco. Costco often has sales on the protein powder. You can usually get it for like $5 off if you pay attention when they go on sale. But even if you don't manage to get discounts, protein's pretty cheap in the first place anyway, so it's not that bad. Another thing you can do is cook meals ahead of time and freeze them for easy access. So I like to batch cook my protein. If I go to Costco, I'll get like a bunch of ground beef, or I'll get pre-made steaks, and I'll literally cook a bunch of them. I'll freeze what I don't eat and I'll eat the rest later. I'll thaw them out the night before or thaw them out the day of. And it makes it super easy because I'm not cooking every single day. I cook one day a week and I have my food ready for the entire week. Keep quick protein snacks ready, like nuts or jerky. This is a good tip, a good hack as well too. I work in construction, and what I like to do is that basically my backpack that I bring with me to work, I just fill it with a bunch of snacks. Trail mix, nuts, sometimes jerky like I mentioned above. If I pre-make like a lunch, I put in like some Greek yogurt in there. And it's just an easy way to get my protein without having to like stress out or worry if I don't have any food. Because like if I don't have any food for the day, if I don't have any snacks, typically what happens is I get hungry, I get pissy, I get mad, I get hangry, and I go to the store and I buy whatever looks good. And in most cases, that's going to be donuts. It's going to be me at the gas station buying pizza. It's going to be me at the gas station buying chips. When in reality, what's going to be way better, way more nutritious, way more healthy for me is packing pre-made foods that are both nutritious and high protein for me, like the ones I already mentioned. Another tip, sorry, I'm drinking water. Another tip you can do is canned fish. Canned fish is really amazing. Everything from like tuna, sardines, salmon, tilapia, all great choices for when it comes to canned fish. Literally just pick whatever you want, keep them in the house, and they're easy hacks to get protein in a pinch when you don't have time to cook and you just need something that's already prepped, something you can just crack open and eat. Canned beans works the same exact way. I personally get like 5 or 6 different kinds, and I have them in the cupboards of all time. I don't know if I can remember all of them, but I get like red beans, black beans, pinto beans, white beans. Did I say black beans already? black beans. I think those are the ones I remember at least. And I get different ones because they're all different flavors, and different flavors increases variety, which decreases boredom in my nutrition. Plan your meals to hit protein goals without stress. This is another tip and habit you can include as well too. If you struggle to hit your protein every single day, one thing you can do is figure out how much protein you need, and then create a couple meals for the day that you know for sure are going to hit your protein goals. That way you don't have to figure out that day, like figure out what you're going to cook, figure out what you're going to make. If you already have it planned out, you already have it cooked, it's super easy. That's where things like meal prep comes in. That's where batch cooking comes in. And you know exactly what you're going to eat for the day. There's no guesswork involved. Habit number 3 is going to be quality nutrition. So what I recommend my clients do, and even what I do for myself, is that I try to focus on getting my protein first, because it's going to be most responsible for building muscle. And then I focus on the other macronutrients, aka your carbs and your fats. Now, I'm not saying that carbs and fats aren't important. They absolutely are. But we like to focus on protein first here, and then just backfill the rest of our calories with carbs and fats. So you want to eat enough carbs to have energy for your workouts. So even though you're focusing on protein, still make sure you get some carbs in for the day, because it's going to be responsible for making sure that you can sustain your energy throughout your workout and throughout the day as well too. Veggies help your body stay healthy and strong. This one's an obvious one, but a lot of guys don't eat veggies. You don't need to eat veggies all day every single day, but get them in here and there. They're low calorie, so the bad thing is if you are trying to bulk, if you are trying to put on size, they do keep you full for a very minimal amount of calories, which is not really our focus, but it is a core part of being healthy. So as best as you can, try to get, like a cup full of veggies every single day if you can. You can do that by putting some spinach in your protein shake. Get some frozen veggies and steam them up and eat them with your chicken and rice, whatever you want to do. Go to Emerald City Smoothie. I don't think you guys have that everywhere. We have that here in Seattle, but it's a smoothie spot. It's all organic and shit like that, but you can get it like a smoothie, that type of thing as well too. Basically, when you cook good food, it means that you're eating good food. This is another focus as well too. If you can just avoid going out and avoid takeout as often as possible, because you don't always really know what they're putting in your food when you get takeout. You don't know how many calories it is. It's hard to track it. It's also more expensive. Yes, it's convenient, but there's a lot of cons as well too. So try to cook as often as you can. Another tip that I like to teach my clients as well too is to shop mostly at the outside aisles when they're in the grocery store. This is where you're going to find all your best sources of nutrient dense foods, as well as high protein options. So this is where you're going to find the vegetables. This is where you're going to find the deli with all your meats, your fishes, or not fishes, your fishies, your fish. This is where you're going to find all your fish. The outside aisle is typically where your dairy is as well too. And for grocery stores that have a bulk section, this is where that's going to be as well too. So that's things like your bulk nuts, your bulk rice and stuff like that. You know what I'm talking about, right? Where you can just scoop out bulk amounts of stuff and weigh it out in a bag. That's what I mean. But if you do that, it makes grocery shopping easier, because in the inside aisles, typically, just for most grocery store layouts, that's where they tend to put all the garbage. That's where they tend to put all the Oreos, the chips, the sodas, everything like that's usually in the middle. So if you just shop on the outside, it makes things easier. Avoid junk food. Don't keep it in your house. Guys, if it's not in your house, you can't eat it. Doesn't really get any more simple than that. Super easy hack you can try. Literally just don't fucking buy junk food. If it's not in the house, you can't eat it. Yes, you might be tempted to go get takeout because you open the drawer and all you see is beans. Open the fridge, all you see is beef. But you're more likely to be successful with your nutrition goals if you just straight up don't have junk food in your house. All right. The next thing we're talking about is whether or not you should be bulking, cutting, or maintaining. This is the age-old question. This is the question that so many of you guys have, including yourself most likely. And it's a fair question because a lot of you guys don't know, and I'm here to explain it. So let's see. Most guys need to eat more to build muscle at some point. Unless you're an intermediate lifter, an advanced lifter, or you've been lifting for a few years already with some actual success, you're most likely going to need a bulk. If not now, probably in like the next year or so after you've done a successful cut, but eventually you're probably going to need to do a proper bulk. So if you're fat and you don't currently have any muscle, then most likely you should be cutting first and then bulking after that. If you're currently really skinny and you don't really have any muscle at all, then you should focus on bulking. If you're fat but you do have a little bit of muscle, you should probably focus on cutting a little bit before proceeding with a bulk. What you want to do if you're going to bulk is to set a proper weight limit so you don't gain too much fat and gain too much excess fat when you're bulking. Your plan and what you decide to do is going to depend on your goals and your body. So now let's talk about some pre, intra, and post-workout nutrition. This is super simple. It's not rocket science either. I make it super easy to understand because at the end of the day, it is pretty simple. So food before, during, and after workouts helps you perform and recover. It's going to be a little bit different for each one, but we'll talk about it right now. For pre-workout, usually what's going to work best is some quick carbs, a little bit of salt, and just, of course, some water. So you want to stay hydrated before, as well as during and after your workouts, of course, as well. Some examples could be things like honey, fruit, salt, caffeine, dextrose powder. Lately, I've been doing primarily caffeine and dextrose powder. Caffeine in the form of either pre-workout, an energy drink, like a pre-workout drink. Sometimes I don't do caffeine. I'll just do a little bit of dextrose powder. Sometimes I'll do a combination of both. For those of you who don't know, dextrose powder is basically carbs in its purest form, like in a powder form. And you can just mix it with your water or whatever your pre-workout drink is, and you can drink it before your workout, maybe like half an hour before. It helps to drink a little bit during your workout and kind of sip on it as well too. And getting in some dextrose powder at the end of the workout will also help bounce your energy back up to like a good baseline as well too. When it comes to intra workout, aka like during your workout or in the middle of your workout, it's just good to basically stay hydrated and take some simple sugars for energy. And like I said, dextrose powder is pretty good as well too. Examples could be things like sports drinks, fruit juice with salt, and protein shakes are pretty good too. Post-workout, pretty much just eat a normal meal with some protein in it, get some carbs in you, and electrolytes helps as well too. Good hack, of course, is just to down a protein or shake too after your workout for like just super easy, super quick nutrition. Aim for about 30 grams of protein after training. This isn't super essential. Like as long as you get your daily protein intake for the goal or for the day rather, you'll be fine. But it's just kind of a good habit because it puts you in the mindset and builds that habit and discipline of like aiming and trying to get protein throughout the day to hit your overall daily goal every single day. Now I want to talk about the Lifter's Kitchen checklist. So this is pretty much just like some essential things you should have in your kitchen or things you should get when you typically go grocery shopping. Number one is get some spices, sauces, and seasoning blends to keep your food tasty. Spices, you can get those pre-made mixes of pre-made mixes of like spices, so things like garlic, salt, Johnny's, Lawry's, like those steak seasoning blends are really good too. And then after that, get yourself some sauces, ketchup, hot sauce, spicy mayo, sriracha, barbecue sauce, whatever you're into really. Low calorie is good if you're worried about cutting weight, if you're worried about losing weight. However, if you do want to pack on some extra calories, sauces is a good way to do that. Seasoning blends, like I mentioned, Lawry's, Johnny's, whatever you're into. Get 10 pounds of your favorite protein, whether it's beef, fish, chicken, ground beef. Of course, this can be a combination as well too. Always get eggs. They're great for muscle building and they're super easy to cook. Plus, there's like 1,000 different ways to cook eggs. For a matter of fact, before recording this, I literally just had 10 scrambled eggs. Took me 3 minutes to cook. Just scramble them all into a pan. Add some seasoning, a little bit of ketchup if you're into that. Boom, easy meal. Bunch of calories, bunch of good high quality protein as well too. Get yourself some carbs, whatever carbs you're into. Typically for me, I like things like potatoes and rice, but protein pasta is another good idea as well too. You can get yourself some bread as well too. Bread's typically pretty good. Just don't get a bunch of white bread. Get some high quality whole grain bread and you'll be way better off. Honey is also good for quick carbs and flavor. You can use it as a sauce in a way, kind of throw it as a topping on things that you enjoy, like honey with your bread's pretty good. A little bit of honey on like a baked potato is not that bad. Honey on your smoothies is not bad as well either. Even dipping your beef jerky in a little bit of honey is honestly not that bad. It's all up to you. Figure it out. Healthy cooking oils. Pick whatever ones you like. as much as you can, try to avoid seed oils. Stay away from like the sunflower oil, the vegetable oil if you can. Stick to healthier options like avocado oil, coconut oil. What else? I would even say things like Pam are way better than just dousing your pan with a bunch of like vegetable oil. Don't forget olive oil as well too. I forgot to mention that. Now, frozen or canned veggies are also really good, and they're super nutritious as well too. A lot of clients I talk to think that you got to get like fresh vegetables, when in reality, typically frozen and canned veggies are just as nutritious. The only difference is that they come in a can or they're frozen. You're really just paying the extra money for the convenience of the vegetables actually being thawed and fresh and ready to go. Fresh fruit is also good, of course, for vitamins and snacks. However, if you are bulking, keep in mind that fruit tends to be a low-calorie source for when it comes to food. Is it super good for you? Yes. Is it packed with nutrients? Yes. Is it packed with vitamins? Yes. But just remember, at the end of the day, you are bulking. You are trying to put on size. So prioritize getting your calories in and your protein. And once you do that, it's okay to backfill your calories with fruit or however you choose. Canned proteins are also good. Things like tuna, chicken, beef. They're good for quick meals. You can mix them with a lot of different options. A lot of the times that I do things like eat leftover rice, I'll just crack open a canned chicken or a can of tuna and mix it in there and like stir fry it a little bit. Or I'll even do the same thing when I eat eggs. Like I'll put some canned tuna or canned chicken in my eggs. Yes, it sounds a little gross, but honestly, I'm not picky and I don't mind it. If you haven't tried it, don't knock it. Give it a shot first. See if you like it. If it's not your thing, then just obviously stick to fresh sources of protein like ground beef, fish, chicken, eggs, whatever it is you're into. So now I want to talk about some easy meathead meals. So these all have a focus on being super easy to cook, not a bunch of prep, ideally not a bunch of ingredients as well too, just because my entire philosophy behind Muscle Method and how we like to teach nutrition is if you're into cooking, then by all means, cook as complicated as fancy meals as you like. But if you're not into cooking, it's okay to like simplify things and just stick to a few core ingredients and just cook super basic meals. It's really all about preference, and that's our entire philosophy. It's about customizing your diet, nutrition, your training with whatever is most sustainable and most enjoyable for you. Because at the end of the day, if it's sustainable, you're going to keep doing it. However, if it's ass and it sucks and you hate it, you're not going to do it. So eat foods you like, cook foods you like, and everything else becomes easy. So learn to cook well to make eating right simple. We got a couple tips here. Like one, you can marinate your meat to add flavor and keep it juicy. Marinate however you like. My wife likes to throw our steaks in with like soy sauce, garlic, and lemon, and it's pretty bomb once you let it marinate for the day and cook it that night or cook it the day after. Don't forget to also batch cook and freeze your meals to save time. This is a big one if you're not a huge cook like myself. Personally, I like to get either when it comes to freezing, I typically freeze like chicken or ground beef. So I'll get a bunch of ground beef. I'll batch cook it all at once. I will literally cook 10 pounds of ground beef all at once, and I have to fit it into like 4 pans because we don't have the biggest pans. But the point is that I cook it all in one day. It takes me like 30 to 40 minutes to prep it, cook it, freeze it, and it's all ready for the entire week. And then as I need it, as I need those calories, as I need that protein, I just take it out to thaw, or I even speed defrost it in the microwave if I need it right away and forget to take like a container of frozen beef out. Use pre-made spice blends to make cooking faster. We talked about spice blends earlier, but just don't forget, throw it on your meat, throw it on your any type of food you eat, and it makes seasoning easy. Choose sauces that fit your goals. I kind of mentioned this a little bit, but choose low-calorie sauces like hot sauce or ketchup if you're like worried about cutting, if you're getting too many calories in. However, if you need more calories, it's okay to do more high-calorie dense sauces like barbecue. Ranch is really dense, not the best for you, but it is really dense. So it's just an easier way to get calories, or it's an easier way to also add flavor without adding too many calories. A meat thermometer is also helpful to make sure that you cook your meat perfectly every time. Honestly, I don't have a meat thermometer. We used to have one, but I didn't really use it in the first place. And that's just because I'm not picky. I would eyeball my doneness for all of my food. And I didn't mind if I burned it. I didn't mind if it was a little bit too raw, so I would just eat it anyway. But that's just because I'm not picky. However, if you do care about your steak being cooked to the perfect doneness, or your chicken being not having the chances of giving you salmonella, then by all means, get a thermometer. They're just a few bucks. You can also try cooking with an air fryer or stove for easy, fast meals. Air fryer is a good hack. I'm sure a lot of you have an air fryer by now. I'm sure you have an air fryer by now, right? You can throw all types of food in the air fryer, to be honest. Like I cook steaks in the air fryer, chicken in the air fryer. I've put vegetables in the air fryer a bunch of times. It's basically an oven, so literally throw whatever you want in there, test it out, experiment, try new recipes, and you'll slowly start to figure out like recipes and ideas that work for yourself that make cooking, nutrition, and diet all super easy. Another cool thing is to keep your kitchen stocked with good tools and ingredients. So it's really just the core basics, like an air fryer, like I mentioned. You better have a microwave unless you're a crazy person. Microwave is like a kitchen essential. Get a good pan, a good nonstick pan. A good pot will help as well too. Some others, like other good ones that aren't really essential, I would say would be like a steamer or a big pot that you can boil things in. I would get a couple flat pans for like cooking salmon in the oven and stuff like that. Maybe a deep dish pan would help as well too. I would say at least one good, really sharp kitchen knife would help. And then obviously like a couple of like this is how bad of a cook I am. I don't even know what the things are called. Like what are those? Like a cooking spoon, like a big wooden spoon or a big plastic spoon. One of those, that way you can cook your food. Okay. I'm not a cook. I'm not a chef. I just care about gains. I care about nutritious food. I keep it simple. Okay. I'm not a chef. So don't get mad at me if I don't know what the spoon is called. Next is to experiment with different cooking styles to find what you like. Some of you could be into using the stove. Some of you could be into raw foods like vegetables and shit, or like salads. Some of you could be into grilling. Like if you like to barbecue, that's awesome too. Some of you could be in smoking, stir fry. Like it's all up to you. Figure out what your interests are when it comes to food. Figure out your likes and dislikes and just stick to that. Like I said, our entire philosophy behind Muscle Method is sustainability and choosing things that you actually enjoy. So now I'm going to go over a few recipes here. I'm going to go through these really quick because I don't want to talk about every single one, and it's not like there's not really a whole lot to talk about. These are all good recipes. They all taste bomb. They're all super good. They all don't require like a bunch of ingredients and stuff like that. So I'll go through them quickly, but at the end, if you like them, just screenshot it and I'll give you a little bit of time to screenshot. So garlic lemon chicken. Marinate your chicken breast with lemon juice, garlic, salt, and pepper. Cook in a pan or air fryer until juicy and cooked through. You can serve it with steamed rice or steamed or frozen vegetables. Pasta is good with this too. Batch cook extra portions and freeze for quick meals. You can add some hot sauce or your favorite seasoning for extra flavor. So that's it. If you want to screenshot this one, here it is. Next one is easy beef and veggie stir fry. This is a really good one too. Super easy. Slice lean beef thin and marinate with soy sauce and garlic. If you don't want to slice your beef, ground beef works okay with this as well too. And honestly, any type of protein is fine with this. You can even make this work with fish. I've done it. Stir fry beef in a hot pan until browned. Add frozen or fresh veggies like broccoli, bell peppers, and carrots. Onion's pretty good too in this. Cook until the veggies are tender but still crisp. Serve with rice or protein pasta. Make extra and freeze for easy meals later as well too. Sorry, let me go back in case you guys want to screenshot this. Here you go. 3, 2, 1, boom. All right, next. Next thing is one pan salmon and sweet potatoes. Season salmon with salt, pepper, and your favorite spices. Cut sweet potatoes into cubes and toss with olive oil and salt. Go ahead and bake your salmon and sweet potatoes together on one pan, 400 degrees for about 20 to 25 minutes. This is where a meat thermometer would help. Add frozen green beans or broccoli in the last 10 minutes, or any vegetables will work too. Potatoes are potatoes are in the recipe, but potatoes are good. Green beans, broccoli, onions, and carrots are good in this as well too. Bell pepper is not that bad with this either. Serve it hot and enjoy a quick balanced meal. Super easy, not that bad. Make extra to freeze for fast meals later. Don't forget this also works with other fish, like it's good with tilapia, and tilapia is good with this as well too. Turkey and rice power bowl, pretty similar to the beef stir fry. Cook your ground turkey with favorite spices. Cook rice or protein pasta as a base. Steam or microwave the frozen veggies like peas and carrots. Like, see, I'm super simple. I like things as easy as possible. Sometimes you don't even need to throw your veggies in the pan. Just like literally steam them in the microwave. Mix your turkey, rice, and veggies in a bowl. Add a splash of low sodium soy sauce or regular soy sauce if you could use the calories, and even some hot sauce if you're into that. Make extra and save for quick meals. Boom, that's another one. Another one is simple. Oh, let me go back. You guys want a screenshot? Here you go. Boom, there you go. Simple egg and veggie scramble. Crack 3-4 eggs into a bowl and whisk. Or if you want really big protein and really big calories, you can do like 10 or 12 eggs like I do. Just to throw this in there, I used to eat like 30 eggs in one sitting. Chop your veggies like spinach, peppers, and onions. Cook your veggies in a pan until they're soft. Pour your eggs over veggies and scramble until cooked. Serve with whole grain toast or fruit on the side. This is quick and easy and packed with protein and nutrients. If you want this to be even faster, sometimes I don't even bother with whisking my eggs. I'll literally just chop my veggies, get my veggies cooked, and I'll just crack the raw eggs straight into the pan. I honestly can't tell a difference between whether or not you whisk it or don't. I think it comes out a little bit more, the egg scramble is a little bit more even throughout. I think if you crack it directly in the pan, you get more chunks, but honestly, dude, I don't care. I just eat for the gains. I don't eat for the flavor as much. Chicken and quinoa power salad. Cook chicken breast with your favorite spices. Cook quinoa as your healthy grain base. Chop your fresh veggies. Cucumber, tomato, and bell peppers are really good for this one. Feel free to mix in your chicken, quinoa, and veggies in a bowl. Add a drizzle of olive oil and lemon juice for flavor. Olive oil is packed with a ton of calories, and it's not that bad for you as well either. Make extra to keep in the fridge for quick meals. 3, 2, 1. There's your screenshot. Let's go to the next one. The next one is about beef and sweet potatoes in a skillet. So cook your lean ground beef in a skillet until browned. Peel and cube sweet potatoes. Even leave the skin on if you want. Then add them to the skillet. Cook everything together until sweet potatoes are soft. White potatoes and yellow potatoes work well in this as well too. I just think sweet potatoes have a little bit more protein. Season with salt, pepper, and your favorite spices. Add frozen green beans or spinach near the end to cook. You want your veggies to be like cooked, but you don't want them to be soft. You want them to have like that crisp crunch to them still. Make extra and safe for quick muscle building meals. I'll let you screenshot. 3, 2, 1. Tuna and bean mussel salad. This one's super simple. Not the best tasting, but still good for you, and I don't mind it every once in a while if I have like no other choice. Mix your canned tuna with canned beans for protein powder. Add chopped veggies like celery, onions, and bell peppers. You can use olive oil and lemon juice for flavor. You can eat it cold or warm it up if you like. It's really up to you. This one's super fast. It's great for a quick meal or snack on the go. Like it's literally takes you like a second. It's easy to make, and it's packed with muscle fuel as well too. Now, panic meals. I'm going to explain what panic meals are. They're pretty much exactly what they sound like. Panic meals are for when you're short on time, and basically they can save the day. They're quick, they're easy, and they're fast to eat. Basically, panic meals are things that involve like little or no prep, barely any cooking, if any at all. And they're still like somewhat good for you compared to like, I don't know, eating a bunch of candy or like a Rice Krispie treat that you just happen to have in your drawer, or a bunch of Doritos or something like that. So they're not the best nutrition, but exactly like I said, they're better than just eating junk food. Some examples could be like canned salmon with spicy mayo and rice. Not gonna lie, this is bomb as hell. It's way better than grabbing Pop-Tarts or, for example, like just a bunch of sugary cereal and milk. Keep a few ready for busy or crazy days. So panic meals are super good. If you can't like memorize like a few of your core favorite ones, what helps is to have them like, I used to have a bunch of like super simple recipes in my phone as notes, and it was all using like ingredients that I had at the house. And then I would even reference this list of recipes when going shopping, so I could buy some of the reoccurring ingredients that were on my list. That way, if I ever needed to make panic meals that were super easy, since I'm like not a great cook and I'm super lazy when it comes to cooking, I can make nice and easy, quick things like this. So now let's go over a couple panic meal recipes that you guys can refer to. If you guys want, feel free to screenshot this too and just save it in your phone. Peanut butter on whole grain bread, of course, or even crackers. Add a little bit of jelly and you'll get some extra calories as well too. Protein shakes mixed with water or milk. Or if you're super lazy like me, spend a little bit extra money and just get the pre-made protein shakes. Those taste better in my opinion. Greek yogurt with honey and frozen berries. Super bomb, super amazing. Personally, berries are really good, but this tastes even better with pineapple, I would say. Pre-cooked rotisserie chicken with microwaved veggies. This is a really good one. Go to Costco. They're like $5 for a rotisserie chicken. I've even seen people buy like 2 or 3 at a time. And if you're Filipino, if you're Asian like me, you'll probably end up eating this with rice, not vegetables. Instant oatmeal with protein powder mixed in. This one's really good, but be careful with how much protein powder you put in. If you put in too much, it gets like easily really chalky, really fast, to the point where it's like not edible. It's just super shitty, super gross. I would start with like half a scoop, mix it in, give it a taste, see what it's like. To make this even better, if you're like into sweets, like you could use a chocolate protein powder. Add in like a little bit of drizzle of honey. You could add chocolate chips, let it melt. I used to like doing like oatmeal, a little bit of protein powder. I would even do things like blueberries and even like a little bit of chocolate syrup, like Hershey syrup, and throw that in the microwave, mix it all up. It comes out like a chocolate dessert. Like it's really bomb. Just like I said though, be careful with how much protein you put in it because you don't want it to be too chalky. So let me go back just in case you want a screenshot. That's the last of them. If you guys are looking for more recipes, just drop a comment in the comments below and I'll hit you guys up with some more recipes. So now I want to talk about takeout and why takeout is bound to happen. Guys, look, life happens. Work runs late. You guys got social events. Or sometimes you're just lazy and you don't feel like cooking. It happens to all of us. We all suffer from going out for the occasional takeout here and there. It's okay, but I'll tell you right now, there's ways to work around it to still make it work, still get your gains, and still stay healthy. The cool thing about takeout, of course, is that it's super easy. It's convenient. Ordering food takes 2 minutes versus prepping an entire meal from scratch, which could take you like 30 minutes at the minimum. Social pressure. Sometimes you go out with your friends. You go out with dates. You go out to family dinners. And it's super awkward if you just don't order anything. Like it's weird to just sit there and not have order anything and then have to explain yourself about your bulking goals or your cutting goals or whatever it may be. There's ways to get around this. Of course, you can, if you're cutting, you can order something light, order a salad. If you are bulking, and it's a little bit easier because you're still going to eat. But at that point, don't be afraid to order like an extra entree. During my bulking phases, I would definitely order more food than everyone else at the table. I would sometimes get 2 entrees, or I would get an entree and an appetizer, or I would finish my meal and my wife's meal simultaneously. So that's okay too. Just get over it. Like, who cares about other people? Like, literally just focus on yourself, focus on your own goals. That's all that matters. If they don't like it, then who the fuck cares? Mental recharge. Takeout's also great because it's a break from cooking and it can help you stay consistent long term actually, because if you're not a fan of cooking like I am, the last thing you want to do is cook all 52 weeks of the year every single day. So it's okay to get takeout here and there. Like I said, it's a good way to get a mental recharge and take a mental break from actually just cooking in the kitchen all the time. Plus, it's honestly really fun to go out to social gatherings and eat with your friends, eat with family, eat with your significant other. Like, we're all people. Yes, consistency is important. Yes, it's like important to stay disciplined and dialed in. But every once in a while, it's good to just get a break, relax, take that little hit of like progress of, you lost a little bit of progress just because you went out, but who cares? Like, we're going to bounce back harder, and taking breaks is healthy. And I would say it's more beneficial for your long-term like net benefit of your goals. So now let's talk about a few takeout strategies for skinny guys who are bulking. One thing you can do is double up on protein. You can ask for extra chicken, extra beef, extra steak, or extra fish. Oftentimes, unless you're a brokey, they don't really charge that much for like extra serving of protein. Like, I don't know, I think if you go to Chipotle, it's like $3-4 to add another serving of meat. If you go to like a restaurant, it doesn't cost that much extra to get like extra meat as well either. Another thing you can do is pick calorie dense sides. So get things like rice, potatoes, breads, or pasta over vegetables if you need more calories. A lot of places offer you a choice for your side. So if you can opt for the choice that is more calorie dense. And then if they don't offer it, typically if you ask, they will give you the okay and they'll just upcharge you a little bit. So don't be afraid to ask if they don't initially mention it when you're ordering your food. Don't fear the sauce. Creamy or oily sauces are extra calories and it's perfect for bulking. However, if you are watching this and you're still a natty guy, but maybe you're a little bit bigger and you're cutting, don't forget that sauces are an easy way to add on a bunch of calories. Just for example, if you're a fan of McDonald's and you get the ranch packets, I swear to God, I think one of those is like around 200 calories just for the one packet of ranch. So go easy on the sauce if you're fat. However, if you're skinny, add a little extra sauce. Eat the whole thing. No half now, half later. If you guys want to get big, you got to eat big. I know it sucks. A lot of people try to create like these tactics and these hacks around eating and like these cool like secret tactics for like getting in your calories without eating a whole lot. But at the end of the day, guys, like day in and day out, you're pretty much just going to have to eat. Yes, some of these tactics and some of these hacks work for getting more calories, but if you just get used to eating in a surplus, get used to eating more food than your body needs. It gets way easier, I promise you. This only applies if you're like not an absolute glutton like I am. For me, eating food is easy. In fact, sometimes it's kind of a difficult thing I struggle with. Bulking for me is 10 times easier than it is for cutting because I absolutely love food. But like I said, a little bit of practice, you'll get better. And eating that caloric surplus every single day gets easier. So another thing you can do is order a side dish as well. If you get a burger, add some fries. If you get stir fries, or if you order stir fry, you can always ask for extra rice as well too. Milkshakes and smoothies count. If available, grab one for dessert. Liquid calories are easy wins. Guys, milkshakes have tons and tons and tons of calories in them. You can pack in an easy 600 to an easy 1,000 calories if you order a milkshake with your dinner. The only thing I recommend is like keep in mind that it's not the most healthy thing, and you are putting typically you are putting garbage in your body, and your performance is going to suffer a little bit from that. But at the end of the day, we're bulking. We're out at social gatherings, like I said. We're out with friends, family, significant others. It's okay to have a little bit of fun. Order a milkshake, get a smoothie, get your calories in, bulk up. Then if you get a little bit too fat, don't forget we set a weight limit so that you don't get too fat and you can worry about cutting. Know your go-to bulk spots: Chipotle with double meat, Five Guys with extra toppings, Thai curry with an extra side of rice on top of your initial side of rice. Blah, blah, blah. This applies to everybody. These spots are some of my favorites, but for you, you'll probably have different ones. I know a lot of people do like Chipotle, but pick a couple spots that you're into and figure out like your go-to order for those spots. Now, let's talk about some bulk takeout hacks. What you can do is you can order 2 to 3 servings at once, eat one now, save the rest for tomorrow. This is always good because it saves you one more like step to not have to cook if you're lazy like I am, like I said, when it comes to cooking. So order a little bit extra food, save the rest for dinner or save the rest for the day after. Prioritize calorie-dense sides. Fried rice is better than steamed rice. Naan is better than plain bread. And pasta is always going to be better than salad. So as you bulk and as you start to do this for longer periods of time, you'll start to like mentally recognize which foods are higher calorie as you just get used to tracking your foods. You get used to ordering at places with the intent of ordering higher calorie like options. You'll start to get an idea of just kind of being able to eyeball and guess which food is going to be more high calorie for you. And it just gets easier and easier with time. Double the protein in your order. I mentioned this earlier, but you can always ask for extra meat, extra eggs, or even extra cheese. Sauce, secret way to get more calories. Keep the high calorie ones. Peanut sauce, Alfredo sauce, mayo-based sauce like spicy mayo, or even mayo in itself is super high calorie. Then you can also rotate 3 to 4 go-to spots. That way you don't get bored. I mean, I could probably go to Chipotle every single day, but can I maintain that for 3-4 years in a row? Maybe not. Maybe I could. Don't challenge me. I probably could do it. Another cool tip is that you can pre-log your meals in MyFitnessPal so you know if it hits your target before actually ordering. Now, next, and I believe this is the final habit, I want to talk about lowering your stress as well as getting better sleep. So, before I get started, stress is super important. I think I mentioned this a bit earlier in the course. The higher stressed your body is, and the more stressed you are as a person in general, typically the worse your performance is going to be. And like I said, your performance isn't just going to be bad in the gym. It's going to be bad in your overall life. The more stressed you are, you're going to get shittier sleep. You're going to have shittier energy. You're going to have shittier conversations with your friends and family. So as best as you can, try to lower your stress as much as possible, and your body will perform better, not just in the gym, but outside of the gym as well too. So now let's talk about a couple of ways you can do that. For one, get rid of your phone and turn down all the lights before bed. And this will help set your circadian rhythm like in a good pattern of getting you ready to fall asleep every single night. Keep your room dark. Keep it as cool as possible. Keep it quiet. If you can't keep it quiet, get a white noise machine. Get them on Amazon for $20-$30. They basically just make cool noises like ocean, rain, fan noise, things like that. You've probably heard of them. Avoid water 3 hours before bed and use the bathroom before bed. we all know how much it sucks to like have to wake up and pee at night. It disturbs your sleep. You got to wake up. You got to find the bathroom in the night. A lot of us keep the lights off. So what I found helped a lot for me as well as for my clients was to just stop drinking water 3 hours before bed, even 4 hours if you can manage it. But still make sure to hydrate really well throughout the day and drink your gallon of water throughout the day. But try to do that before your 3 hour period before bed, because then you're stuck trying to slam in a bunch of water just to stay hydrated. That's something I used to struggle with as well too. So now I try to pound my gallon of water before that 3 hour mark. Another thing is, of course, just to chill out. And chill out however is best for you. Read, stretch, walk around, watch TV. If you do watch TV, turn the brightness down, even turn the volume down a little bit. Pretty much the less stimulation you can get for your brain, the better it's going to be for when it comes to like trying to fall asleep. If you do watch something, don't watch anything productive. Like don't watch a fucking CEO interview on how to build up your business. Watch things that are stupid and dumb and require low brain energy and focus, like Family Guy, Rick and Morty, dumb cartoons, basically things that are like things that are like just fun, entertaining, but not like super stimulating and like gonna fire up your brain before bed. Magnesium and melatonin can also supplement your ability to fall asleep. 5 milligrams to like 10 milligrams of melatonin will do wonders for helping you to fall asleep. But if you do take melatonin, just make sure you like put your phone away, because they fight each other. If you take melatonin, it's going to make you tired. But if you keep your phone with you and you're like watching YouTube before bed with like a bright screen, it's going to keep you awake. So if you do one, make sure you get rid of the other. And last but not least, do not forget that higher quality sleep is going to equal higher quality recovery, which is going to equal more muscle growth in the end. And don't forget that at the very minimum, you should be getting 8 hours of sleep per night. If you can get 8, 9, 10, or 11, that's even better. So now I want to talk about habits that last. So first off is do things you actually enjoy, whether it's hobbies, music, friends, or work that stimulates you and fulfills you. Pick things you actually enjoy, and you kind of want to pick like whatever habits you have outside of the gym. Try to make them relevant to the gym as well too. If you're like super deep into this and you really want the best chances of really good gains, like don't build a habit of like running marathons if you're trying to bulk, because although running marathons may be super, super healthy and like a super awesome feat and super challenging, it's going to be really hard to bulk up when you're running a marathon every single weekend. You know what I mean? So rather than running a marathon, maybe you have a hobby of running and not running as in terms of marathon. Maybe you go on a jog here and there with your friends. So see how that's a little bit better for your ultimate goal of bulking. Like for me, I still love to get my cardio in, but I don't run. Like I hate running. What I do instead is I play basketball. And I play basketball because I grew up playing basketball and I love it. And no matter how often I try to give it up, I always come back to playing basketball. And yes, it makes my gains suffer a little bit, but it also keeps my mental state happy, keeps my stress low. I love it. And in the end of the day, it increases my cardio, increases my cardiovascular endurance, makes me a healthier person. And that will translate into the gym as well, even if it makes me suffer at being a little bit more sore when I go to the gym. Another thing is to start small so you don't burn out. So whatever hobby you get into, if it's something new and you're not really used to it, start out small and build up over time. Add one habit at a time, so don't add too many things at once. These small wins are what's going to build momentum, and momentum is going to be the best thing for your training, fitness, and nutrition. So now I want to talk about some habits that are related to fitness, diet, and health. Pretty much these habits will like kind of supplement your training like I mentioned earlier. For one, make sure you get your sleep every single night. That's going to boost your recovery, your hormones, as well as your focus. Drink like a gallon of water every single day. Try to incorporate daily walks. Once you start doing this, you'll build the habit of walking and you'll start walking more and more. If you can, eat protein with every single meal. This just helps you hit your protein goal every single day and keeps you focused on hitting your protein goal every single day. Track your workouts and track your progress. This one's super important. It keeps your training intentional, and if you're not tracking your workouts, you're not actually tracking your growth, which means you can't track if you're getting stronger. And don't forget that getting stronger is one of the core essentials for actually building muscle. If you're just going in the gym, getting a pump, you're not ever going to grow. You need to actually send signals to your body to actually grow muscle, and those signals have to come from like your muscles requiring you to like lift more weight. Stretch or mobility routine. This is a really good habit you can pick up as well too. I know a lot of you guys, maybe yourself, you don't like stretching, but it's really good for you, and it'll also increase your performance in the gym. Basically, the more flexible you are, the deeper you can go into positions, which means like if you're more flexible, typically you'll have a deeper squat. And if you have a deeper squat, you're basically getting more bang for your buck out of like a squat exercise. Limit processed foods. This is a good one. Basically just overall more healthy for you. Don't eat shit. Don't put shit in your body. Simple as that. Here's some other habit example as well too. Meal prepping once a week. This is going to save you a lot of time and support your diet goals as well too. Reduce screen time before bed. Maybe like an hour, I would say. If you can, stay off your phone, stay off your tablet, stay off your TV. Instead, pick up a book or pick up a Kindle and turn on like the backlight on the Kindle, because I forget what the technology is, but it's like even though it's lit up, I think it's because it's not blue light. It's not keeping your brain awake. Practice stress management. However you may do that, anything's okay. Just pick whatever works best for you. Meditation, breathing, journaling. This is going to lower your cortisol and improve your recovery as well too. Strength train 2 to 4 times a week. This is going to build muscle, increase your metabolism. Read nutrition labels. This one's a good one. If you're unfamiliar with counting your calories and you're not really sure, or you're not really good at eyeballing foods yet, just read as many nutrition labels as you can whenever you buy groceries or go shopping or buy food or whatever. And you start to get an idea. Like myself now, I've been counting calories on and off for like 10, 15 years. So it's super easy for me to like look at a food on the shelf at the grocery store, and I can guess within like 100, 200 calories, sometimes even really close, like how many calories something is. If it's something like a candy bar or like a pre-made protein shake or something like a protein bar, I can get within like 5 or 10, even 20 calories pretty consistently. So it just takes time, it takes practice. It's a really good skill to have, because there's going to be times where you can't really track your food or you're too lazy to track it on your phone. So keep healthy snacks visible. Put your fruit out, put your veggies in the like super visible in the fridge, like on the top shelf, or like don't hide them in the drawer and stuff like that. I mentioned earlier that if you want to eat less junk food, just don't fucking buy it. Don't have it in the house. But if you do have it and you know you're trying to cut it out, or maybe like you have someone else in the house or someone else in the family who enjoys junk food, if you can, just hide it, put it away where you won't see it, and that'll make your decision making a little bit easier. Schedule your workouts like meetings. This is something that really helped with me. I used to like, even though I was pretty disciplined and pretty consistent about hitting my workout days, what made it even easier and made myself even more disciplined, and this is something I think you should implement as well too, is schedule your workouts in your calendar. I have my intensity day and my volume day scheduled every single week at the right time, and I even have reminders on my phone as well as my calendar app, Google Calendar, to remind me. I have a reminder for like 2 days before my workout, 1 day before my workout, a couple hours before my workout, and then I have one like that reminds me an hour before my workout. So I'm constantly getting reminded that I have my workout, even though I know I'm not going to miss it. I'm not going to forget about it because it's only 2 workouts per week. But having those reminders and those like visual cues on my phone really help like remind me throughout the week like why I'm doing this. It's just honestly really motivational. I think it's something you should implement as well too. Plus, it's super easy to set up. Like, there's not a lot of work involved. So, now, let's talk about hobbies that help you get fit and stay healthy. These are basically just some hobbies that, if you need some hobbies and you're looking for some ideas, these are ones that you can incorporate that are going to be, like, fitness-oriented, and they're going to, like I mentioned earlier, kind of supplement your fitness training and nutrition as well too. So you could do things like hiking, build stamina, burn calories, reduce stress. You can do cooking. Like if you're into cooking, it wouldn't hurt to keep practicing cooking and maintain the habit of cooking, because if you can cook really good food and you can cook really good food that like aligns with your goals, like with your calorie intake and your protein intake, then like nutrition and diet become super easy. I struggle with cooking because like I cook all the same foods all the time, which is okay. Like I don't mind it. Like I'm not super picky, but every once in a while I get bored and I want something new, and I'm not the best cook, so I have to like learn a new recipe, you know? So if you're a really good cook, then it should come easy to you. Dancing, this is fun cardio, helps with your coordination. It's really social as well too. Martial arts, boxing, MMA, it's going to give you some power, work on your strength, build a lot of endurance, help with your confidence as well too. Sports, this is my choice. I mainly play basketball. Basketball, soccer, football, tennis is going to help with your cardio, agility, and teamwork. Hunting and fishing, patience, outdoor activity. It's a good source of protein because you can take the fish home. Photography / outdoor exploration. This one's cool too because, you know, it's not really super fitness or like health oriented, but in a way it is because you're walking around. If you're doing photography at nature, you're typically hiking. If you're doing like urban photography, you're probably walking around, like doing a bunch of different, walking around a bunch of different spots and stuff like that too. So this one's pretty cool. Cycling, low impact cardio. You can either do the stationary bike or you can hop on the road and bike down the street. Rock climbing / bouldering. This will really improve your grip strength, and it's tough for the whole body. This one's pretty fatiguing. It's pretty tough on the body, but it's really, really good for you. And it will blow up your forearms and your grip like crazy. If you don't believe me, look at like some of the best rock climbers and look at the meat and the muscle in their hands. And also look at their forearms. Usually they have pretty good physiques when it comes to their forearms and their hands. Obstacle course, boot camp training, functional strength, endurance. Surrounding yourself with gains. This one's an important one. You want to create the right environment as a natural lifter. We are already at a slight disadvantage, if you could even call it that, if you look at it that way. I try not to, but it's the honest truth. We can't grow, we can't recover, and we can't build muscle as quickly as compared to those guys who are on gear can. But that's not always a disadvantage because in the end of the day, we're doing this for life. We're doing this to be healthy. We're working out to be healthy, not just to look good. We do want to look good when we're naked, of course. So there's a lot of pros to natural bodybuilding as well too, obviously. But creating the right environment is something that can really supplement your gains and make gains easier for you. One thing you can do is mirror successful natty lifters. So these are a couple of the guys that I like watching. You can find them on YouTube. They produce really good content, a lot of really good information, and a lot of these guys are like they've been in the game for a long time, and they have lots of experience, and they really know what they're talking about. These are just a couple ones you can follow. You can check out Jeff Nippard. Really great production, really awesome scripting for his videos. The editing is crazy. It's really good. Alex Leonidas, he is a long time natural lifter. He competed in powerlifting. Dude is crazy strong. Amazing physique as well too. And he really values like weighted calisthenics. So things like weighted pull-ups, weighted dips, like ring workouts. Really strong dude, really knowledgeable. He is the one who inspired my full body 2 times a week training. Bald Omni-Man, this is a new one that I've been watching, so I can't say too much about him, but I've probably seen about 10 hours worth of content from him. His stuff is amazing. I believe he's a coach, but if you check out his content, it's really just straight to the point, not a bunch of editing, which is a good thing. It's a good thing sometimes because it's just straight facts. It's just straight knowledge. He's just dropping straight game. He's not like trying to like sneakily grab your attention with a bunch of cool editing and shit like that. It's just straight knowledge. And he's actually what inspired me to create this long form video for you guys and for you. Dr. Mike Israetel, he was a longtime natty, and I forget the exact weight, but he built up to a crazy heavy, like straight muscle physique. Not super lean, but he got really bulky and really husky and built a ton of muscle and a ton of strength. And then eventually hopped on gear and got super shredded. Now he's a bodybuilder. I believe he once competed in powerlifting. Don't quote me on that. I know he practices jujitsu. He's also a doctor, and he's also the creator and I think one of the co-founders for the RP Hypertrophy app. His stuff's really good. It's all science-based, straight facts. Pretty much everything he teaches you is coming from either years and years and years of personal experience or lots and lots of really good proven studies and well-done research. So he's really good as well too. And even though he's now on gear, he still teaches stuff that applies to both natties and people on gear as well too. And he'll typically inform you if the stuff he's talking about is going to be better suited for guys on gear or guys who are natty. So feel free to check out all of these guys' content. They all have amazing stuff. There's plenty of others out there, like Eric Bugenhagen's another one of my favorites, but I just didn't have time to mention all of them, and I don't want to talk about all of them because there's so many great guys out there. Another thing you can do is ask questions daily. What can I do today to be more like these guys? And now your set or your couple of guys that you want to follow may not be the same dudes, but whoever you end up picking, try to figure out ways that you can like implement things in your life that will make you more like these guys. Like Alex is super consistent. Bald Omni Man is like super into calisthenics. Like Jeff Nippert is like super scientific about his training. Same thing with like Dr. Mike Israel. Like, can you implement some of those things in your own training in your own life as well too? Building your lifter IQ, fix what isn't helping your goals. Basically, lifter IQ comes with experience and basically consuming content and consuming knowledge over a long period of time. Like I've mentioned a couple times throughout this course, I've been a natty lifter for the past 15 years or so, and I've been researching this topic pretty heavily with about a decade's worth of research. And now I take all this experience and all this information and I teach people how they can achieve similar results that I've gotten. And lifter IQ is not just going to come instantaneously, but it will come after, increasing your total gym time and consuming like knowledge around this stuff. Like if you're really into it, you'll spend time watching YouTube, you'll listen to podcasts, you'll watch documentaries, you'll read books, etc., etc. And now all that stuff isn't necessary, but it definitely helps. But the more you learn, the more you adapt, and the more you adapt from your issues and obstacles, the higher your lifter IQ is going to get. And you'll get better at recognizing what you can fix in your training, what you can fix in your diet, what you can fix in your nutrition, etc., etc. And then don't forget to it's 2025. If you don't know what to do, you can always ask somebody in the gym who's big, who looks like they know what they're talking about. Or it's super easy to hop on Instagram, ask somebody else. You can always ask me, hit me up on Insta or drop a comment on a video. Or as I was going to say, it is 2025. It takes you 2 seconds to hop on ChatGPT and ask it for help. Entering the flow state in your training and in your life. Once you've started to incorporate all of these things, you surround yourself, if you can't physically surround yourself with the Jeff Nippert types of people, if you don't have those type of people at the gym or you don't have friends who are lifting coaches and stuff like that, the very least you could do is replace your stupid shitty TikTok feed and Instagram feed with dumb brain rot content, and try to replace your algorithm with content that's actually beneficial towards you. So education, training, nutrition, or financials if you're trying to work on your business or whatever it may be. Basically surround yourself with a creative environment around yourself that is directed and aligned with making you a better person, increasing whatever skills you may need, or just basically create more chances for you to grow as a person and become a better person, and everything becomes easier. Once you start doing that and you start to question yourself daily, figure out what you can do to be better, you start building your lifter IQ, you'll slowly start to enter in that flow state where you get into a nice groove, you get into this nice pattern, this nice forget it. You get into this nice groove, this nice flow state in your training where you're just consistently making progress. You're hitting every workout. You're PRing consistently. You're hitting your calories consistently. You're hitting your protein consistently. You're making tremendous progress in the gym. And once you enter that flow state, it's going to be amazing. I have seen some of my best lifts and best gains and best strength gains by doing being consistent for months and months and months in a row, and eventually getting into that flow state where everything just becomes natural. Everything becomes easy. That's exactly what you want to aim for as well too. Last but not least is to make friends or join a community with the same fitness goals. So this is a super good hack. It's a super good cheat, super good easy way to speed up the progress for your gains. And how you can do this is basically like make friends with people who have success in the realm that you want to be in. So in other words, since you're watching this, you're probably a skinny guy. You're probably working on building muscle. Maybe you've been struggling with a little bit on how to build muscle. Maybe you're a little lost. Maybe your friends make fun of you for being skinny. Maybe your aunties and uncles make fun of you for being skinny. Maybe girls aren't interested in you because you're skinny and you have no muscle. So if you want to get rid of that, if you want to fix that issue and start building muscle and you want to do it quickly, then like make friends with guys who are super swole. Be friends with the guys at the gym who, although may look intimidating because they're so strong and huge, I guarantee you they're willing to help you if you just be nice to them, talk to them, and be friends with them. A lot of those guys will happily share their knowledge with you because, to be honest, they all started in the same spot as you did. They all started skinny, and what you can do is you can leverage their years of experience in the gym, in the kitchen, with their diet, their training, etc. And they can basically give you like the core bullet points or like the core, the 10-minute rundown of how everything they learned over the years they can just teach to you in a few minutes. Other things you can do is join communities, whether that be in person, like you work out as a group with people, or say you hop in a school community with a bunch of like skinny guys who are all trying to build muscle, or Discord groups, Reddit groups, Facebook groups. There's even like YouTube channel groups, I believe. There's like Instagram broadcast channels where you can be like around other lifters. Just basically surround yourself with other winners, and that success will start rubbing off on you. So next we're going to talk about finding your why and why that's important. Know why you want to build muscle. Is it looks, strength, confidence, health? Knowing these things is going to make your entire fitness journey simpler. It's going to make it easier. And when you find your why, you have that clear goal in your head for like why you're even going to the gym. Why are you doing this? Like, why are you going to the grocery store and spending money on food? And like, why are you taking time out of your life to be like prepping meals and stretching? And you could be doing any other thing in the world. You could be playing video games. You could be fucking around. You could be talking to girls. But why are you deciding to go to the gym instead? As much as you can, make it personal. Don't just copy someone else's reason. Write it down and review it often to stay consistent. This is a good hack. For me, like I'm at my desk all the time. I'm at my computer all the time. So what I like to do is I take my computer wallpaper and I write down all my like big goals on my computer wallpaper that I see it, or that way I see it every single day. If you don't have something like that, you could have like a sticky note on your mirror or like change your phone wallpaper. Anything like that should be fun. What you want to do is let your why guide your daily habits and training. Your why fuels motivation when you feel lazy or tired. It's kind of a good reminder for, like it says here, when your energy is lacking, you can always refer to your why as a sudden boost in motivation, and it'll kind of remind you like why you're doing this, why you're taking all this time to, put in all this effort in the first place. Now, effective goal setting. When we set goals, especially in Muscle Method, what I want you to do is I want you to be clear, specific goals. Something like adding 20 pounds to my bench in 3 months is way more specific than just like, I want to get a bigger bench. At Muscle Method, we break big goals into small weekly or monthly wins. When you break your goals up into more like consumable, smaller goals, it's easy to stack those easy dubs, stack those easy wins, and it makes achieving your overall larger goal significantly easier. Track your progress, write it down, or use an app. So like for the example of tracking your bench press, if you're trying to put on 20 pounds on your bench in 3 months, then obviously like what you would do is you would track every single time you bench press, and like you can track your progress, and it's good to visualize it and see like where you're making gains or where you're not making gains. And you can kind of pinpoint reasons that you're not making gains if you do track it. Focus on what you can control: training, diet, sleep. Don't just set some like fairy tale, dusty, non-tangible goal like I want to be like mentally more confident in the gym. Like what does that even mean? How do you track that? That's not really like, that's a feeling. It's not really something tangible. There's no numbers behind that. You want to set goals that are tangible, that you can actually track, that you can like actually see if you're making progress in. Adjust if needed, but never lose sight of the end goal. Now, here's some example, or not an example, I kind of want to talk about what medium-term goals are. These are goals that take weeks to months. They're not super short. They're not like daily goals. They're also not like yearly goals. So they're anything between a few weeks to even a few months. An example could be something like adding 10 to 20 pounds to one of your lifts or gaining 5 to 10 pounds of muscle. This is going to help measure your progress without getting lost in the tiny details. It's going to keep you motivated between short-term wins and your long-term vision as well. So you can adjust nutrition and training to stay on track depending on like what your goal is. Long-term goals. These are goals that take months to years to achieve, so these are significantly longer. An example could be hitting 200 pounds on bench or getting 20 pounds of muscle naturally. So you see how this necessarily wouldn't take, honestly, this could take a few months, so this is kind of a bad example. Like, let's say you want to hit a 4-plate bench instead. That's a much longer goal that would take much longer to achieve. So let's say your bench press goal is to hit 4 plates eventually, 405 pounds. That's not going to take you a few months. That's probably going to take you a few years. So it's definitely long term, and it's important to have both, not both, but all three. It's important to have daily goals. It's important to have medium term goals that are a few weeks, maybe a month or two, and it's important to also have long term goals as well. Having long-term goals is going to guide your medium and short-term goals. So if your overall long-term goal is to get a 4-plate bench press, that's going to kind of dictate what your medium and short goals look like. So your medium goals for this could look something along the lines of like, hey, every quarter within the year, I want to at least aim to add like 20 or 30 pounds to my bench press throughout the entire year. So those could be medium goals. Your daily goals could be things like increasing a rep, adding 2.5 pounds or adding 5 pounds to your total bench press every time you work out, or things like improving your bench press form on a day-to-day basis, or like getting more flexible in your chest and your shoulders, that type of thing. So you see how daily goals play a part in your medium-term goals and medium-term goals play a part into your long-term goals. Focus on consistent habits and incremental progress. It's kind of like what I mentioned a little bit just now. Like if your ultimate goal is a 4-plate bench press, you wouldn't just aim to hit that instantaneously. Like you would make incremental progress until you got to that point. It's going to help you stay motivated when progress feels slow as well too. Next thing I want to talk about is SMART goals. SMART goals are pretty much like the best way I see it or when it comes to setting goals in my opinion. The S stands for specific, so you want to know exactly what you want to achieve. I skipped a letter already. I got like no sleep last night. I've been recording this course in sections, by the way, because it's a lot of content. It's like over 200 slides. So I don't think I was mentally prepared to record this entire thing in one single shot. So I've been kind of spacing the videos out. I've been recording for about an hour at a time. So cut me some slack. I'm a little tired. Got no sleep. Haven't had coffee. Trying to fix my sleep schedule between tonight and tomorrow. M is for measurable. You want to track your progress with numbers, weights, lifts, reps. A is achievable. Don't set goals that are too crazy to reach naturally. So it wouldn't make sense to have your goal be like, I want to hit a 4-plate bench press in 1 year. Like, yes, a 4-plate bench press is definitely achievable, but there's a 99% chance you're not going to hit that in just 1 year of benching. R stands for relevant. Make it meaningful for your muscle and your fitness journey. So, for example, you could, if your goal, like if you didn't really care about having like really nice big legs, you wouldn't really set a goal to squat like 4 plates. Maybe you're focused on upper body, so then your goal could be bench press, or it could be increasing your overhead press, or maybe you're focused on calisthenics and you would set a goal that you want to hit, like be able to hit 30 pull-ups in a row one day. So see how you make your goals relevant. You don't just pick random things that don't align with the physique that you want or certain lifts you want to improve at when it comes to like choosing your exercises in the gym. T, the last one, stands for time bound. You want to set a clear deadline and stay accountable. So don't just set a goal of like, hey, I want to get stronger in my bench press. You wouldn't want it to be time specific. So you want to say, hey, I want to get stronger in my bench press within the next 3 weeks. So you see how that's already more clear. It's already more defined. So here's a good example that includes all 5 of the letters. I want to add 20 pounds to my bench press in 3 months by training 2 times a week, tracking every session, and eating enough protein. So you see how it's specific. You're not just saying, I want to increase my bench press. I want to add exactly 20 pounds to my bench press. Is it measurable? Yes, because you can measure whether or not you've added 20 pounds or not. You can measure the incremental progress. Is it achievable? For Natty, yes, completely achievable. This is easily doable. So you want to make sure the goal isn't like crazy out of reach. Is it relevant? Yeah, of course. Like if you want to increase your bench press, then this goal would be completely relevant for you. Is it time bound? Yes, it is, because we added 3 months into the goal. We want to add 20 pounds to my bench press within 3 months. And we even made it more specified by determining like how we were going to achieve this goal by training 2 times a week, tracking every session, and eating enough protein. So whenever you set goals for yourself, especially if they're important goals, and this applies outside of the gym as well too, this is also useful outside of the gym, try to set SMART goals as often as possible. So now let's talk about how you can self-coach yourself. Use a simple habit tracker for your protein, your calories, tracking your daily steps. Did you eat vegetables or not? Did you stay hydrated? Did you drink your water or a gallon of water? Did you sleep for 8 hours? What's your stress level like? A simple spreadsheet works perfectly fine. Basic like spreadsheet habit trackers are perfect for this. You can either YouTube it and just grab a free one, or if you want, comment down below and I'll get you one of mine for free as well too. Just hit me up. When you miss habits, you miss your progress. So basically, as much as you can, pick a few habits and try to stick to them for 30 days and build those habits until they become easy. And you don't want to bite off more than you can chew. Don't try to do I would honestly say pick one habit for, one habit at a time and add a habit each month. It's much slower, but it's much more sustainable and you're much more likely to actually build that habit into your life. I have tried to add, 3, 4, 5, 6 habits at a time to my habit tracker, and pretty much what happens is I can't focus on any of them. I get spread too thin and I add none of those habits to my life. I'm much better off and I've had much better results doing like 3 habits or less. If you can do just 2 habits or even just 1 habit, it works even better. I've done that as well too, and I've got better progress that way. Track your gym lifts too, see what's improving and what's not. Adjust habits first before changing training. So before just like switching up your program because you're not seeing results, or like switching up your diet, make sure you're hitting all your other habits first. Your protein, your calories, your daily walking, veggies, hydration, sleep, stress. Make sure you're hitting those things first before you just go off the rails and try to switch everything up. Consistency over perfection. We're all human. We all make mistakes. Even the most perfect guys out there will miss a workout here and there, or they'll eat bad here and there, or they'll miss their calories here and there. It's perfectly normal. But what's more important is that you focus on consistency and just bouncing back after you make a mistake, rather than looking at it as, in the eyes of just it being a mistake. Look at it as an opportunity for you to grow. So if you mess up, figure out what you can do better next time, adapt, learn, and grow. Now, some key takeaways for these last few sections we talked about. Basically, guys, what I want you to do is just have fun, enjoy lifting, enjoy your life. Yes, we do this to be healthy. We do this to look bomb. We do this to look good when we're naked. We do this to look good at the beach or when we take our shirt off at the pool. But at the end of the day, it's not that serious. Just go to the gym, have fun, make friends, listen to good music. Listen to music on the way there, eat good food. Don't lock yourself into eating ground beef every single day if that's not your thing. And this whole thing becomes way more fun, way more interesting. And progress becomes easier as well too. Learn along the way. Every day is progress. Be a lifelong learner when it comes to fitness and nutrition and diet. And because there's so much to learn. Like I've been lifting as a natty on and off for 15 years. I've been researching for a decade. And every single day, I find new content. I find new things to learn. And it's so interesting to me because the human body always has so many different opportunities to optimize itself and get better. There's always something you can do better. And that's so interesting to me. So try to apply that to your own life as well too. Focus on the foundations: diet, sleep, stress. Build friendships and join a community. If you can get a workout partner, it makes lifting way more fun. If you can get a workout group, it gets even more fun. Consistency beats perfection. Now let's talk about movement mastery. Trust experience, not hype. Pay attention to people who share their experience, not just sell products. So I'm kind of talking about when you consume fitness content or you consume like nutritional advice that you find online on the internet. Typically, people who are just willing to share their experience, what worked for them, what's been working for them, what's been working for their clients. Typically, those people are actually just sharing what worked for them. They're sharing their actual real world experience. If you notice, like, they're always trying to sell you something, or they're always trying to push their workout routine, workout program, or they're always trying to push their like supplements, more likely than not, they're just sharing their experience, or they might even be hyping up their experience in order just to convince you to buy their product or buy whatever their offer may be. So just pay attention when you consume content. Like we talked about it briefly a little bit earlier in the course, just trying to make sure you are being logical and reasonable about the content you're consuming. Like, is this really helping me? What is this what is the goal of this content? Is it to get me to buy something, or are they trying to actually help me learn and become a better lifter? Real progress comes from tested, practical advice. Like, it doesn't make sense to there's a lot of science-based lifters out here right now. It's 2025. This is like a big trend. And you'll see science-based lifters who have studied all this research and studied all this science, and they're sharing their TikToks and their reels about why you should do this or why you should do that. But then you look at their body and they're skinny as fuck. They don't even really have a ton of muscle. Yes, there might have been research done on whatever topic they're doing or whatever they're talking about. But at the end of the day, don't trust people who are fucking small and skinny if you're trying to build muscle. Trust people who have done it. Trust people who already have the body that you want to achieve. It only makes sense. Just be smart, be logical. There's also lots of amazing info out there, but filter what applies to you. It's easy to get, overloaded with all this awesome information that exists out there in the internet. But if you can, try to just lock in, try to dial in on what applies to you. Yes, calisthenic movements are super cool, but if that's not your focus, don't spend time really watching that unless you're just watching for sole purposes of entertainment. Avoid shiny objects and gimmicks. Focus on what works consistently. Yes, it's cool. People will show you 10 different bench press variations, but at the end of the day, the bench press has been working for years and years and years for people. So it's okay to switch things around and, increase variety with your bench press. But at the end of the day, just remember that implement what already works and implement what's already got success for others. Now, here's some general guidelines. Keep your form tight, brace, stay strong, lock your body. This is for whenever you're doing any type of compound lift. Track your sets, reps, and weights. Progress is always going to beat perfection. So the app I recommend is Boost Camp. It's free. The free version works amazing. There's a paid version, but I've never tried it, so I can't give you any advice on how good it is. Add weights, reps, only if your form stays solid. So don't just start adding weight onto the bar for the sake of trying to beat your PR. Make sure your form is actually good and you're actually ready to add weight. Focus on muscle signals, not just moving the weight. So when I say that, I really mean focus on the mind-muscle connection. Really make sure you're getting a nice stretch. Don't just always focus on moving the weight up and down. Sometimes this is beneficial, especially if you're aiming to lift really heavy. But it all just kind of depends on your training style and what you're into. A lot of people react really, really well to stimulus where you're just fucking picking up 500 pounds off the floor when you're deadlifting and your form and you're just bouncing the weight up and down. But for some people, they might not get the best results from that. For some people, it might make more sense to decrease the weight a little bit and maybe do RDLs with lower weight and really focus on the stretch and technique and form. So it all just kind of depends. You're going to have to experiment and see what works best for you. Be consistent, avoid pain, reduce injury risk. Now I want to briefly talk about leverages and how everybody lifts different. This is basically some real talk about leverages, like I said. So when I say leverages, I mean things like some people have longer limbs, some people have longer arms, some people have a shorter arm, some people are tall, some people are short. Some people start in the gym skinny, some people start in the gym a little bit bigger, a little bit fatter. And these are different leverages, and it affects like your experience in the gym as well as like your ability to do certain lifts. Some lifts are going to feel easier for some people. Some lifts are going to like naturally come easy. It only makes sense. There's 8 billion of us in the world, including yourself, including myself. With this, imagine you and I are the exact same weight. We both weigh 150 pounds. We hop on a bench press and it's the exact same weight for both of us. That weight might feel significantly easier for me than it might feel for you, just because my body is different than yours. So it all just depends. But one thing you should remember is that everyone can improve their form. Exercises work differently for each body. So just like I said, on top of like the chances of me being like stronger than you if we were the exact same weight, like on a bench press or something like that, you could also imagine it or also see it in the frame of I might react better to cable flies than you might react better to cable flies for like when it comes to stimulating our chest. It's all different. We all have different bodies. Like bench press might feel better. I might get a better stimulus from bench press than you might. Your body might react better to dumbbell bench. So it's all about choosing, like I said, the muscle method philosophy is all about choosing exercises you enjoy, choosing exercises that you feel like stimulate your mind, not just your mind, but your body and your mind the most. So I already skipped the bullet point. Find what hits your muscles best. Internal versus external cues. Internal cues are what you feel. It's like you feel yourself bracing. Like when you're in the squat, you squeeze, you brace, and you push your stomach, you push your gut out into your belt or whatever. Or if you're not wearing a belt, you just push it out. You can feel yourself bracing. That's an example of an internal cue. Another example would be like hand pressure. Say you're doing bench press or like overhead press. You can feel the pressure in your hands from the bar. Say you're bench pressing and you're fidgeting with your elbow position, you're fidgeting with your technique, trying to figure out what's going to feel best today. That's like you being able to feel your joint position. This is all different examples of internal cues. An example of an external cue is what other people see. It's what you see if you like record your exercise back and you like watch the film. So for example, if you're squatting, this would be like your knees pushing forward. Or if you're deadlifting, this could be like your back rounding. It's important to track both to improve your lifts. Simple observations are going to equal better progress as well as safety. So these are just some like cues that you can track other than tracking just the numerical data like your sets, reps, and weights, and etc. when you're tracking your progress. It's important to track these things also. You don't always have to like write them down, but it's important to keep like a mental note. Like if you've been feeling a lot of wrist pain lately with your bench press, and maybe your form or technique could be improved a little bit, but you wouldn't really realize that unless you kept like a mental note in your head that you've been having a lot of hand pressure lately when you bench press. Now, here's some guidelines for horizontal pressing. Pause at your chest and pause at the top for the most control. Yes, you could bounce the weight up and down, and that would allow you to lift a little bit more, but I would say you're being not as effective with the exercise, and you're kind of just ego lifting. Yeah, it might look cool, but at the end of the day, we're trying to stimulate growth, not just look cool. A trick you can do is to squeeze your shoulder blades together like you're holding a pencil. So if you imagine that there was a pencil on your upper back, right, and it's in the very middle of your back, what you want to imagine yourself doing is taking your elbows and trying to squeeze that pencil and hold that pencil in place so it doesn't fall down. Another thing you can do that will help with horizontal pressing is using a bulldog grip. When I first started benching, I would just grab the bar and it's hard to show on camera, but I would have it run like straight down the center of my hand, right? I'm trying to draw it on my hand, but you guys can't even see the camera. Wait, I can just turn on my camera really quick. You guys can take a look. So, look in here, like I would have the bar sit pretty much perpendicular or parallel to the ground. That's where I used to have the bar. And I would bench press like that, and it honestly gave me a lot of wrist pain after a while. And I didn't really realize that that wasn't the most optimal grip. What you usually want to do when horizontal pressing is have a diagonal grip. So you can see my hand is still here, but instead of having the bar here, you kind of want to have the bar go through the meat of your hand, the fatty part of like your thumb kind of, and have it come up through the crux of like your thumb and pointer finger. If you guys do that, it will significantly help with your grip. If I didn't do a good job explaining, just do a quick YouTube search of bulldog grip and someone will show you like in a YouTube short. It'll take 30 seconds. Focus on form over weight for safe progress. Yes, we want to get strong, but at the end of the day, if we're not progressively getting strong with correct form, we're just increasing our chances of getting hurt. Now, here's some common troubleshooting. Some cues take practice. Don't stress if it's not perfect. Like for me personally, it took me like a few different sessions or a few different workouts to finally learn how to brace properly. I had to watch a couple of YouTube videos. And if you're not used to bracing, then it might take you a little bit of practice, and that's okay. Bracing is it's one of the most important cues you can learn for when it comes to your lift. It's so useful. Good thing you can do is start with the chest touch and shoulder blade squeezing whenever you're horizontal pressing. Pick a grip width that feels strongest, then experiment. If you're a new lifter and you're sort of a beginner, you're still skinny, you're still working on getting big, and maybe you're not familiar with like bench press and dumbbell bench and machine presses and stuff like that, initially start with just picking a grip of whatever feels comfortable. I suggest you go like a little bit outside of shoulder width, start with that, and then take some time to experiment and see if you feel stronger going a little bit wider on your grip or a little bit narrow. Small adjustments are going to equal big gains over time. Now here's some other useful pressing exercises. These are kind of things you could include to supplement your horizontal pressing, and it will kind of make your overall horizontal pressing strength stronger. Deep push-ups work really well. It's going to help you practice scapular control. Deep push-ups, you could do like deficit push-ups or ring push-ups. Those work really well too. Double pause dips. This is going to help you build stability and strength. So you know how when you get on the dip bar and you're doing like heavy dips, you kind of do that fucking thing where you just start shaking. That's a really good sign that you're working hard, and it's actually a good sign that you're progressing as well too. And what you want to do for double pause dips is you come down low and you pause at the bottom for 1 to 3 seconds, and then you come up top and you do the same thing. You pause for 1 to 3 seconds. Long pause or tempo bench. This is going to help you control and like activate your muscle more efficiently. Now let's talk about power from your legs, aka leg drive tips. Extra leg drive is pretty much going to give you extra strength. If you're not familiar with leg drive is, it's basically whenever you do like a horizontal press or even a vertical press too, you can drive off your legs. You're basically, even though like horizontal pressing might seem like it's strictly an upper body exercise to most of you, it includes your legs as well too, and it's a good way to incorporate like some extra strength into that exercise. How it works is, imagine you're bench pressing, right? You're laying down flat on the bench and you're pressing. You want to incorporate your legs by digging your feet into the ground. So you literally imagine like trying to dig your feet into the ground. Another good example of how to see it is imagine pushing the ground away with your feet in order to generate power. Good way to practice this is just to get on an incline bench and just literally imagine yourself trying to push the ground away from you while you're benching on the incline bench, and that will help. Now let's talk about some general guidelines for the stiff leg hip hinges. I typically just tell my clients to start with their feet shoulder width apart, or they can go slightly wider if it feels a little bit more comfortable. When it comes to your toes, just point them in any direction that feels comfortable. Obviously, they're not going to be pointing to the left and right entirely. That would be freaking weird. Using a wider stance is typically going to activate more glutes and your adductors. Try to keep your head neutral if you can. Lock your back position. Don't let it move. So whatever you start your lift with when you're doing a hip hinge, like whatever you start with, like whatever. Let me explain this. Whatever you start your hip hinge with when it comes to like your back, try to keep that same exact angle the entire movement. Pausing at the bottom is going to be significantly harder, but it will help with control. Now let's talk about hamstring mobility and range of motion. A lot of people have shitty hamstring mobility. That just comes from day-to-day life, sitting in an office chair all day or standing all day at your construction job, whatever it may be, and it just significantly decreases your mobility in your hamstrings. One thing you can do that will help with your hip hinges is to like avoid squatting in your RDL, especially if you're trying to mainly focus on your hamstrings. Start light, start slow, and focus on technique. I know it sucks. I know it sucks to go in the gym and do RDLs and you got like a 10-pound plate on each side of the bar. Like you look weak. It doesn't look like a lot of weight, of course. You see guys deadlifting 400 pounds off the ground like nothing. But you really want to start slow, start light, get your form right, get your technique right before you start like really trying to grow, really trying to get stronger. You need to build these foundations and build a good base. Otherwise, once you get to that point where you're starting to get strong, if your form and technique are bad at that point, it's gonna halt the rest of your progress and you're gonna increase your chances of getting hurt. Gradually add weight, implement progressive overload. Just like I said earlier, if you guys remember, progressive overload could be increasing the reps, increasing the weights, increasing the sets, decreasing the rest periods, or increasing your form and technique, or improving your form and technique rather. Deficit RDLs. This is a pretty advanced movement, but it is really good, and it's a really good exercise option for getting more out of less weight. Now let's talk about the RDL versus the stiff leg deadlift versus good mornings. RDL is short for Romanian deadlift. Pretty much when you look at them, they're all just partial deadlifts. They're pretty similar in movement. I would say personally that the RDL is best for hypertrophy. Stiff leg deadlift is good for the concentric strength. Good mornings, I would pretty much just say, are a lighter version of RDLs. You can pretty much start with good mornings if you're not familiar with RDLs or SLDLs yet. It's a good place to start. My personal preference, and what I just have most of my clients do the most often, is just do RDLs. So now let's talk about how to brace for your hinges. Basically what you want to do is take a deep breath from your belly. So do a big, not through your nose, this is through my mouth if you can imagine my face. And you hold that in. And then after that, what you want to do is flex your abs. And you kind of want to imagine pushing your gut, pushing your belly out, and keep your core tight throughout the entire movement. And you do this while you're holding your breath. So you suck in breath, and then my breath is still sucked in. And then what you want to do is squeeze your abs out. So imagine you tied a rope around your stomach. You take your deep breath, and your goal is to like break that rope by sticking your stomach out and like flexing your abs. Lock your back in a neutral position. Whenever you brace, try not to move your back. Just keep it tight. Maintain tension. Don't let your spine move around. Bracing is going to equal safer lifts, and it's going to use more force transfer as well too. So you'll basically be more strong. You'll basically be stronger on your lifts when you brace. When I first started deadlifting, I had no idea what bracing even was until some guy at the gym told me about it, and I went home and looked it up on YouTube, and I was like, oh shit, I need to be doing this. Now let's go over some common troubleshooting for hip hinges. Many struggle with hamstring and hip mobility, like I said. Some things you can do is to keep the bar close to your shins when you're going up and down on your bar path. Pause at the bottom. Start light to stay stiff as possible, then progressively add more weight as you can like maintain your form and technique. Practice consistently to improve. One thing you can do is do like RDLs and stiff leg deadlifts at home with like no weight, just to practice your form and technique. Like do a couple sets or something like in between commercials, like when you're watching TV. Here's some useful tips. Back extensions, regular back extensions, reverse hypers, or like weighted back extensions are going to help significantly with your with all your hip hinge movements. Get really strong at these, and your hip hinge movements should increase as well too. Smith machine, SLDL or RDLs are good practice for hip hinges as well too. Honestly, I like to throw these in a lot. I do like RDLs on the Smith machine, and it's really nice because you don't really have to focus on like the stability of the exercise. You can just focus on bracing and focus on like really moving that weight up and down. And another cool thing is that in the Smith machine, the bar path is locked, so you're not like swinging around back and forth. It's just kind of locked. It's easy. Plus, it's also good for hypertrophy as well too. Weighted sit-ups and ab wheel rollouts. This will improve your core and bracing strength. If you've never done ab wheel rollouts, they're actually really hard and they hit your core pretty good. Don't do like planks and shit. Planks and shit are kind of dumb. Don't be doing mountain climbers when it comes to training your abs. Your abs are like any other muscle group. If you actually want them to grow, treat them like you're trying to grow your chest. Implement progressive overload, get strong, get really strong at like weighted sit-ups, and I promise you'll get nice thick abs. Decompress your lower back after heavy pulling days. You can do this by like doing dead hangs on a bar. Now let's talk about conventional versus sumo pulls for your deadlifts. The bracing cues are the same. Basically what you want to do is just kind of try both of them and figure out what your preference is. You don't need to pick one and stick to it forever. Like you can use both of them. I've seen plenty of people do that. When I worked up to a 4-plate conventional deadlift for 7 reps within 4 months, I did that doing conventional. I tried sumo, but it wasn't really my thing and I wasn't really feeling it. So I just worked up my conventional deadlift. Start with raised deadlifts. You can do this by doing rack pulls. If you're new, if you're a beginner, if you don't want to start like with super lightweight. Sometimes if you're just trying to practice learning deadlifts for the first time with a bar, it feels kind of awkward because there's not really a whole lot of resistance. So the way I learned was that I didn't really do rack pulls to start with, but what I did was instead, they have these deadlift platforms that are about 1 inch to 2 inches thick. And what you do is you put one on each side of the bar, and that's where like the plates will sit. You can use that to learn and start with that until you feel like you can increase your mobility and range of motion to the point where you can like go all the way to the ground with your deadlift. Test your grip width for comfort and strength. Pretty much grab the bar wherever feels natural and experiment until you find like the best placement for your hands that makes the most sense for you. Now you want to decide based on your goals. Are you focused on glutes, hamstrings, or back? Sumo pulls are going to focus primarily more on glutes and quads. Conventional deadlifts is going to hit more of your hamstrings and back. Now each of these hits all of these. But each of them just happens to focus more on, each exercise or each muscle group rather. So now let's talk about squat motion basics for hypertrophy. Pretty much whenever you're doing a squat, just use as much knee flexion as you can in order to get full range of motion. So pretty much go as low as you can on your squats without it like hurting your knees or feeling like it's hurting your back or anything like that. Whatever direction you point your knees, try to point your toes the same way. That will help as well too. Go slow on the way down. Control the movement. Get good at your form or technique before trying to squat 300 pounds. It's okay to come up fast, and this is going to help your athleticism as well too. I was a basketball player growing up, and I was pretty athletic. Like I'm 5'9", I'm a short Filipino Asian, but I was pretty bouncy. I could throw dunks down, and I wasn't initially able to like get up that high on my vertical, but I started like training squats and I started like training deadlifts, and I would go really, really fucking fast on this concentric. So like I would literally explode out of my deadlifts in my squats. And I noticed that even though I was gaining weight, like I was actually getting heavier, like I was putting on 10, 15, 20 pounds, I felt like I could jump way higher. I felt way more explosive. So if you are an athlete, it does help a lot to like explode out of the deadlift, explode out of the squat. As best as you can, avoid bouncing. Pause at the bottom for control. So don't hit your squat at the very bottom and bounce right back up. Come down slow, pause at the bottom for 1 or 2 seconds, and then come up. So here's some cues for specifically the back squat. Test the bar placement. So some guys prefer high bar, you might prefer low bar. It all just depends. A good cue that you could focus on is having your elbows in your pockets. So imagine like you grab the bar and it's on your traps, it's on like your upper back for you're about to squat. Now imagine pulling your elbows into your pockets while gripping the bar, I might add. You pretty much want to grab that bar and pull it into your pockets. You pull the bar in your back, you don't just hold it with your arms. So whenever you're squatting, a lot of guys forget this if they're new or if they're beginners. You might have done this yourself, but when you squat, you don't just have the bar sitting on your back. You literally want to pull it into your back so it's nice and tight and create some tension even before you go down on your first rep. Another cool thing is there's no need to walk out more than like 2 or 3 steps. The further away you are from the squat rack, the more likely it is that if you bail, you're just going to dump the weight on the ground and break the gym floor. You don't want to do that. And if you actually do need to bail, you want to likely be within like the safety bar, so that if you do crash and die with your squat, it's not going to land on your back. It's going to land in the safety bars like it's supposed to. Pre-tension the bar before walking out. So this goes hand in hand, like what I said, with pulling the bar into your back. Don't just let the bar like sit on your back. Like literally grab it and pull it into you. Now let's talk about single leg work. Whenever you're doing single leg work for your legs, if you move a little bit slower, it'll improve the mind-muscle connection. As best as you can, you're probably going to want to use more weight here. Like I would say, stick within like 8 to 15 rep range, maybe even 8 to 12 would be fine for single leg. Anything like 15 and higher, I mean it works, but I feel like it's too hard to get to like a true 1 or 2 reps in reserve. Do extra reps on your off leg for stability. This is a hack that I learned years and years and years ago. I don't remember where. I think I just picked it up from YouTube at some point. A lot of people, maybe even including yourself, are definitely like probably not equally proportionally strong when it comes to left side or right side if you're like right-handed or left-handed. So what I always do, this doesn't apply to legs only, I do this for arms as well too. I always start with my offhand. So like if I'm doing bicep curls, I always start with my left hand even though I'm right-handed. So I might get to like 8 or 10 reps on my left hand, my offhand. When I go to my right hand, if I'm doing curls, I might get to like 10, 12, 13 because I'm typically stronger in my dominant hand. What I would do after that is I would do one more extra set in my left hand. So I might get another 5 or 6 reps, and I would call that one set. So this way I was always doing more reps on my left side to keep everything stable. Same applies for your legs. Deficit Bulgarian split squats. These are very effective, very difficult. I would give them a try if you've never done it. They're really fun as well too. I worked up to like a 2-plate split squat and I was like repping that out like crazy. It's really easy to get really strong at this if your squat is already good, and it's a pretty fun exercise as well too. I would say one of the cons is that it takes significantly longer, and that's because you're doing one leg at a time. But you get a really good mind-muscle connection, and you can really feel like yourself targeting your quads. Another thing is make sure your shoes are tight for support. Like unless you're someone who likes squatting barefoot, like I've squatted in like loose shoes and it does not feel stable at all. It literally feels sketchy. Like it feels like I'm going to roll my ankle. Real quick before I continue, you can also get squat shoes. They're like a couple hundred, not a couple hundred, they're like $100 or something on Amazon, but you can get yourself a nice pair. Typically it comes with a little bit of heel elevation as well too, which can be beneficial for some lifters, but that's something you have to do your own research on. Back squats. Sorry, I'm taking a sip of water. Squats in themselves are very fatiguing. Like if you're squatting 3 plates and that's like an amount of weight where you can only get to like 5 or 6 reps, it's going to be fucking hard. It's just, like, I would say that an RPE or like our reps in reserve like 2 on a squat is going to be significantly harder than a reps in reserve 2 on like a bench press. I feel like squat is such a full body movement. It takes so much out of you. So what you want to do is use ascending sets to warm up. Don't just go straight into your working weight. Start with the bar. How I used to do it when I was repping out 3 plates is I would hit the bar like 2 or 3 sets and I'd rep it out. Like I would do like 30 reps in a row. And this is just to get a lot of blood flow going through the entire body. I wouldn't warm up for so long to the point where I'm like exhausted when I get to my working sets, but I'd warm up really well. I would hit the bar a bunch of times, and then I would hit 1 plate. By the time, let me stop really quick. By the time I added on a plate, I was already warmed up. So when I came time to throw 1 plate on the bar, and if 3 plates is my working weight, I would do 1 plate and I'd literally rep it like no more than like 3, 4, 5 reps. I would throw 2 plates. I would do the same thing. I might even just do it for 2 reps because I'm already warmed up. And then by the time I get to my three plates on the bar, I'm repping it out. I'm doing like my 8, 9, 10 reps. Your fatigue increases as the weight goes up. Basically, the fatigue curve is not linear. It gets harder and harder with more weight that you add on the bar. Like, the jump from 2 plates to 3 plates is going to be so much more fatiguing than you really think it is. So another good way to look at it is that 3 reps in reserve with 400 pounds on the bar is going to feel so different than 3 reps in reserve with 2 plates on the bar. It's going to feel, although you might have a true honest only 3 reps in reserve for both weights, I'm telling you, 4 plates, 3 reps in reserve is going to feel so much harder than 2 plates, reps in reserve. Or 2 plates, 3 reps in reserve. Whenever you're doing squats, focus on quality reps, not just numbers. It's cool to get the numbers up. It's cool to get really strong, but at the end of the day, make sure your form and technique are on point. So let's talk about heels versus flats. This is a little bit of talk about heel elevation. Heel elevation is useful for people to squat to depth that struggle with staying upright. So some people, their form and technique, maybe they're a little bit tighter. They don't have a lot of mobility. It's a little bit harder for them to stay upright during the squat. Like maybe they get like butt wink, or they like their back rounds a little bit. You can buy some squat shoes to help with that. Or if you have some flat-footed shoes, what you can do is like throw a plate under your heels, and that will work well too. Heels is going to shift your center of gravity, which might be good for some people, might be bad for some people. It all kind of depends on your stability levels and what you prefer. So like I said, incorporating heel elevation might actually reduce your stability and performance if you're not used to it or if it's not your thing. Basically, pick whatever is going to let you stay upright and go deep with a minimal hinge. So if that could be heel elevation for you, then great. If you prefer flat-footed, great. Whatever works best. Now, here's some useful tips for squatting. Safety bar. It's going to give your elbows and shoulders a break. Like every once in a while, if you squat all the time, I'll say like it gets pretty rough on your elbows and your shoulders, and it can kind of tear them up after a while. So you can switch to the safety bar every now and then just to switch it up. Machines allow you to push hard without worrying about stability. If you're solely focused on like hypertrophy and aesthetics, I would say it's honestly not that bad to like full on just not do barbell squats and just focus on machines as much as possible. But if you are going to do that, I would say you have to push yourself significantly harder, because going to failure on a squat is like, it's so easy. Like it's so easy. Like you feel like it's so fucking hard to go to failure on a squat. What I mean is hitting failure on a squat is easy, but the actual movement takes so much energy out of you. Trying to hit that same amount of intensity on a machine is a little bit harder because you're not incorporating as many muscles. You're stabilized, so you don't have to worry about trying to force your body to stay stable. So if you do machines, typically you might have to go heavier, or you might have to do a little bit more reps than you typically do on the free bar squat. Your ab work is going to be the same as hinges. Just focus on ab wheel, weighted sit-ups. Cable crunches are good too, like heavy cable crunches. If you can full stack the cable crunch, you're making good progress. Constant tension work. This is good for lighter days or burnout sets. How to feel your quads on squats. A lot of guys, maybe even yourself, you don't really feel your quads when you're doing squats. A good way to make sure that you feel your quads firing is to pause at the bottom. Go slow on the way down. Go quick on the way up. Squat as deep as you can, as safely as you can. So as you know, you've probably heard guys say ass to grass when squatting. Go as deep as you can to the point that, but make sure it doesn't hurt. Like go as deep as you can without it hurting. Work up to 2-plate squat before you start using a belt. I would say do that so that way you can learn to properly brace yourself. You still brace when you use a belt, but I'd say adding a belt too early is going to kind of halt your progress and halt your ability to learn how to properly brace. Use a spotter to push further, go harder. Obviously, if you have a spotter, you can lift a little bit heavier. Add some extra volume with leg press, leg curls, split squats. This is what you can do after your squat workout if you feel like you didn't really hit your quads that much. Another thing too that you can do, honestly, is you can pre-fire your quads by like before you even get on the squat bar. You can do like 4 or 5 sets of leg curls, a couple sets of leg press maybe, or even split squats. Like not all 3. If you want, you can do all 3, but you might be exhausted by the end of it. Maybe 1 or 2 exercises just to kind of pre-fire your legs, so by the time you get on your squat, your quads are already pre-exhausted. Now let's talk about some vertical pressing basics. Pause under tension is going to typically beat touch and go reps. So when I say that, like there's always this constant battle between people of like, what's better? Is the stretch better, or is it better just to fucking lift heavy and move a lot of weight? And there's so many variables to the point that it always honestly just depends. Because yes, you can pause under tension. Like if you pause at the very bottom and like really squeeze at the bottom of your bench press, like yeah, that's beneficial. But if you're only doing it with like 25 pounds on each side of the bar, it's not that much. At that point, I think what would be more beneficial is just to start repping 2 plates, even if it's touch and go, because you're just challenging the muscles better. Like yes, sometimes like focusing on the stretch is hard, but like you really gotta fucking move weight, I feel like, in order to get strong. Cause like look at guys who can bench press 3 plates. Look at guys who can bench press 4 plates. They all have big fucking chest and arms. It only like makes logical sense. Look at guys who can leg press 5-6 plates on each side. Look at guys who can squat 3 plates. Like they all got big legs. So just kind of be logical about it. Yes, focus on pausing, focus on your tension when you're doing the exercise, but don't let that prioritize your focus over just overall getting strong. That should be your ultimate goal. Your progression is slower compared to your other lifts. Focus on form. Vertical pressing takes a bit longer to get stronger at compared to like horizontal pressing or any of the pull movements or any of the leg movements. Try different grip widths. For me, I prefer about shoulder width. So like literally right outside my shoulders is where I like to do vertical pressing at. But it all depends. Like we all have different bodies, like I mentioned. Just figure out what works best for you. The bar path. You kind of want to imagine your bar path for vertical pressing like a lat pull down. Keep the bar as close to your face as you can. A thing that I like to do is that I like to actually like on the way down, if I'm doing OHP with a barbell, is I'll come down, I'll tilt my head back so I'm looking up at the ceiling. I'll let the bar touch like I'm like literally doing it. I'll let the bar touch like my collarbone. And then as I come up, as I'm raising the bar above my head, I will kind of stick my head through. That's a good cue that you can kind of incorporate. And I feel like I'm stronger that way when I do that. So let's talk about standing versus seated for training shoulders. Seated is going to be harder. I would say it's better for hypertrophy because you're really taking out all the other muscle groups out of it. Like you're not using your legs, you're not using your core as much. You're really just sitting there in the seat focusing on only using your shoulders for when you're pressing. When you're standing, it tends to be a little bit easier because you can incorporate more of your body and it also looks cooler. But there's pros and cons to both. Like I said, when you're standing, you use more of your body, you get more of a full body workout. But when you're seated, you are just really locking in and really dialing in, like stimulating the shoulders. Same cues for both of them. You brace your core on both of them. You tighten your legs on both of them. Even if you're sitting down, you still want to push off the ground and incorporate leg drive if you can. Squeezing your glutes will help as well too. Seat height. When it comes to like seated pressing, I don't like to go complete 90-degree vertical. I like to knock it back just 1 notch, and that feels a little bit better for me. And for the seat, I don't like it completely parallel to the ground either. I like to dip the seat down if I can, if it's an option on whatever bench you're using. Smith machine pressing. Seated Smith machine OHP is one of my favorite vertical presses. I would say it's just a honestly true test of like vertical pressing strength. Focus on strength and hypertrophy. It's less stability work. So yes, like I said earlier with seated pressing, you don't really incorporate as many muscles. And it's even more true for Smith machine because the bar path is locked. You don't have to stabilize where the bar goes up and down. Like it's literally locked into the Smith machine. But for those exact reasons is one of the reasons why I love it as one of my favorite shoulder exercises because it's like it takes all the all the hard work out of everything. That way you can solely focus on shoulder strength. Big con though is that it takes a long time. Like whenever I set up this Smith machine for OHP, I fucking fiddle around with it for like 5 minutes because I got to figure out exactly where I want the seat. Vertical presses versus incline bench. Vertical presses, honestly, like it targets a lot of your shoulders, and I'd say it looks cool too. Like it looks cool as shit. Incline bench is actually going to hit your shoulders and it's going to hit your chest for like a similar energy cost. So they're both hard and they both take a significant amount of energy, but honestly, like I would say 9 out of 10 times, if you have the choice, use incline bench over just straight complete 90 degree vertical pressing, because I feel like you get more activation and you're including more chest work for like a similar amount of energy that you're using. Like I do vertical pressing every once in a while just because, like I said, it's fun and it looks badass, it looks cool, and it's cool to get strong OHP. But if I want to be more effective, if I want to be more useful with my time, I just do incline bench because I'm hitting shoulders and chest at the same time. Like I said here, if you're just focused on gains, just focus on getting a really strong incline bench. Include vertical presses for variety and fun. Here I am basically walking through the entire slide without seeing the bullet points. So now let's talk about some shoulder training tips. Whenever you're doing weighted dips, go below parallel. This is going to hit your shoulders really hard. For some of you beginners, maybe if you're new, if you're just starting and you're not familiar with weighted dips, go slow. Just do body weight at first. But as best as you can, if you have the range of motion in you, try to go below parallel. And then once you can, start adding weight. Weighted dips are amazing to supplement your pressing strength and crazy for your physique as well too. And they hit your arms like crazy. Don't forget to include rear delt work. That way you can balance your strength, balance your stability, and aesthetic reasons as well too. Side delts are also important. Dead hangs. If you had a lot of pressing on that day or even the day before and you're feeling like your back is tight from all that pressing, dead hangs are going to be really amazing for decompressing your back. Now I want to talk about how you can hit your upper pecs whenever you're doing incline presses. The converging chest press machine or like an incline press machine are pretty much the easiest way to ensure that you're hitting your upper pecs. Some other like cues you can incorporate are to tuck your elbows. So kind of like when I mentioned that cue earlier of when you're squatting, of like tucking your elbows in your pockets, you almost want to kind of do the same thing with whenever you're like pressing as well too, especially if you're incline pressing. Now you don't necessarily have to have your elbows tucked in all the way like you might with your squat, but at least tuck them in a little bit. Lower the bar to like a lower touch point on your chest. What works best for me and what works best for most of my clients is to like, I forget what the thing is called, but on your chest, like, is it your sternum? It's like right at the bottom of your chest where your chest basically starts, right at the top of your abs, right below your chest. That's where I like to touch the bar whenever I'm doing incline presses. But this isn't set in stone. Like I said, we all have different body types. We all have different leverages. So you honestly have to do what feels the best and safest for you. But if you can focus on some of these things and really like focus while you're doing your incline pressing, you'll get more activation and more mind-muscle connection out of your workout or out of your exercise. So here's a cool thing you can do to like actually feel your upper pec. This is something I want you to do right now. This isn't like for when you're in the gym. So place your hand on your opposite pec. So if you're left-handed, put it on your right pec. If you're right-handed, put it on your left pec or whatever. So place your hand on your upper pec. Put your opposite arm by your pocket and lock your elbow out like you're about to do a dip or something. So after that, what I want you to do is kind of press down like you're actually doing a dip. Like try to press into the ground, with your opposite arm, and you should feel your pec flex. And then what you want to do after that is press and move your arm to the side. What you should feel is your pec disengage, and retract. Now that your arm is out and to the side, if you make sure you're still pressing the entire time, bring that arm back in, and you should feel your chest literally start to pop back out and engage. So this is kind of like a little hack or a little thing I do with people to show like why sometimes keeping your elbows closer and not flared out like a chicken can be better for upper pec activation. So that's just something you can try. Now let's talk about my recommended upper chest hierarchy. All these movements, all these exercises are effective. These are all my favorites, honestly, as well too. But I'm gonna order them by ease of use and time efficiency because at the end of the day, we all don't want to fucking be in the gym for hours if we can avoid it. Dumbbells. Dumbbells are great. They hit your chest really well. They're always available. They're very effective. Typically, you can always find a dumbbell that works for you. And then if you don't have one that's heavy enough, you can just go lighter and do more reps. If the lighter dumbbells are taken, you can just pick up heavier dumbbells and do less reps. So it typically always works out. Incline press machines, super easy, super consistent, very stable. Incline barbell, classic strength builder. Decline, super deep push-ups. This is a good body weight option. It does take a little bit of setup like you typically would if you're doing like deficit push-ups or something. Like you would put your feet up on the bench, or if not, you would set up like some like dip, like bench, or not dip, but like push-up bars or like a couple plates so that you can that way you can do deficit push-ups. Incline Smith, this one's my freaking favorite for upper chest, but it's at the bottom of the list because it takes forever to set up, honestly. Now let's talk about horizontal pulling basics. Use straps as often as possible. We're not training our grip, we're trying to train our back. I know for a lot of you guys are like no strap purist for when it comes to training horizontal pulls, but honestly, your grip is going to always give out before your back does. So if you can, use straps. And they're super cheap too, bro. Like just go to Amazon and buy a pair of straps for like $10. I think Big 5 typically has them a lot too. Chest support, it's going to isolate your back, automatically improve form. So when I say chest support, those are like any type of horizontal pull where your chest is supported. So you can imagine like those rowing machines. Typically those have chest support. You can do like seal rows, I think is what they're called if I remember correctly, where you like lay on a bench at an angle or a slight incline and do rows like that. Chest support is basically like, imagine a cable row. There's no chest support, but imagine a row like a rowing machine where you have chest support. That's the difference. If you pull to your belly when you're rowing, you're incorporating more lats. If you pull slightly higher, using your traps and rear delts. Pause at the top and at the bottom. This is going to create the most muscle stimulation because it's the hardest part of the exercise. Now here's some chest supported rowing tips. So this is for whenever you're rowing and you've got chest support. Keep your chest glued to the support. That way you're not heaving the weight around. So even on the concentric, you probably want to pull back like your entire body and get your chest off the support in order to get that weight up. But what you want to do is glue your chest to the support. On the eccentric, what I want you to do is to actually round your upper back as much as possible. This is going to give you the most stretch. So this kind of depends on the machine you're using or the exercise you're doing. Sometimes there's not a lot of room, or like the machine isn't really have the most range of motion for you to like really round your back. But as much as you can on the eccentric, really round your back. A good way to do this is to do like single arm rowing work. It takes longer, but sometimes it's more effective. It's up to you. Another cool cue is to lock your arms out on the eccentric. So on the row, when you're coming down with the weight, let your arm go all the way out until it's fully locked out. And then if you can, in order to round your back, let your back start getting even rounded and going even further. That's going to really give you a good stretch. Don't forget to, whenever you're doing heavier work, use straps. So here's some advice for when you're doing freestanding rows. It uses many more muscles: hip hinge, lower back, glutes. The same hip hinge cues apply. So you want to brace, squeeze your legs, squeeze your glutes, Neutral neck position typically works the best. Brace your core, focus on form and technique before going too heavy. If you can't maintain form with like heavier weight, honestly, what I recommend my clients to do is just switch to chest supported rows, or switch to cables, or switch to machines. Horizontal pulling tips. Single arm rows allow you to get more back grounding. Oh, I mentioned this earlier, which is going to equal more stretch, but at the end of the day, they're slower because they're doing one arm at a time. Seated cable rows are easier than freestanding in my opinion, but your form can break. I do like seated cable rows a lot, honestly. Deficit rows allows you to increase your back grounding even more. What you want to do is basically pick variations based on your goals. Are you focusing on a big stretch? Are you focusing on doing really heavy weights, like real, strength, or time efficiency? So if you're focusing on stretch, it might make more sense to do like single arm or deficit rows. If you just want to lift heavy ass weight, then you should probably do like seated cable rows or machine rows. If you're worried about time efficiency, probably like a machine or a cable makes sense because there's not a lot of setup involved. You wouldn't want to do like single arm rows because that's going to take forever. Now let's talk about vertical pulls. For the form, you want to have a slow eccentric. Fast concentric is perfectly fine. Pause the top and bottom if you can. No bracing is honestly needed when you're doing vertical pulls. Before I go too far, vertical pulls are basically like pull-ups and stuff for those of you who aren't familiar. Extend your sets with partials as your strength fades for extra chances at getting your muscles closer to failure. So what do I mean by that? Let me explain to you real quick, bro, if you're not familiar. When you're doing pull-ups, for example, there's going to come a point where you can't get above the bar anymore. There's going to come a point where you can't get your chin above the bar. At that point, it's totally okay to do partial reps. And what I mean by partial is that first couple reps, chin above the bar, no problem. Next couple reps, maybe the bar just comes to your mouth. No homo. Next couple reps, maybe you can only get the bar like to your nose. Maybe the next rep, you can only get the bar to your eyes. Maybe the next rep, you can't even get your head to touch the bar. Maybe the next rep, you can only literally move like a couple inches, from the bottom. Those are really good reps, and you're getting closer and closer or you're having more time where the muscle is getting close to failure, which I would say is going to give you way more gains. Here's some ways to customize vertical pulls. You can test out different grips. Wide grip is going to target outer lats. Diagonal pulls, so this is like, imagine you're doing a lat pull down. Having a slight lean, sometimes like if you lean back a little bit, it might give you a better of a lat stretch. True vertical pulls, so these are literally like the most vertical strict form pulls you can probably do is like behind the neck pull downs or super strict slow pull-ups or even behind the neck pull-ups if you're capable of those. Use different grips and angles for overall back growth. Adjust your range of motion and pause timing to hit different muscles. Mix vertical pulls with horizontal pulls for balanced development. Don't just focus on one, try to include both. Let's talk about wide grip vertical pulls. Mainly it's going to target your upper back. It's good for heavyweight sets, so if you want to focus on going heavy for the day, wide grip is one of the best ways to do that. Start with like 1 or 2 heavy sets, and you might have to focus on volume for the rest if you get too burnt out. If you can manage like 3, 4, 5 heavy sets in a row, there's a good chance you didn't go heavy enough on the first couple sets. Diagonal pulls, slight lean for a better lat stretch like I mentioned. On the eccentric, still focus on going slow on the way up, but don't forget to pause at the top and bottom. On the concentric, you can go a little bit faster. Use moderate weight. Higher reps are typically going to work a little bit better for hypertrophy in this case, so I would say anywhere between like 10 and 15, maybe like 10 and like 12 is honestly pretty good for when it comes to diagonal pulls on the lat machine. Lat machine pull down. Combine with wide and vertical pulls for a bounce back. True vertical pulls. Easier on the elbows and tendons. I would say lightest loading, good for recovery and focusing on technique. Don't go really heavy on this. Great mind-muscle connection here. It's easy to feel your upper back and feel the lat stretch. Combine it with heavier variations for full back development. Now let's talk about some pull-up cues. Pull up and in toward the bar. A lot of times when guys do any type of vertical pull, whether it be a pull up or like a lat machine pull down or like a machine pull down, they just pull up. If you imagine you're doing a pull up right now, you don't just want to pull your chin above the bar. You want to imagine literally pulling up and like pulling your chest to the bar. So it's a vertical pull, but near the top, it's also a horizontal pull because you want to pull it into your body. You'll get the best activation that way. A good cue I teach my clients, and something that you can probably do too, is to cross your legs when you're doing pull-ups. If you watch like videos of like beginners and like new lifters doing pull-ups, you always see them doing like different shit with their legs. Some of them like bend them at a 90-degree angle. Some of them just like swing them around. Some of them move their legs a lot. If you just cross your legs and squeeze them, your form will be way better and you'll incorporate more back rather than just like body English and like trying to use your legs to swing your weight up. If you're doing weighted pull-ups, you can lock the plate in your legs. So literally have the plate and then cross your legs around the plate. Keep your core tight. This way you kind of avoid swinging. So I mentioned earlier that you don't really need a brace, but if you're swinging a lot, then maybe it might help to brace or at least just like squeeze your abs. Focus on a slow, eccentric, controlled movement. When you're the eccentric on a pull-up or a lat pull-down is like an amazing for your stretch. Concentric, not as important. I would say just like explode out or explode up if you can. Now let's talk about some basics for bicep curls. A good cue or something you can start incorporating is to actually flex your triceps at the bottom for a full stretch. So imagine doing a bicep curl. At the very bottom of the curl, if you stretch your triceps, you typically might get a better stretch. Keep your wrist neutral. Keep your form consistent. When doing bicep curls, you actually want to pause where the tension is greatest. And that's in most cases, or in some cases, that's not always going to be the bottom of the bicep curl. You always hear people telling you like full range of motion, but sometimes it's honestly better just to pause wherever you feel the most contraction. Control both the up and down movement of the bicep curl. Focus on feeling the muscle, not swinging the weight. Mind-muscle connection on bicep curls is super easy to feel as long as you're not fucking swinging around. So don't do your hammer curls all swinging around like crazy. You look silly. Now let's talk about stretchy feeling curls versus like squeezy feeling curls. You want to switch it up. You want to do both of them. That way you can hit your biceps from different angles. And it also helps you decrease boredom in your workouts as well too. Preacher curls. These are really good for like tracking your performance. So if you're going to pick a curl to like track your progress on, I would say a preacher curl is really good because imagine a preacher curl, like you're literally locking your elbow in. There's not a lot of body movement. There's not a lot of other muscles being incorporated other than the bicep. So it decreases the amount of variables in your bicep curl. That way you can really track like honestly how like your bicep is performing. Squeeze curls, a good example would be hammer curls. On the hammer curl on the way up, you really feel that connection as long as you like flex and squeeze the bicep at the top of the hammer curl. Stretchy curls, these are curls where you really feel the stretch. These could be things like clown curls, Bayesian curls. These really emphasize the stretch. Clown curls have been my favorite lately. The more variety is going to lead to more growth and more fun. Basically, whenever you're lifting, if you get bored, your effort goes down. So as best as you can, just try to have fun, try new exercises, still make sure you're tracking performance and progress, and you'll have better growth. So a lot of my clients and a lot of guys I talk to in the gym honestly think like curls are a waste of time, especially if they're focused on just getting strong on like the compound lifts. But if you look at it and you take a step back and look at it from like a 10,000 foot broad viewpoint, your curls are actually going to benefit other movements as well too. For one, whenever you're doing bicep curls, you're driving a lot of blood flow to your elbows, which is ultimately going to help your pressing and squatting movements as well. By growing bigger biceps, you're also going to have more stability in your pressing. Your pulling is going to be stronger, and you're overall just decreasing your chances of injury. It's also super cool because it builds your forearms and overall arm size. And I know a lot of you guys are just, you might just be focused on strength. You might just be focused on getting really strong at the compound lifts. But you can't look me in the eye and tell me that having big arms isn't something you want. I think at the end of the day, we all want big fucking arms. We all want to look badass. We all want to have arms that pop out of our shirt. Training biceps and doing bicep curls also improves your grip. And it adds strength synergy for other lifts. So this kind of goes hand in hand with some of the bullet points I mentioned previously. Yes, you can get really strong at like squat, bench, deadlift by just focusing on squat, bench, deadlift. But you have to think outside the box and sometimes look at the body as an entire system. The more strong you can overall get all the muscles in your body, then it only makes sense logically, if you think about it, that your overall numbers for your squat, bench, deadlift should go up. It only makes sense. Just think about it. So now, this is another big topic that a lot of people ask me about. You probably have the same questions too. And it's the topic of extensions versus pushdowns for when it comes to training triceps. Both of them are going to hit all three tricep heads. So honestly, just do both. There's no reason to just focus on one. Focus on variety, focus on doing them both. Now, honestly, when you're doing extensions, you are primarily hitting more of the long head. And I would say that it's better if you're focusing on hypertrophy to do extensions because the long head is the biggest out of the three heads of the tricep. So it's going to give you the most bang for your buck. If you are going to do any type of tricep work, it's going to be responsible for most of the girth in your tricep. Press downs hit the lateral and medial heads. They're more of a focus on strength. So if you get really strong at press downs, or push downs, whatever you want to call them, then a lot of the gains on your press downs / push downs will translate into your pressing movements as well too. So like I kind of said, your press downs are going to complement your bench and OHP, but variety is going to equal better size and overall strength. So honestly, just include them both. Now I want to talk about some tricep push down tips. Quick tip that a lot of beginners fail to do is start the cable lower. There's no reason to have the cable at the very top rung of the cable machine all the time. You can bring it down a couple notches and still feel a good stretch. Let the bar drag up slowly so that way you can avoid bouncing. Basically, on the way up, when you're letting the cable come up, don't just let it shoot up. Kind of control it on the way up. Pause at the top, pause at the bottom. This is going to maximize the tension on the triceps. Flex your triceps at the bottom. This is going to give you a better mind-muscle connection. So don't just push the weight down, but actually flex your triceps like you're trying to pose at the bottom of any tricep push down. Goes for extensions as well too. And last but not least, control the basics, or not basics, but control every rep. Don't rush. Now let's talk about some basics for tricep extensions. Whenever you're picking a cable attachment, pick anything that feels the best for you. Some guys prefer the rope, some guys prefer a straight bar, some guys prefer a V-bar, some guys prefer whatever other attachments are out there. For me, I prefer the V-bar and the straight bar, and I'm going to explain why. For most cases, I would even say this goes for push downs as well too. I would say to avoid using the rope. I know it's the most common one, and it's the one you see everybody do every time you go to the gym. And I don't know where that came from. I don't know why rope is the most common or the industry standard. But this is just my opinion on it. You don't have to take it with a grain of salt. I've been preaching this entire program. Do your own research and do what works best for your body. And when you hear advice, don't just blindly accept it. Challenge it. Think about it. Be reasonable and logical about the advice that you're hearing. I avoid the rope when doing extensions or push downs because at the bottom, you typically have to flare your elbows out. And if you think about it, if you're doing cable push downs, for example, and you're fighting the gravity and gravity is going up and down. So yes, you have to push the weight down with the tricep or with the rope, right? But at the end, when you flare your elbows out, you're not necessarily fighting gravity because gravity is pulling you up and down. It's not pulling you side to side, which is what you're doing when you flare your elbows out. So what I prefer to focus on is use a V-bar, use a straight bar, whether it's extensions or push downs, because you're fighting gravity the entire time. You're just pushing up and down. You're not pushing down with a rope and then having to also flare your elbows out and fight gravity at a sideways direction. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. I wish I had an example because it's kind of hard to explain this just through talking to you, but hopefully you understand what I'm trying to say. On extensions, lock your elbows out. It helps if you point them forward for most people. A lot of my clients, they initially struggle with extensions if they're new to them. I tell them to point their elbows forward, and it typically helps maintain their form and decrease pain as well too. Pause at the bottom, pause at the top, and avoid bouncing as much as possible. Control the weight, focus on the contraction. So here's cons of the rope attachment. I totally forgot this slide was in here, and I think I just walked you guys through the entire thing. Many people flare the rope out at the bottom. Your elbows move outward. When elbows flare, the triceps are no longer aligned against gravity. So that's exactly what I was trying to say earlier. If the line of force isn't straight, you're not fully loading the triceps. So again, gravity goes up and down. It doesn't go side to side. So why does it make sense to also press up and down with the rope, but also flare your arms out at the side to where you're fighting gravity sideways? Doesn't make a lot of sense. You might feel the movement, but the muscle isn't under optimal tension. Straight bar or V-bar keeps your elbows locked and your triceps fight gravity the entire time. So honestly, if you've been doing rope your entire life, try some of the other attachments and see how your triceps feel. At the end of the day, like I said, it's all about preference. It's all about experimentation. Now, let's talk about my protocol for elbow health. A lot of guys struggle with elbow pain. I have a friend who I've been working out with recently on the weekends, and he doesn't honestly like doing like overhead extension work because he always says how it hurts his elbows. And I was thinking about it, and I was like, we probably need to start incorporating some of this stuff into our workout routine on the weekends in order to like minimize his elbow pain. One thing you can do is get those elastic bands. The red band, the lightest one, works perfectly fine for this. And just do a bunch of push downs, do a bunch of extensions, do like 100 reps at a time. It's super easy because it's like weighs nothing, but it's a good way to warm up your elbows and get a lot of blood flow pumped into your elbows as well as your triceps. You can do this pretty frequently, honestly. Like there was a point where I was doing them like every other day at the house, and I felt like I got significantly stronger because my arms were always warmed up when I went to the gym and I was able to lift more weight. But it helps to do this before your workout. You can do a couple sets during your workout too if you feel like you're not warmed up enough. It also helps with doing them after your workout too to improve your recovery. But at the very minimum, do some at the house. Do them at home. Like I just said, my bad. I keep forgetting what I wrote in my slides, and I'm just literally walking through my slides without knowing what the next bullet points are. When you're doing push downs, start light, add weight gradually, especially if you're not warmed up. Typically, I do my push downs later in the workout because I'm already warmed up after doing like my main pressing movements. Do band push downs. That way you can maintain your blood flow. Before, during, and after your workout, and at home as well too. If you know you're going to be pressing really heavy for the day, then you should really make sure you warm up your elbows. You'll be safer and you'll have stronger triceps for the lift as well too. So now I want to talk about some shoulder isolation basics. So this is going to be your shoulders, your front delts, your side delts, and your rear delts. Anytime you can, use a back support or use chest support. This is going to give you better form. It's safer, and it's going to decrease like you wanting to swing the weight around because you literally can't if you're like sitting down. Focus on tension. Slow eccentric on the way down is always going to be really good for whenever you're doing any shoulder accessory work. Going faster on the concentric is fine, but always on the eccentric, control the weight coming down. Pick weights for higher rep ranges. I would say anything between 12 to 20, even 10 to 20 is okay, and as much as you can, avoid swinging the weight around. A lot of my clients skip rear delts. I have to teach a lot of guys. I have to remind them to train their rear delts as well too. It's basically just going to balance your overall physique and increase stability as well too. And it's one of those muscles that just looks really cool. Like people sleep on rear delts. If you have a tight shirt and you have really big rear delts, it looks badass from behind. So now let's talk about leg isolation basics. Real quick, let me take a sip of water. Leg isolation basics. Machines are fine for this, especially if you're just hypertrophy focused and you're just focused on aesthetics. Machines are great. They allow you to focus on your pause and really lock in your form as well too. Fast up on the concentric is always okay. Slow down on the eccentric is way better. Tension is what's going to be the most important. So real quick on this bullet point, like whenever you're doing leg isolation work, still go as deep as you can with full range of motion as you can. Progressive overload, just because you're doing like lighter reps or you're doing isolation work doesn't mean you don't implement progressive overload. So still try to gradually add weight and get stronger. Some key exercises: leg curls, leg extensions, adductor and adductor work. These are some of the basics. A good cool thing you can do is to actually adjust your machines and like use yoga blocks. This is going to increase the range of motion on a lot of your machines. Like some guys just hop on the leg curl or leg extension and just start doing curls and extensions. Before you do that, hop into the machine and adjust it so that you can get the most range of motion possible. Now, a cool tip, like if you're doing leg press, this even works if you're doing double leg press, like if you're not doing just single leg. Use like a yoga block and put it behind your back or behind like your hip bone. That way you can actually increase the range of motion. And this allows you to get an even deeper squat than if you were just to sit in the machine normally. Sit as deep as you can if you're whenever you're doing leg press. You want to tuck your butt back as far as it will go into the seat for better depth. Now we are in the next chapter. We're going to talk about how to coach yourself while you're at the gym. Self-coaching at the gym 101. Show up consistently outside and inside the gym. This is what's going to be the most important. Follow your plan. Stick to your sets, reps, and progression. Track your progress. Don't forget to log your lifts. Refer to your checklists. Rating your lifts helps as well too. Manage your time and your energy. Make sure you're getting your sleep. Stimulants will help with your workouts. Discipline. This is all stuff we'll talk about in this chapter. Housekeeping. So gym etiquette, clean equipment, prep for the next session, etc., etc. Motivate yourself. Your mindset is going to drive consistent action. So first thing is the rate of progress accountability checklist. Track your reps, track your weight, and track your volume. This is the most minimal basic form of progress tracking that you can do. This is essential. You should be doing this at the very minimum. If you want to be even better, what you can do is you can track your form, technique, and rest periods. It takes a little bit longer. It's a little bit more work when it comes to tracking, so it's up to you. All measures count. Small changes add up. Example: 8 reps with 2-minute rest is still significantly harder than 8 reps with 5-minute rest. And although your numbers didn't go up, like your reps didn't go up or your weight didn't go up, your rest decreased, which if you remember is still a form of progressive overload. So you're still making progress. It's still really good. Record everything. See what's working and what's not. Should I deviate from my plan? This is probably a question you ask yourself a lot. Here's some questions you're going to ask yourself in order to answer the ultimate question of should I deviate from my plan? Am I currently making progress on my lifts and my size? So am I getting stronger and am I growing? Are all my target muscles being trained effectively? In other words, are the muscles that I actually want to grow for my goal physique being trained, being stimulated? Did this program work for someone else or is it just me? So is there anyone who's already gotten results by using this program? Is this plan time efficient? Am I in the gym for 4 hours or am I in the gym for an hour? Am I able to fully recover between my workouts? Am I supporting recovery outside of the gym as well too? So am I getting my sleep? Am I getting my nutrition in? Am I lowering my stress? I would answer all of these questions first before answering the question of should I deviate from my plan. If all of these are yes, then there's no reason to deviate because you're already making progress. It's already working. Your target muscles are being trained. The program has already worked for other people. It's time efficient. I'm able to recover between my workouts. Now, if these are all no's, then it might make more sense to deviate from your plan. I would say that the question I have here at the bottom, am I supporting recovery outside of the gym, is actually the first one you should answer, because if you're not primarily focusing on getting your sleep, nutrition, and stress locked in, then that's going to affect the rest of your training, diet, and nutrition. So make sure those are locked in before you answer any of these other questions as well. So here's the question of what is holding you back? Everyone has something that limits your progress, including yourself, including myself. So this is a question you can ask yourself every once in a while. Basically ask yourself, why am I not growing? Am I eating enough? Am I getting enough sleep? Is my intensity intense enough at the gym? Am I trying hard enough? Am I training to failure as often as I can? How's my rest? Am I eating shit food or am I eating good food? Am I sleeping 8 hours a night? Am I hydrating? Ask yourself these types of questions every once in a while just to make sure you're focused on like getting results. And it's a good way to check on yourself and see like kind of figure out what you've been doing wrong. Basically, you're asking yourself, what can I do better in my training or in my recovery? So when you do ask yourself these types of questions and you get your answer, actually acknowledge it. Like, don't just ignore it and let the idea float away. Like if you actually ask yourself these questions and you find answers that are like actually beneficial towards you, like you ask yourself, am I eating enough? And the answer you find out is actually no. Don't just ignore it. Like figure out how you can eat more food. Figure out how you can implement that answer into your daily life. That way you can start seeing better gains. Adapt and learn. Use it to improve. Creating good gym habits. Track your workouts. Track your sets, reps, weights, and rest. Stay active. Don't just sit between sets. So I mentioned this early in the course, but walk around between your sets. That'll burn some extra calories. Put your phone on Do Not Disturb. Minimize your distractions. If you're into music, use music. And if you want to use music, noise-canceling headphones works even better because it blocks out all the noise from outside. Accept your outcomes. Guys, realize, like, hey, man, I want you to realize that not every day is going to be a PR. When you go to the gym, you're going to have bad days. That's okay. Best thing you can do is adapt, learn, and figure out what you can do better next time. Always warm up properly. Prep your joints and muscles. If you're going to squat, don't just start squatting 3 plates. Start with the bar, add a plate, add a second plate, and then get to 3 plates. Same thing for bench. Start with the bar, add a plate, add 2 plates, etc., etc. If you're doing tricep work, if you're pressing a lot today, don't forget, do some band work. That'll help as well too. Hydrate before and during your session. Don't ever go into a workout like dehydrated. Pound a bunch of water. Pack your gym bag consistently. This is going to help you remove friction and train. If you don't mind, like if you got the trunk space, you can always just leave your gym bag in your trunk. Or if your gym allows it, you can always lock your bag in a personal locker. That way, your shit's always ready. Like you're just always ready to go. Now let's talk about great, mid, and bad workout sessions. Some sessions are great. Some are going to be bad. For the most part, most of them are just going to be normal. Learn what makes each type. So these are the things that are going to affect your gym sessions. Sleep, stress, food, warm up, like how hyped you are, etc. Great sessions are typically going to come from moments of low stress. You're fully rested. You're properly fueled up with the right nutrition. You're motivated, like you're excited to go. You've been listening to good music on the way to the gym. Normal sessions are typically just, any typical average workout, average conditions. Bad sessions are usually from you having no sleep, you're stressed out, dehydrated, not a lot of good food, probably no warm-up as well either. Adjust your habits to maximize great sessions. So if you're noticing that you're having mid and bad sessions, then you can probably incorporate some of the things to have better sessions. Like I said, lower your stress, make sure you're rested, fuel your body correctly, and make sure you're motivated. Now I want to talk about mindset and why you should think like a winner. For one thing, like I said, accept your outcomes. Not every day is going to be perfect. But what you can do instead is you can learn from your mistakes, identify what went wrong and how you can fix it. So you want to adapt, that we can improve your next session. Focus on the process, not just the results. Natural bodybuilding is a lifelong thing, bro. Like, we're not just in here for a few weeks or a few months. We're doing this for life. It's going to be a long journey. Just accept that. And don't just dial in on the results. Like, focus on the process. Focus on, like, the progress. That's the fun part of it. There's opportunity in every workout. If you're just having normal sessions, your plan is probably working as expected. If you're having good sessions, figure out what actually made it great. That we can replicate it for more future sessions. If you're having bad sessions, the opportunity is that you can actually find the easiest fix to prevent it next time. So if you have a bad session and you figured out that, dang, I was probably had a shitty workout because I had no caffeine in me, well, then there you go. Easy fix. Next workout, just drink a Celsius before you work out. Use every session to improve. Don't waste these learning opportunities. A lot of guys will actually waste good sessions because they'll have really good workout sessions and they won't really think about what made it, like how it became good, like what made it good. They'll typically be okay with figuring out what made bad sessions bad, but they never think about how to replicate good sessions. So if you can learn to pick up this skill, pick up this habit, you'll have way better workouts way more often. So, quick wins for momentum. Focus on easy wins. This is going to build a lot of mental momentum. Stack your habits and you'll see a snowball effect over time. So, if you're sleeping well and you start stacking that with good nutrition, you start stacking that with hyping and like motivating yourself with good music, you start stacking that with like caffeining yourself before the workout. Next thing you know, you have all these easy wins and you haven't even done your workout for the day. And then when it comes time for your workout, you're just going to kill it. Give yourself new challenges. That way you can keep improving. An example I can give is like if you're always bench pressing and you get bored and like you might be making progress, your progress might be plateauing. Well, you can give yourself a new challenge and instead of trying to just grow on the bench press, switch it up and try to grow on the incline press. Make training enjoyable. Small wins is going to equal more fun. Tracking your training 101. Track your sets, track your reps, track your weights, track your exercises. This is the bare minimum. If you know your mood, energy, pain, and form quality, this is some extra insight it will definitely help if you reference it in the future. However, it's not essential. Observe how one exercise affects the next. So, in your routine, if you typically squat and then you like to do like back work after that, and you're starting to realize that, hey, my back work is starting to really struggle because I'm still tired from my previous exercise where I was squatting, then it might make sense to like push your back workout a little bit further, or your back exercise a little bit further in your workout. That way you can give your back some time to rest after you just squatted. So be logical, be reasonable about it. Track your total fatigue, know which workouts hit the hardest. This is a good tip as well too. Help prioritize training for best results. If you track your total fatigue from your exercises, you're able to kind of see which workouts are the hardest, and it kind of helps you figure out where to place them in your workout, like where to place them in your programming. Next thing we're going to talk about is how progress is addictive. PRs are addictive. Personal records are addictive. I love them. I'm sure you love them too. We all love getting stronger in the gym and beating our previous best. Adding weights to your exercises, adding reps is super fun, and all these small wins add up and they all matter as well too. But wins don't always come in the form of numbers. Sometimes just showing up counts. So something you got to realize. You're not always going to have great, amazing days where you PR every single time you go to the gym. So sometimes you got to realize that even just showing up for the gym is a win in itself. Big wins can equal better form or technique. Sorry, I wrote that kind of weird. I was confusing myself. Another example of a win basically is that even showing up is a win. Even better form or technique is also a win. Never sacrifice your form just to chase PRs. So in other words, don't just start throwing weight on the bar just because you're so focused on hitting a PR that your form actually starts to fall apart. Keep your form tight, keep your form and technique amazing, and progress at a gradual pace that's sustainable so that you don't get hurt, but you still make gains. So now I want to talk about tracking examples and what like tracking your lifts could look like. Here's an example of like an average tracking example. Here's an example of like what you could write for your tracking. I back squatted. I did 3 sets of 8. I did 3 sets. I got to an 8. I got to a 7. I got to a 6 at 320 pounds. All my reps were below parallel. The session felt okay. You logged the basics. It's missing some key details like your form, energy, fatigue, and mood. Without full info, it's hard to see where you can make improvement in these different opportunities. Here's an example of great tracking. I did a barbell back squat. I did 3 sets. I got to 8, 7, and 6 at 320 pounds. All my reps were below parallel. I did, however, bounce off my knees on the last few reps of each set. I didn't do any rest pauses like I did last session. My reps look really fast, but the last few felt a little bit tougher. Next session, I'm going to aim for 7s across the board without bouncing off my knees. Instead of 3 sets at 8, 7, and 6, I'm going to aim for 3 sets of 7, 7, 7. So you can already see how this tracking is far more descriptive. You're not over analyzing either. You're not writing an entire book about one single exercise you did that day. But it still audits your form and gives us a good goal for the next session in order of what to shoot for. This is definitely more coachable as well too, since it's more specific. So you can kind of see just how tracking more gives you more opportunities to grow. Now I want to talk about the power of gamifying your training. Focus on easy wins or things you like doing. It makes workouts more fun and engaging. So in other words, if you hate squatting, don't fucking squat. Do deadlifts instead. If you don't want to do deadlifts, do leg press. If you don't want to do leg press, do lunges. If you don't want to do lunges, then do split squats. If you don't want to do split squats, do RDLs. Figure out what exercises you enjoy doing that still target the muscle groups you want to work on. This is best for new exercises or areas you want to improve. So you can gamify things by like, say you're starting a new exercise and you want to start working on ring dips. You could gamify it by having like a goal or a number you want to hit every single time you go. So day 1, I might aim to do 5 ring dips. Day 2, I might aim to do 6. Day 3, I might aim to do 7, so forth and so forth. Or some other versions of gamifying it is you can like do a challenge with a friend, do a challenge with a group. So like, so you can get the most ring dips, or you can post your progress online. Like, it's not really gamifying, but it is fun to share your progress because it just shows people what you're doing, and we're all human, you know, we all like fucking showing off. You can use methods like rest pauses, cluster sets, total reps, drop sets. These are all different like set methods that make training a bit more fun as well too. My favorite is definitely like drop sets, circuits, and supersets. Those are some of my favorites. But, you know, best as you can, if you do start doing this stuff, just make sure you're still staying inside your overall program structure. You still want to focus on progressive overload no matter what it is you're doing. So make it a game. You can do things like rep challenges. Do a certain number of reps in a set time. Like, hey, can I do... Like, one thing I used to do when I would train body weight, if I was at home when I didn't really have access to a gym, is I would see, like, how quickly can I get to 200 push-ups? And I would try to break that record every single time I did it. Weight challenge, super basic, but see if you can lift more than last week. Time circuit, do a bunch of exercises in a row and see how fast you can get through it. Endurance tests, see how many sets you can do while still keeping good form. Compete against friends, like I said. Bench press contests, things like that, so you can squat the most. Group workouts are always the most fun. It's always super fun to get in with your friends and like do a good workout with your bros. Compete online. Like, if you don't have friends at your gym, if you're a little lonely dude, it's okay. You can make friends online as well too and compete with those people. Outside the gym tracking. Count your steps, count your daily movement, count your water. Are you drinking a gallon of water every single day? Calories and protein. This is absolutely essential. Core fundamental of your diet and nutrition. Nutrient-dense foods. Are you eating healthy? Are you eating your veggies and fruit? Are you getting 8 hours of sleep? And is that 8 hours of sleep also quality sleep as well? Are you stretching and working on your mobility? Stretching seems kind of gay for some of you. Some of you guys don't like, you know, you might not like stretching. You might think it's kind of stupid, but I'll give you the honest answer. Stretching is not gay. It's super amazing, and it's going to increase your overall strength and lifts and gains as well too. So personally, I like to stretch when I'm at home watching TV and stuff like that. I also have a foam roller and I have a massage gun, and I like to use those to kind of improve my recovery as well too. Work on your stress levels. Work on your mental state. Social energy, spend time with supportive friends. Are you drinking a lot? Are you eating a lot of junk food? And these are things you can track as well too. FOMO in the gym or fear of missing out. So you see a new reel pop up on your feed and saying you need to try this new super cool, super awesome, amazing bicep curl. But what you got to do is ask yourself, is this advice actually useful for me? Check if it fits my current training plan. If you already have bicep curl that is working, you're already seeing growth with a different bicep curl, you don't necessarily need to switch it. Like if things are working, don't break something that's not, or don't fix something that's not broken. Avoid chasing every new trend or exercise. Like, yes, it's fun to try new things, but you don't need to switch every single time you go to the gym. Like, you want to actually track a certain exercise progressively and for like a couple of weeks in a row at least. That way you can actually see if you're making progress or not. Working with your genetics. Guys, hey, bro, like, listen, you got to accept what you can't change. If you're short, that's okay. But the positive is that you're probably going to fill out faster and you're going to get stronger quickly. If you got long arms, maybe you're a taller dude, it's okay too because you have potential for really huge arms. If you're skinny and you've been skinny your whole life, I'll tell you right now, you'll probably do better at staying lean once you actually put on muscle compared to regular dudes. If you've been a bigger guy your whole entire life, you'll probably be better at putting on muscle faster and you probably will really pull off that like husky bear mode look. So we all have different leverages. We all have different genetics. You got to play towards your genetics and work with what you got. Self-audit your training. Refer to this checklist as needed. How is my training going? What are the biggest challenges in my training? Like, am I struggling with diet or am I struggling with nutrition? Is my squat super weak lately? What are the biggest successes? I've been PRing in my bench press pretty much every week. That's a success. Or maybe, hey, I've noticed that my pull-ups have gotten significantly stronger. Any new things that have caught my eye? Where are some easy wins that I can improve on? Like, oh, I noticed I haven't really been walking in between my sets. That's something that's super easy to fix. I got to remember to start walking between my sets. Where can I be better? What should I improve on? These are all questions you can ask yourself when it comes to self-auditing your training. And don't forget, you can always refer back to this checklist as needed. If you want, I'll give you a quick second. You can screenshot this if you want. 3, 2, 1. Okay, bye. Let's go. Next slide. Timing your stimulants. If you're a new lifter, if you are a beginner, if you're a skinny, natty dude and you're watching this video and you're just new to the gym, I highly recommend learning to train without caffeine first and learning to rely on your sleep and hydration. Now, I'm not saying like it's okay to substitute caffeine for sleep and hydration. Like everyone should get really good sleep and make sure they're hydrated. But caffeine is a supplement. It is used to supplement our training. But learn to train without it first. Use caffeine sparingly. You don't got to use it every workout if you don't need it. Kind of use it as a boost whenever you feel like you need a little bit extra more energy, or if you know you're going to be like trying to hit a PR today, or if you know you're going to be lifting super heavy for the day. Take periodic breaks to lower your baseline for caffeine. This is a good tip because otherwise your caffeine intake will just get higher and higher and higher to the point where you need a cup or two or even like 200 milligrams of caffeine just to get a good workout in. Avoid any form of caffeine 8 hours before bed. Otherwise, it's going to make it super hard for you to fucking fall asleep. Stick to black coffee. You don't need sugar and cream. Bro, like, keep it simple. Okay, it's not rocket science. Just sugar and cream is just, yes, it's extra calories, but it's going to affect your performance. Like, just drink black coffee. Now, here's some tips for mindset. Stay humble at the start of your program. If you're new to this, if you're a beginner, just stay humble. Learn as much as you can. There's no reason to show off or anything like that, especially if you're still skinny. Like, let's get you some gains. Let's build you some muscle first, and then we can start worrying about showing off. Master the basics. Get really good form. Get really technique, especially on the big compound lifts like your squat, bench, deadlift, lunges, pull-ups, rows, OHP, etc. Master your schedule. So remember I gave you that good tip of putting your gym days in your actual calendar. Have reminders for your gym day. Get really good at your schedule to the point where you're not skipping workouts anymore, and learn to become aware of your body. So learn to recognize when you're super sore or when you need to warm up a little bit more, or when you realize that you can aim for a bigger PR today because you feel super fresh. Once your body awareness starts to improve, your gains start to follow along as well. Focus on consistent execution over flashy lifts. Yes, it is cool sometimes to lift and do super cool exercises, but bro, just get in there, be consistent at first, get really good and really strong at the basics, and then we can worry about being cool, like I said. Track your progress to see small wins. This is a bare minimum, guys. If you want to implement progressive overload, you got to know what you're tracking, or you got to know what you're doing in the gym. So at the very minimum, track your exercises, track your sets, reps, and weights. All the other stuff is cool. It helps a lot as well too, like the tracking your mood, your energy, tracking your form, tracking your like how you felt, your fatigue. All this stuff helps, but at the very minimum, track the stuff for progressive overload, your sets, your reps, your weights, your rest periods, and like your form and technique. Embrace your mistakes as learning opportunities. Don't forget that just because you made a mistake, there is still something you can learn from it that way you can adapt and become better. Avoid comparing yourself to advanced lifters. You're going to find a lot of guys on the internet who are fucking swole, but you guys got to remember that not everybody you see online is natty, and not everybody who claims to be natty is actually natty. So take everyone's physique with a grain of salt and just focus on yourself. Focus on the gains that you're making. Focus on your progress. And I promise that this journey will be much more enjoyable. Building your weak points. First, learn the basics and follow your program. Once you've learned the basics and you've maybe done your program through an entire session, a few months on your program, then start looking at your weak spots. Like look at muscles that are lacking, or look at lifts that are lacking behind. Like maybe your bench press is really strong, but maybe your squats are a little bit weaker. Or vice versa, maybe you got really big legs, but you realize that your chest hasn't really been growing as much. Next program, you can add extra work for those weak spots. So you can do more chest work, or you can focus more on squat. There you go. One thing I'll add too is that you still need to keep working on your strong muscles so that nothing falls behind. So just because you got really big legs already doesn't mean you just stop squatting entirely. Like, keep squatting. Maybe you could reduce the volume a little bit. So instead of doing, 8 to 20 sets a week, maybe you just do 8 sets a week instead. Track your progress and make changes as needed. Time efficiency strategies. It's one of my favorite ideas within bodybuilding, because although I do love the gym, I love to get in and out as well too, because I got other stuff going on. Quick warm-ups that match your workout. So I'll explain this really quickly, really briefly. If you're going to be squatting, it doesn't make sense to warm up doing like a bunch of arm swings, because you're not really going to be using your arms as much when you're squatting. If you're squatting, it makes more sense to do a bunch of body weight squats, do a bunch of squats with the bar, do a bunch of squats with the one plate. Like, see how that makes more sense? Arm swings would make more sense. Like, hey, I'm going to be bench pressing and I'm going to be focusing on increasing my bench press today. Then arm swings makes more sense. Like, let me loosen up my shoulder joints. Let me get some blood flow going in my arms and my shoulders. Let me do a couple warm-up push-ups, a couple warm-ups on the bench press with just the bar. So warm up with what your schedule is for the day, basically. Keep your rest short between sets. I'm a big proponent of really, really, really short rest periods. I feel like a lot of guys oftentimes go into the gym and they rest for way longer than they actually need to. Like, I can do a set of bench press and I go as soon as I'm ready to go again. Like, it might be 15 seconds, it might be 30 seconds, it might be a minute. But as soon as I'm ready to go again, I'm not waiting for the set timer to go off. I'm ready to bench when I'm ready to bench. And if you want to grow, if you want to implement progressive overload, don't forget that one of the ways to actually implement progressive overload is to decrease the rest periods. So when you actually do that, you are increasing the time under tension, because you are going into another set of bench press quicker than you did last time. So you're going right back into training into failure, right back into more time under tension, and it can actually be more beneficial. Now, one of the cons of this is that you're not going to be able to lift as heavy. So yes, you could bench press, take a 30-second break, do another set of bench press, but you're not going to be as strong compared to doing a set of bench press and then taking a 3-minute break and then doing your bench press. So it's all up to you. It's all up to what your goals are. The most important thing is intensity. If you work out with intensity and you try really hard and you push to failure as often as you can, you're still going to see growth no matter what. You just might see more strength gains if your rests are a little bit longer. So it's all up to you at the end of the day. If you are checking your form, like you're recording your form or anything like that, start your rest break and then review your form. Don't review your form, look at the video, and then start a 30-second rest break. Literally start your 30-second rest break, click start on the timer, then start watching your form. Or even better, it might not be as effective because you can't really review your form and implement changes, but you can also just watch your form at the end of your workout and implement changes at the end of the workout or for your next workout. Mentally prep for your next set in your head. Figure out exactly what you're going to be doing for your next set. Figure out the numbers you're going to aim for. That way you don't sit on the bench and sit there for 30 seconds trying to remember what your goal is. Use a stopwatch to stay on track. I have a little Casio. I've had this watch for 10 years now, but I've had 3 different versions of it because I go a little rough on them and sometimes I break the strap, but you can get a F9-W1, I think is the model. $10 stopwatch. Amazing. Supersets and circuits are one of my favorite ways to implement time efficiency in my training. I've been doing supersets and circuits for the past maybe three or 4 years now, maybe 3 years in my training. It saved me so much time while still allowing me to get gains. So a superset is basically when you do an exercise, for example, you do bench press. Right after you do bench press, literally as soon as you're done, you go do a different exercise that ideally targets a different muscle group. So if you're doing bench press for your first set, your superset shouldn't be cable flies because you're just targeting chest again. You want to give your chest a break. So instead what you could do is you could do a horizontal press like your bench press. Right after that, you could superset it with a horizontal pull like a cable row. So you see how those two aren't really fighting against each other. They're 2 different muscle groups targeting 2 different areas. Superset or circuits is basically the longer version of supersets. So instead of just having one exercise and then a second one, you add 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, however many exercises you want. So you could have bench press into a row, into a squat, into a crunch or sit up, into a leg press, into a pull up, into a deadlift. If I count it correctly, that's 7 exercises. And you could do your entire workout like that. You can do 3 or 4 rounds of that, and that could be your entire workout. I love doing circuits as well too. The only thing is that with circuits, you need to make sure that you have access to that much equipment. Circuits don't really work well in public gyms unless it's absolutely dead. So if you have access to a lot of equipment, then supersets can make more sense. But if not, then you might need to stick to supersets or just regular training methods. Okay, now let's kind of wrap up. Self-coaching is a system. Follow it step by step and you'll get the best results. Don't just try to wing it. Use the resources that I've given you. They work if you guys actually do them. The core things is track your workouts, track your food, track your sleep, make sure you're eating well, make sure you're sleeping, make sure you're tracking your workouts. Learn from each session, see what worked and what did not. There's always opportunities to learn and adapt from each workout, whether it be a good workout or a bad workout. See what you can replicate if you had a good workout, see what you can take away if you had a bad workout. Focus on the small wins, keep going. This is going to create a lot of momentum. And don't forget, the most important thing is just to have fun. If you have fun while you're at the gym, everything gets way easier. And I promise you'll actually see way more gains that way. Think about it. If you go in the gym, you're in a bad mood, none of your friends are there, you forgot your headphones, you're probably going to have a shitty workout. But you go to the gym, you're blasting awesome music that you like. You're going to meet your friend or a couple of friends there for a group workout. You're excited. You took pre-workout. You got your caffeine in you. You're warmed up. You've been sleeping well. You've been eating healthy. You're probably going to have a killer workout. So just have fun. Keep it light, but also make good progress. So now I want to talk about practical muscle method programming. Here's a quick beginner to-do list that you can do in 2025 if you're a beginner and you just want to implement some things right away to make some good progress. Eat a lot of good food to give your body the fuel it needs to grow. So eat super nutrient-dense foods, whole foods if you can. Follow a good workout plan that is made for new lifters. Learn how to do the big lifts, big compound movements, aka your squat, bench, deadlift, OHP, lunges, pull-ups, rows, stuff like that. Get a little stronger each week by lifting slightly heavier weights or adding a rep or two here and there. If you can add even more reps, even better. Make sure you get plenty of rest. Get your 8 hours of sleep so your muscles can actually repair themselves. Don't forget, bro, I've told you a couple times already, but your muscles grow when you're sleeping and when you're resting, not when you're actually in the gym. Work all parts of your body so you can get strong everywhere. The body is very synergistic. If you train only one or two muscle groups, you're only going to be strong there, and you're going to have significant weak points in the rest of your body. Train like your entire body, train full body, and all your lifts will go up, and your overall physique will be better as well too. Now, here's some common mistakes I see as a coach. I see a lot of guys that don't track their workouts. They just go in there and get a pump in. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool to get a pump in. It might look good for a photo, but you're not actually building muscle. They don't track their food, so they're just guessing. And then they get mad and they talk to me and they get mad at me for like, why am I not growing? Well, bro, you're not tracking your calories. You got to make sure you're giving your body enough energy to actually grow and build muscle. You can't build something out of nothing. Your muscles and your body need extra fuel in order to build actual muscle. They don't push to failure. I got a lot of clients and I see a lot of guys that just go into the gym and take it too easy. They don't prioritize recovery, so they're not getting their 8 hours of sleep, or they're overtraining and they work out every single day and push way too hard, which is the opposite of not pushing to failure. They're not giving their muscles enough time to actually recover. Program hopping, they can't stick to one program, so they constantly switch from like week to week, even day to day. I've had clients that are like, they want to try this, and all in the same week. Like, bro, you gotta test your program, run it for at the very minimum, like a month. Even though ideally I would say 2, 3, 4 months is the best. A whole year is amazing. So to stop program hopping. Then I see guys that hyper focus on small muscles. They literally only focus on chest and don't focus on anything else. Or like myself, when I was a beginner, when I first started lifting, I only did bicep curls. It was like the only exercise I knew. Concentration curls, hammer curls, and like regular curls. That's like literally all I did. Bad form. A lot of guys get in there and ego lift, especially if they're new. Take some time to learn proper form, learn proper technique. You're going to get way better results. Skipping workouts, just full on not showing up. Neglecting their calories and protein. Like I said, if you're not getting your calories and protein in, you're not giving the body the fuel it needs in order to actually build muscle. So here's some easy wins you are probably missing. You don't follow a good plan. You don't track your workouts. You don't try to get stronger each week. You spend too much time on small exercises. So you focus too much time on hitting biceps instead of working out like doing an OHP or a bench press to work out multiple muscles all at once, like your chest, triceps, arms, core. You skip working out your legs, or maybe you don't even train back. You don't eat enough food to build muscle. I also see guys who've got talent, but they don't really have any structure. Some people, they just naturally progress well in the gym, even when they wing it, but they struggle with sticking to something. For these guys, when I get clients like this, the best thing I can do for them is usually initially start with figuring out their volume needs. So figure out how much like actual volume they need to actually stimulate like real muscle growth. Then I just design a super basic layout. I give them some simple goals, like I pick 1 to 2 to 3 exercises, and I give them like an ultimate goal of what number they should aim to hit for like that month or that quarter of the year. Then I make it fun for them. Like I check in with them, share progress. If they're local, we do workouts together. Then I gamify their training through tracking. So tracking in itself is kind of a game because it's fun to track your lifts. Like it's fun to go into your workout app and like see your numbers grow, or if you're old school and you do it on paper because you're 90 years old, it's fun to like refer to all your old training like logbooks and notebooks and stuff because you can literally turn the pages and like literally see your visualized progress on pen and paper. It's pretty cool. Usually these people just need a system that they can actually follow. How your personality affects gains as a skinny guy. There's the overdoer. He works too hard, burns out. They need to learn to rest. There's the accessory skipper. This might be you. You only do the big lifts. You're good on strength, but you miss tiny muscle details like you don't really hit your traps, triceps, forearms, calves, whatever it may be. That could be you. There's the overthinker. You probably know a lot, but your progress is slow. You just got to keep it simple. Stop thinking so much. Stick to the basics and just get strong. It could be you as well. You might be the tinkerer. You like to switch exercises too often. And what you need to do is just track progress and stick to a system. Out of all four of these, I am definitely the tinkerer. I love trying new exercises and I love trying new things because there's always so much new content out there. It's always fun to try new exercises and do new lifts. Now, let's talk a little bit deeper about the overdoer. They love to train, but they hurt themselves or they skip rest. Natty lifters need rest to grow. That's exactly why we only train twice a week on Muscle Method, because if you work out hard enough, if you work out with enough intensity, you're really going to need about 2 to 3 days in order to see like actual muscle growth and give your body time to like recover and build muscle. It's okay to use your rest days for other things, not just weights, if you are the overdoer. For example, me personally, like on my rest days, I don't just sit around. I either go get like a light pump in at my local condo gym, and it's not even a workout. Like I just go in there, get a few sets in, like a pump, or do a couple push-ups here at the house. Usually I walk my dog or I go play basketball for a few hours. A rest day isn't actually have to be a rest day. What's way better is implementing active recovery, which is basically where you do any type of like low fatigue activity just to get some blood flow pumped in your muscles. This is going to speed up your recovery significantly. You can do things like I mentioned, like basketball, walk your dog, walking treadmill, elliptical bike, stationary bike, incline treadmill, ping pong, bowling, climbing I don't know. It's any type. I have a whole list of this stuff. It's just I'm not being able. I can't remember all 30 things that I know of off my head, but there's a lot of options. If you just do a quick YouTube search for active recovery, you'll see a lot of different ideas. Do other moves like cardio, conditioning, fun exercises. Another one I forgot to mention was swimming. Swimming is a really good one. But you want to make sure these don't stop your main workouts. Like they shouldn't be so hard to the point that you're sore. They just need to get some blood flow pumped. You can add more volume safely if done right. So if you are the overdoer and you love training and you love being in the gym, you probably have enough room to do like a couple more sets, add some extra volume in. You can feel free to add it. Just make sure you're giving your body enough time to recover and you'll be perfectly fine. All right, the next one is the accessory skipper. This may be you as well too. You only do the main lifts, not any extra accessory work. You're not lazy, you just like focusing on the big lifts, which is totally fine, that's okay. But accessories are exactly what they sound like. They're accessories to the big lifts. They are helpers for the main lifts. If you think about it, whenever you're training triceps, you're indirectly increasing like your overall bench press strength because your triceps play a big part in your bench press. So if you train your triceps as well too, your bench press should automatically go up. Same goes with like leg work. Like if you want to increase your deadlift, training back, training your hamstrings, like isolation work is going to increase your overall deadlift numbers as well too. It's also good for just building overall muscle and it's going to help with your aesthetics as well too. The overthinker. You know a lot about lifting and fitness, but sometimes you just don't do the work. You sometimes make simple things like way too complicated. Like in terms of 2 + 2 equaling 4, you might think of it as like, well, why can't it be 3 + 1 = 4? Like both versions work perfectly fine, but at the end of the day, you don't need to decide which ones to do. Just pick one and do it. You know what I mean? Keep fitness simple. Just do what works, implement what works for other people, and apply it to yourself. Fitness isn't rocket science. Like you literally do a few core things: sleep, nutrition, recovery, training, progressive overload, intensity, training frequency. That's the bulk of it. Like that's most of it, and you're good. You're good to go. You may be the tinkerer as well too. You usually know exactly what to do. Like you know what you need to do in order to build muscle to actually see gains. but you like to try new things all the time. You like to try new lifts, new methods for your sets and reps. You don't give enough programs enough time to actually work. You change things too often, which tends to actually slow down your progress. What this person needs is just a system to actually track the results. You love testing new methods and strategies. So all this is totally okay, and honestly I would say this is what I am. I'm definitely a tinkerer. I love to try new things, but that's just because I get bored really easily at the gym, and that's okay. But how I combat that is that even though I'm trying new things all the time, I keep my program relatively the same. I'm just switching out movement patterns for different movements. So if I get bored of leg press, I'll do squat. If I get bored of deadlift, I'll do RDLs. If I get bored of pull-ups, I'll do lat machine pull down, etc., etc. And I also combat that by still making sure I track my results like to a T, super detailed. I still track all my lifts. That way I can still make sure implementing progressive overload. So even though if I have like a whole month of training, for example, and week 1 I do bench, week 2 I switch it up and I do dumbbell bench, week 3 I do incline barbell bench, and week 4 I do ring dips, even though each of those weeks I did a different chest workout, I still track it and I still track my progress so that next time, like if I do bench next month, like I did in week 1 of month 1, then I can still see what I did last month and I can still make improvements. Same goes for the other exercises. Like if I did like a set of ring dips, even if I only did it one time that month, let's say the next month comes along and I want to train it again, well, hey, I can refer to my app, I can refer to Boost Camp, I can see exactly how many sets and reps I did and even my reps in reserve, and I can work on improving it so that way I can make sure I'm implementing progressive overload. That's really the most important thing. So now here's some common mistakes skinny natty lifters make and how you can avoid them. You're not eating enough calories. You need to track your intake if you actually want to grow. You skip the compound lifts. Focus on these big lifts first. They're going to give you the most bang for your buck when it comes to your training, increasing your strength and actually putting on size. Poor sleep and high stress. You need to prioritize rest. Get your 8 hours of sleep. Implement active recovery like we talked about. Overtraining. You need to follow your program and deload when needed. Ignoring weak points. You got to work on your lagging muscles. Once you do that, your overall numbers for the compound lifts will go up, and it also helps balance out your physique and make sure your physique is proportionate. Chasing trendy exercises. You need to stick to what works for your body. It's okay to try new things, as I've been saying this entire course, but for the most part, if it works, don't break it. Just keep implementing what works. If you're already seeing gains and you're already seeing size. Not tracking progress. You gotta log your weights, log your reps, and log your form at the bare minimum. Okay, so now let's talk about training momentum. Lift more, grow more, super simple. That's all it really is for the most part. Training momentum is basically it's seeing when you can get stronger for the next session. You got to think of progress kind of like a battering ram versus pushing against a wall inch by inch. Lifting heavier is kind of that battering ram. It's going to break through faster. So what you want to do is kind of watch for chances where you can add weight. You can notice these kind of things by if you're doing a set and it's way too easy, or if even your working weight is you notice it's way too easy, then it's obviously time to add a little bit more weight, add a little bit more reps, or even add a little bit more sets. At the end of the day, I really think that lifting heavier is how you grow muscles, because think of that analogy I made earlier in this video. Think of the biggest guys, or think of the guys who are super strong on the compound lifts, guys with a big bench press, guys with a big OHP. That guy's going to have big shoulders. A guy who can do 40 bodyweight pull-ups in a row is going to have a crazy back. A guy who can leg press 1,000 pounds, probably big ass legs. So it only makes sense that if you get stronger and you pair that with the right amount of calories, the right nutrition, and the right protein, you're going to get bigger. New lifter gains. New lifters will grow faster than anybody else. If you are a new lifter, just follow your program exactly and you'll start to see results as long as you pair that with nutrition. Add weights or reps over time, aka progressive overload. Be good outside the gym too, so don't forget your outside gym habits like eating, sleeping, and getting your daily steps in for your overall health. Aim to train for failure as often as you can. As a new beginner, as a new lifter, if you are new to this, there's a good chance you don't really know what true failure feels like in the gym. So as much as you can, try to train to failure, but don't put yourself at risk for getting hurt. Like, don't train to failure on squats if you don't have a spotter. Or same thing goes for bench press. Like, don't go to absolute failure on bench press if there's no one there that's going to save you from keeping that bar falling and crushing your face. If you do want to go super hard on something like that, what I recommend instead is just like hopping on like the machine press, because if the weight gets too heavy, you can just drop it. Like, it's not going to kill you if you're in the machines. You need to learn what failure feels like if you're new. Basically what I just said. Track everything you do, especially if you're new. That way you can really see what worked for you and what didn't work for you. And you can take what did work for you and you can implement it even more. So now here's how to be the perfect lifter. You're always trying to learn new things. You listen to advice, but you're very wary, so you don't just like accept any advice that anyone gives you. Like you're cool to like consume advice and like watch new content and stuff, but at the end of the day, you're only going to implement what makes the most sense for you. So be logical, be reasonable. You're consistent for the long term, so you're not just in this for a few weeks, you're in this for the entire year and the following years ahead of that. Or if you're like me, you're in this for your whole life. If your goal is to stay natty for the rest of your life. You have fun while training. It's supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be exciting, guys. It shouldn't be boring and you shouldn't hate it. Otherwise, you'll just give up. You share what you know with other beginners. So as you start to, transition out of that beginner phase, you start to learn a little bit about lifting. You start to learn about your training. You get a little bit better in the kitchen. You learn what works and what doesn't work. Well, now it's your responsibility to share that with other people who used to be in the same scenario as you. That's exactly why I do it. That's exactly why I love taking my 15 years of knowledge and sharing it with other guys around me who could stand to benefit from it. Like guys who are stuck, who are skinny, maybe like yourself, maybe like people you may know. And I try to help those people. Another thing is that you always try to improve. So you always try to see where you can be better. And you notice mistakes and you figure out how you can learn from them. Now, here's how you can get back on track if you are a new lifter. For one, look at everything. Analyze everything. Your food. Are you hitting your calories? Are you hitting your protein? Your sleep. Are you getting your 8 hours? Your rest and recovery. Are you sitting around doing nothing on your rest days, or are you implementing active recovery to improve your blood flow and recover faster? Your form. Is your technique and form perfect on all your lifts? Check how hard you're training. Are you really pushing? Are you really pushing to failure? Or are you just telling yourself you're pushing to failure when in reality you're not really trying that hard? Figure out what's missing and how you can fix it. Everyone messes up. It's perfectly normal. It's okay. It's okay to fall off track, especially if you're a new lifter. Just figure out what you did wrong, figure out how to fix it, and get back on track. Basic step-by-step progress. Pick one exercise you want to get better at. For the sake of example, let's say you want to get better at incline bench press. Choose a weight you can lift for 3 sets of 8, so whatever weight that might be for you, and just leave 1 rep in the tank, aka reps in reserve 1 or like RPE 1. So if your absolute, let me explain further. If your absolute maximum is 10 reps, like it's either 10 reps or you would die, like there's no possible way you could get to 11, then you would stop at 9. That's what reps in reserve 1 means. Reps in reserve 2 means you would stop at 8 instead of going to absolute 10 reps max. Now, keep doing that weight until you can do 3 sets of 12 with good form. So you went from 3 sets of 8 with that weight, and eventually you got stronger. You implemented progressive overload. You've been eating correctly. You've been sleeping, and now you're at 3 sets of 12. Once 3 sets of 12 is easy, that's when you would add more weight, and you would just start the process over. Track your reps, track your weight, and how you felt for each session. This will help as well too. Don't forget to focus on small, steady increases. Slow progress lasts longer, and they also keep you safe. So you don't want to make such crazy jumps in the gym where you're putting yourself at risk. Make jumps that make sense. Like if you feel like you can add 20 pounds in one session without putting yourself at risk for injury, then by all means, do that. But if you're considering putting 80 pounds on the bar and you're like 50-50 on it, that doesn't really make as much sense. Decrease the weight a little bit, be safe, while also still making gains. Here's how you can get back on track if you are an intermediate lifter. Check your program. Make sure it's smart. Make sure it's optimized for your goals. So if you want the V-taper aesthetic It doesn't make sense to work on muscles that aren't aimed at the V taper. So do a lot of lat pull downs, do a lot of work for your lats, work on your traps, work on your forearms, your triceps, etc. Recovery is really essential at this stage, so make sure your sleep, stress, food, and rest between workouts is absolutely dialed in. Keep your habits outside the gym strong as well too, so your steps, you're getting your protein every single day, you're hydrated every single day, your sleep. If you hit a plateau, one thing you can do is try a deload week to reset your body. I'll explain deloads a little bit later in the course. Sometimes a new style helps as well too, like you might want to try focus on powerlifting for a few months, maybe a year, or you might want to focus solely on bodybuilding for a couple months. This is the importance of implementing variety when you get bored, because if you're bored you don't want to train hard, and if you don't train hard your gains start to lack. You need to track your progress really closely at this stage to see what's actually working and what's not working. Now, momentum for the advanced lifter. You got to follow your system absolutely perfectly. There's no guessing here. You just got to straight up execute. You can use linear periodization to tell you exactly what weights, sets, and reps to do every single time you work out. That way you're not just guessing. This reduces mental fatigue, so you're not really wasting energy thinking about what to do next, or which exercise to pick, or how many reps should I add, or how much weight should I add to the bar. Linear periodization also sets clear expectations, so you know what numbers you need to hit each single session. It plays to your strengths as well too, so you can focus on strong points to get more out of less. You also need to be able to adjust weak points very carefully at this stage, so give extra attention to lagging areas, but try not to overdo it. So if your bench isn't going up and you take a look at your triceps and you're like, my triceps are kind of weak, I bet you if I get stronger in triceps, or if I build bigger triceps and stronger triceps, then my bench press should go up. So just be logical about it. At this stage, you also need to manage your volume pretty smartly. If you got big legs, it makes sense to train them less, but you still want to maintain your results, so don't just stop training them entirely. Track everything. Small changes matter a lot at this level. And here's how you can salvage some momentum or some lost momentum as an advanced lifter. Manage your fatigue really well. Don't overwork yourself. Plan your recovery out. So even things like schedule massage days, schedule yoga sessions at your local yoga studio, stuff like that. Like, you got to really, really prioritize recovery as an advanced lifter if you still want to see gains. You can use lighter variations to add volume safely. Also include hard to do exercises like ring push-ups, weighted rings, Lou raises. These are ways to like really challenge your muscles without going balls to the wall super heavy. So for example, you could bench press 3 plates for reps in order to get your workout, or you could do these examples of hard exercises like ring push-ups, weighted ring push-ups, or like Lou raises if you're doing lateral raises. These versions of their alternate, like their main lift exercises, are significantly harder and they require less weight, because a ring push-up or a weighted ring push-up is really hard actually. Like, it's not just a regular push-up, it's significantly hard, and you don't really need to add weight to it. Like, you're basically getting more out of less weight. Eat really high in protein, that way you can fuel your recovery and growth. I would even say go above a gram per every pound of body weight. You can try like 1.2, even 1.3 if you can handle that. Your form's got to be absolutely perfect, even on your weak point exercises. And you can add extra volume to weak points to raise your overall strength, kind of as we mentioned with intermediate as well as beginner lifters as well too. Linear periodization, that way you can work smarter. It gives you the exact numbers to hit. It's easier than just guessing your reps in reserve as well too. It automatically paces your progress, so you're not trying to figure out what you're going to be doing all week, all month, or all quarter. It just figures it out for you. It lets you work hard even with lighter weights as well too. And you don't even need to know your 1 rep max. You can just use a calculator to kind of guesstimate. So if you only know your 10 rep max on bench press, you can enter that into a 1 rep max calculator, and it'll give you a pretty accurate guess of what your 1 rep max is. Like, I've tested this with multiple exercises, bench press, pull-ups, squats, deadlifts, and it's always gotten me like literally super close, sometimes even within a pound. So don't sleep on the 1 rep max calculators. Also, if you just hop online, there's a bunch of free tools out there that can create custom linear periodization programs for you. Also, feel free to just chat GPT it, or you can drop a comment below and I can help you create one for you. So let's wrap up on keeping your momentum. There's many ways to build momentum in your training. Momentum, like I said, is basically that battering ram. It's the energy that's going to break walls and push you forward. You don't want to try to break that wall inch by inch by inch slowly. As much as you can, you want to use as much momentum as possible to break through that wall and make really fast progress. So follow your system. That's going to help keeping momentum going. If your momentum does drop, don't forget to check the guidelines and get back on track. So now let's talk about lifestyle habits and consistency. How to stay consistent with just 2 workouts a week. Guys, there's not really any excuses here. Schedule workouts like appointments, no skipping. Put them in your calendar and create reminders in your calendar. That way, even if you do somehow forget, you have calendars on your phone, on your email, or whatever, your tablet, your PC, that'll remind you about your workout coming up. Focus on the big compound lifts. It's going to give you the max results for any of your workout sessions. One sec, I got to take a sip of water. If you guys do this, you're basically getting the most bang for your buck out of your workout day because the compound lifts target multiple muscle groups all at once. And it's a bigger way, or it's an easier way to get more stimulus out of the entire body. Prep your gym bag. Prep your meals the night before. Remove friction. You can also batch cook your meals for the week or meal prep if you're into that as well too. Track your progress, sets, reps, and weights, and the exercises are a minimum. Watching your form, your mood, your energy, your fatigue, and stuff like that is supplemental, but also really good as well too if you can add that in without adding too much friction to your tracking. Treat your rest days seriously. Recover fully to hit your next workout hard. Just because it's a rest day doesn't mean you should absolutely do nothing. There's plenty of different ways to improve your recovery. Cold exposure, heat exposure, stretching, dynamic stretching, static stretching, sauna, foam rolling, massage, deep tissue massage gun. Like there's so many different things you can do. Active recovery, of course, which we talked about earlier. Keep your workout simple. You don't need to overcomplicate things. Like you don't need to have a million different exercises you do in a program. You can literally focus on 5 exercises for a full body workout. And as long as you hit them fucking super hard, your intensity is high, you're training to failure, you can still get a really good workout in. I have gotten really good workouts in just from doing like a squat, a bench, and a pull up for my workout. And I might do like 4, 5, or 6 sets of that, but I go really fucking hard and I make sure all of those sets are to failure and I'm trying my hardest. And a lot of times that will beat out like an hour and a half long workout where you like just have a bunch of random accessory exercises in there. How to build the habit of daily movement. Walk in chunks, 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there. All this is going to add up. Take the stairs whenever possible. Park further away. Walk to your errands. Pretty extreme, but if you live in the city, you can do that. These small changes are going to add up. Track your steps with your phone, smartwatch, or even get one of those like Amazon. They have like super cheap pedometers online for like $10-$20, I think, that are digital. Like you just charge them. Those work really well too. You can also pair walking with things you enjoy, like podcast, listening to music, calling a friend, calling family. Try to make it non-negotiable if you can. Make it part of your daily routine. Reward yourself when you hit your goal. This is going to help build the habit as well too. Now here's some ways for reducing stress, better sleep, and realistic goals. Turn your phone off at night and turn bright lights down before bed. This is going to help you fall asleep and help your circadian rhythm. Keep your room as dark as possible, cold as possible, and keep it quiet. Relax before bed, so whatever it is you may do, read, meditate, stretch, walk, watch a movie, watch a TV show, play video games, I don't care. Just try to relax as much as you can. Try not to stimulate your brain too much. Set small, realistic goals and try to hit them step by step. Track your habits. Don't forget, we've been talking about this all day. Protein, sleep, water, steps, stress. The more like detailed you are in your tracking, the more chances you have at seeing opportunities where you can improve and get better gains out of your training, out of your diet, out of your nutrition, etc. Avoid overloading yourself though. Like consistency is going to beat intensity. If it's too much to track all that stuff, then you don't need to track everything. At the very minimum, track your workouts, track your protein and your calories every single day, and just do your best to get 8 hours of sleep. If you focus on those core things, you'll get pretty good results. I would say add in like sleeping, like getting a lot of water in as well too. Patience and recovery are your best friends. Your muscles grow while you rest, not in the gym. Don't rush. Small progress adds up over time. Like I said, there's no need to try and hit crazy PRs every single time you go to the gym. That's not going to happen every single time as a natty. Your progress is going to be a little bit slower, but that's okay. Just accept it. Now you can speed it up by improving your training momentum and following all our sets, guidelines, and checklists and stuff like that. But like, you're not going to add 50 freaking pounds to your bench press every single week. You know, like, you got to be realistic with your progress and accept that progress does take a little bit of time. Sleep, eat, and hydrate consistently. Track your habits outside the gym. Avoid overtraining. Hitting calories when you're not hungry. This is a big thing that a lot of my clients struggle with, specifically because I work with skinny natty guys under 30 who are trying to build drug-free muscle. So hitting their calories is a big issue for a lot of them. Eat calorie-dense foods, things like nuts, peanut butter, avocado, cheese. Set reminders or alarms to eat regularly. So get on your phone and literally set a reminder that goes off like every 2 hours that reminds you got to eat something. And it may not have to be a full meal, but at least a reminder to get some snacks in you. Sorry, taking another sip of water here. Keep easy snacks ready. Things like bars, protein bars, trail mix, beef jerky, cheese sticks, anything like that, whatever you're into, really. Drinking your calories, aka liquid calories, is an easy way to get calories in without actually feeling like you're eating, just because you're literally not chewing, like you're literally just drinking, and sometimes it's much easier to get your calories in that way. Milk, whole fat milk, shakes, protein shakes, regular fruit shakes, smoothies, or not fruit shakes, fruit smoothies and stuff like that, protein drinks, all this stuff works really well. Spread meals smaller and more often if big meals feel too much for you. Like, if it's too hard to eat a big meal all at once, spread your meals throughout the day if it makes getting in your calories a little bit easier. A good, awesome hack for natty guys who struggle with hitting their calories is to actually add lots of toppings. Things like olive oil, butter, cheese, sauces, dips, dips. All this stuff adds in a bunch of extra calories, and it's an easy way to pack on a lot of calories. So now we're on a new chapter. I want to talk about exercise selection, rep ranges, as well as volume. So heavy singles, this is a real quick thing I want to mention, and why skinny guys should stay clear. Avoid heavy singles, especially if you're new, if you're a new lifter, if you're a beginner. There's a lot of potential risk for injury, and it's not necessarily like the best for muscle growth if you're a new lifter. Yes, there's plenty of guys out there who get massive gains from hitting heavy singles, but those guys are really experienced. They have good form. They know exactly what they're doing. Their warm-ups are perfect. Their training is perfect. Their programming is oftentimes perfect. If you're a skinny dude and you're new to this, like you're new and you're just watching this video to learn something, I would not do this. I don't even do heavy singles. I don't recommend it for you. The cost versus gain is too high, especially if you're a beginner. Instead, you can stick to higher reps for safer growth. So I'll give you some sets and guidelines for your intensity day as well as your volume day. Anything between 6 to 20, depending on which day you're working on, is perfect. You can still see amazing gains with those rep schemes. Higher reps are still going to build size and are easier on the joints as well too. So that's also another plus. How many sets are enough if you're a natural lifter? For one, if you're already growing and you're seeing progress from your current amount of sets, there's really no need to change it. Just keep doing what's working. A lot of guys try to overcomplicate things, or they try to just keep adding things. Like, bro, just listen to me. I promise you you'll appreciate me later in the end for this. If you're already making gains, like, don't switch things up, bro. Like, you're making gains, just keep it simple. Like, just keep making gains. Once things start to plateau, or once your gains start to slow down, then consider changing things up. And then another thing is only add more sets if you've already nailed sleep, diet, recovery, and movement. There's a good chance if you're plateauing, it's because you're lacking in one of those core areas. And once you figure out that all of those are on point, then you can start considering adding more sets. More sets will equal more growth, but too many more sets, oftentimes it's just going to increase fatigue and make recovery slower. So it's kind of like there is a balance, like there is a line of, like, you start to enter a point of diminishing returns where Yes, more sets typically means more growth, but after a certain point, the more sets is just not worth it because you're too fatigued. It's too much strain on the body, and your recovery is taking too long between workouts. So it's really up to you. Like, it's really up to you to find and experiment with your body and how your body feels. For me, like, I'm pretty solid off about like 8 to 10, sometimes even like 6 to 10 sets for like the entire week on a muscle group. If I'm up in the volume, I can aim for like maybe 12 sets per muscle group, but all of my sets are like to failure. I'm training fucking hard on all of them, so I'm not leaving anything on the table. That's why I can get away with doing less sets. You want to find the sweet spot where you've got enough volume to grow, but not enough volume that you're burning out. It's kind of what I talked about. So here's how to peak strength without killing all your recovery. You want to lift heavy, but you don't want to lift heavy every single day. You got to give your body time to recover. You can use lower reps for strength and higher reps for muscle. You kind of want to mix them up smartly based on what your goals are. But always remember, prioritize sleep, food, and hydration, and that's going to help you recover. Track your progress. Avoid chasing PRs at the cost of bad form or hurting your joints or putting yourself at risk for injury. The Skinny Guy's Guide to Increasing Work Capacity Without Actually Burning Out. So this is about how you can increase like your muscular endurance and how much total volume you can take in a workout or in a week or in a month without actually burning out. Supersets and circuits help a lot with this. This increases your work capacity because you're significantly decreasing the rest periods between all of your workouts. And on supersets and circuits, you're typically going from one exercise straight to a next with zero rest. Typically, the rest is just you walking to the next exercise, which could be anything from 0 to like 15 seconds, depending on where the exercise is in the gym. These are really good for increasing your work capacity. A good tip is if you are going to focus on supersets or circuits for your workout for that day, try to do it when the gym's empty because you don't want to be that guy that's using like 6 different machines all at once. Do your workouts when energy is low to train consistency. This is a good thing because like when your energy is low, like it's a good opportunity to build up resistance and consistency in your training as well too. And it also helps with building your mental discipline as well too. You can also add GPP, which is short for General Physical Preparedness. This is things like sled pushes, farmer carries, farmer walks, rucking. It's basically kind of like any kind of low effort cardio that you can make harder by adding weights to it. So like walking, I wouldn't consider GPP, but walking with like a heavy ass backpack or aka rucking, like yeah, I would consider that GPP. You can also pick a cardio sport you enjoy: rowing, biking, swimming, basketball, whatever it may be. This might cardio along like intense cardio like this, like high effort cardio, like where it's not just like walking on a treadmill, where you're actually fucking moving a lot. People argue about this, like whether it's good or bad for your gains. Honestly, the way I see it, at the end of the day, if you enjoy rowing, biking, swimming, or in my case, I really love basketball. I've been playing since I was a kid. I played organized basketball growing up, and I would hate to give it up. And even if it sacrifices a little bit of my gains by making it so that I'm a little sore for my next workout just because I played too much basketball, that's okay, dude. Like, I don't give a shit. Like I love basketball. It's fun. It makes me happy. And even if it sacrifices my gains a little bit, I'm leaving a little bit of gains on the table by not being fully recovered. I think that in the end, my workouts are more enjoyable. They're more fun simply because of the fact that I'm doing other things I enjoy too, like basketball. So look at it that way, and it's up to you. If you want to be perfectly optimized, perfectly efficient, then maybe it makes sense to pick cardio that's less fatiguing, like walking, because it's not going to affect your muscles too much. But however, if you gotta just pick something to help stimulate your brain and keep your life fun, then maybe something like rowing, biking, swimming, or basketball could be better for you. Soccer, football, whatever it is you're into. Short conditioning sessions after strength work. This is a good way to increase your capacity as well too. So If you got time for it after a gym session, hop on the elliptical, hop on the Stairmaster, hop on the incline treadmill, do 30 minutes of intense stuff like that, and that will increase your work capacity as well too. Walks and daily movement for extra low stress volume is also a good idea. Now, here's some recommendations for volume. Basically, be logical, do what's already working for you, like I said earlier. If you're already making gains from 8 sets, just keep doing 8 sets until you start to see progress, plateau, or slow down. If you're not progressing, don't forget to check the guidelines and checklist first, like your sleep, diet, and recovery. If all of that is on point, then you can start considering adding more volume. More sets equals more growth, but like I said earlier, too many is going to equal fatigue. You want to balance your volume and recovery. That way you're ready for your next workout. Don't forget, only add a set if your checklist is already solid. Now, how many reps should I do? You'll see everything from like 1 to 25 reps in your training. This is pretty like common in the fitness industry, in the fitness world, and content creation when it comes to fitness. Personally, I would say that like 4 to 8 reps is really, really good if you're trying to build strength and get really strong. It's tough on the joints though. So that's why on Muscle Method for our intensity days, I recommend bumping it up a little bit and focusing on like 6 to 10. You can still get really strong on 6 to 10, but it's a little bit easier on the joints and recovery is a little bit easier. 10 to 20 is perfect for volume days. It's way safer. It's way easier on the joints, but you can still see a lot of hypertrophy and a lot of gains on 10 to 20 as well too. So that's why we mix it up. Another thing is that reps in reserve really do matter. I want you to imagine this scenario. So 2 reps from failure at 4 reps is about the same amount of gains as 2 reps from failure at 12 reps when it comes to muscle growth. So I'll say that one more time. If you're just doing 4 reps for your set and you're leaving 2 reps in the tank, you're going to get about the same gains, I would say, if you do 12 reps and you're leaving 2 reps in the tank. But the issue is that one of them is significantly harder, and that's going to be the 4 reps. It's going to be way more fatiguing. It's going to take a lot out of you. The 12 reps is, of course, going to be hard too if you're properly pushing yourself. There's pros and cons to both. Like if you're doing 12 reps, it's a little bit harder to gauge if you're truly at the 2 reps in reserve range because, well, typically you can, 12 like is a lot of reps. You know, you might be able to do actually 13, 14, 15, 16 reps total, and you'll never really know. When you're at 4 reps, it's pretty fucking obvious if you're doing 4 reps of like 4 plate squats that you're not going to be able to do 2 more reps. You know what I mean? So they both have pros and cons. They both work, but honestly, I recommend you guys stay a little bit higher on the rep range. So now let's talk about some high rep benefits. Anything over 10 reps still grows muscle. It's less fatigue, and it creates less fatigue than compared to low reps. It also challenges your cardio a bit, which is pretty cool. It's going to boost blood flow. It's easier on the tendons. But don't just stick to one style. Test both and see what works best. Here's the benefits for lower reps. 6 to 10 reps is good for strength and muscle, and it's what we recommend here at Muscle Method on our intensity days. Heavier weight equals more muscle tension for sure. It also builds power and raw force, which is really cool if you're trying to get really fucking strong. The fatigue does build significantly faster though compared to higher reps. And like I mentioned in the couple previous slides ago, it's way easier to track reps in reserve on heavier reps. Test with high reps sometimes for variety and recovery. Do them both. Do low reps, do high reps. That's why we have both an intensity day and a volume day here at Muscle Method. Now, earlier in the course, I briefly mentioned deloads. Now I'm going to talk about deloads in detail and what they are. Take a water sip here again. These are long videos, man. It takes a long time to record this, and I'm getting pretty thirsty. And I'm honestly getting kind of dizzy because I'm like running out of breath. I've been talking for like hours. So, how to deload? If you're a beginner, there's a good chance you've never heard of deloads. Maybe you have heard of it. Maybe you've heard of it on like, you know, YouTube or whatever or whatnot, or some reel or something like that. I'll explain it. We'll get into it right now. Deloads is basically you take a week off from lifting, and it doesn't have to be a week. Sometimes people do deloads that are a little bit longer as well too. Sometimes people do deloads that are a little bit shorter. Like a deload could even be as short as like 3-4 days. It's not locked in to like 1 week. Now, you don't have to full on take a week off from lifting. You can also do things like just lower the reps a little bit. You can lower the sets a little bit, or you can lower the weights for the week. So, for example, if you usually do like 4 sets of 10 for an exercise, if you're trying to do a deload, you can do like 4 sets of 5 for that week. Or if you're focusing on lowering the sets for your deload, instead of doing 4 sets like you usually do for an exercise, on your deload week, maybe you bump it down to half and you only do 2 sets. Same thing goes for weights. Like if you typically bench press 2 plates and that's your working weight, maybe for your deload week, you bump it down and only do 1 plate and you give yourself some time to recover. That's basically what deloads are. It's giving your body enough proper time to fully recover and fully get back to 100% again. Because if you're working out every single week of the year and you're working out twice per week like you are on Muscle Method, and you're going fucking hard like you're supposed to, you're going to get pretty beat up if you're not focusing on recovery. So deloads are a good way to get fully back to 100%. You could do something easy too, like just removing 1 set per exercise, or literally just cut all the weight in half for all of your exercises. You can keep the volume the same if you need to, like keep the amount of sets and reps the same. But like I said, you can just lift a little bit lighter and decrease the weights. Pretty much want to experiment, see which deload works best for you. Sometimes on my deload weeks, I will full on skip out on the gym, but I'll still include some cardio. Like I'll do basketball, or I'll keep walking throughout the week as well too. Now, you don't just do deloads for any reason. You want to do deloads when you hit a plateau, despite still having good sleep, food, and effort. So in other words, if you are hitting all those other checklists and guidelines that we mentioned, but you're still reaching a point in your progress that you're hitting a plateau, then a deload might make sense. Performance metrics. Oh, real quick, I just wanted to mention that honestly, in the past, I've hit some of my best PRs after taking a deload week, which was crazy to me at the beginning, because in my head, as a new lifter, I was thinking, how is it that I could not work out? How is it that I could skip my workouts and somehow get stronger? And it's that whole idea that, like, it's why it's so crazy to me that there's so many people out there who always think more is always better. But when it comes to that, like, that might be the case if you're on drugs, if you're a steroid user, but as a natural lifter, you need to optimize recovery. Like, you can't grow as quickly as these other guys. So that's why, like, sometimes it makes sense to do a deload. It makes sense to prioritize recovery. Like, I would take a deload week off, and I would come back and hit like a lifetime long bench press PR or a squat PR, and it would blow my mind. It was crazy to me. I was like, wow, you're telling me in order for me to get stronger and hit PRs, I actually had to take time off? It blew my mind. All right, now I want to talk about performance metrics and how to pick them. Performance metrics are basically some key lifts that you would track in order to measure your progress. You want to pick exercises that are easy to load and also easy to learn. You want to avoid lifts that are often like unavailable in your gym. So for example, if the bench press is always taken at your gym, maybe it makes sense to track something else instead, like a flat dumbbell bench press instead, because it's a little bit more available. Muscle Method, I'm a big fan of using weighted calisthenics. It's great for variety, and it supplements your core lifts really well as well too. You also want to choose lifts you actually enjoy, and like you enjoy like actually pushing intensely on. Like, you want to pick exercises that you actually want to get stronger at. This will make tracking your performance way easier. And if you can, you want to focus on stable versions just for the sake of consistency and growth. So for the bench press example, bench press is pretty easy to track. I would say it's pretty consistent. It's a great performance metric you can track. However, if you want to get even like more on the idea of like stability and having like consistency and less variables in your tracking, if you like really want to measure strength, you can switch to like Smith machine bench press, because it eliminates one more factor, which is like the bar path. You're not really worried about the bar going up and down or like shaking around when you're bench pressing, but both are fine. Like, it's literally just preference. I love bench press. Bench press is awesome, but Just lately, I've just been focused on Smith machine lately, so that's why I've been kind of pushing it a lot for my clients as well as people who watch these videos. Now I want to talk about tracking big lifts versus tracking small lifts. Tracking your big lifts like your bench, squat, deadlift, overhead press, lunge, pull-up, etc. And your small lifts like your bicep curls, tricep extensions, calf raises, you got to track them equally. Heavy lifts typically is going to transition into strength growth, whereas like lighter lifts typically transitions into muscle growth. So like working on your curls, your extensions, and all that stuff is you're pretty much more focused on aesthetics. Like you're focused on building up muscle. When you're doing the big lifts, like typically you're focused on just getting strong as hell. But you do want to track them both. You want to track them. They're both important. When it comes to muscle groups as well too, one thing I do want to add is that whatever muscle groups need the most work, typically you want to put them at the front of your workout because you want to hit them while you're still fresh, especially if they're lacking. So for me, the past year, maybe year and a half or so, I feel like my calves have always been small. So instead of doing my calves at the end of my workout like I used to, now I put my calves at the front. It's one of the first, like, if it's not the first, it's one of like the 5 exercises that I do in my routine for the day. Keep the same order for a few weeks to track your progress. So if you are like heavy on your tracking for the month and you're like really trying to like track your growth and decrease the amount of variables in your training, then whatever your like workout routine or programming is, like the order of muscle groups that you hit. So if you start with chest, then go to back, then go to chest, then go to back, then go to legs, then go to like triceps, then go to arms, which is like kind of the muscle method layout. You want to keep that layout for at least a few weeks. That way you can evenly track your progress, because if you think about it, if you're trying to track squats and on one day you start your workout with squats first while you're completely fresh, but your next workout you do your squats at the end of your workout where you're already hella tired, obviously your results are going to be significantly different. Don't forget to stay hydrated and fuel yourself mid-workout. Water is always great. Dextrose powder works great as well too for some easy carbs. Now, your programming may look different when it comes to tracking big lifts versus small lifts, but all of the lifts matter because, like I said, typically on these lighter lifts, your rep range is a little bit higher, 10 to 20, 12 to 20, 10 to 15, etc. And your bigger lifts tend to be a little bit lighter or a little bit smaller, rather in number of reps, like you're closer to 6 to 10. The programming may look different, but they're both equally as important. Now, I want to go over the muscle method tier system. So, the muscle method tier system makes programming easy and organized. Tier 1, you want to start with your heaviest lifts, aka or / your main lifts, so things like your squat, your presses, your hinges, your pulls, your rows, whatever it is you may be doing. Tier 2 is going to be any extra compound lifts if needed. So this might be more pulls, more presses, more squats, or more hinges. So, you might not just be doing a squat for the day. You might be doing a squat and a leg press, or you might be doing a squat and a pull-up, or you might be doing a deadlift and like a cable row. So it's not always just one set of heavy lifts. Sometimes you have some extra volume in there. After that, that's when you'd focus on your isolation work. So things like biceps, triceps, calves, traps, abs, a little bit of extra chest work, shoulders, your front delt, side delt, rear delts, etc. Then at the end, that's when you have stuff like blood flow work or accessory cardio work if you have time. Things like resistant bands, like we talked about our elbow health protocol earlier, like that's when you do that. Things like Stairmaster, things like elliptical or stationary bike and stuff like that. Now, tier 4 isn't always included in our programming. It's kind of up to you, like if you got time for it, if you want to include it. But tiers 1 through 3 are essential. Those are the core ones. So here's what an example tier system could look like. So really quick, this isn't like the whole example workout. I gave you example workouts earlier in the course of what an intensity day and a volume day could look like on Muscle Method, but these are the tiers. This is just kind of picking the main exercises for the workout. So like tier 1, your heavy lift could be seated Smith machine overhead press along with some pull-ups. Tier 2, if you got extra compound work, it could be Smith machine bench, cable rows. Can do arms, forearms, traps, calves for your accessory work. Tier 4 could be things like face pulls, machine lateral raises, and maybe some Stairmaster. Here's another example. Tier 1, deadlift, barbell bench press. Tier 2, some leg press and some machine rows. Tier 3, some accessory work. You could do 3D delt work, so you're hitting your front, side, and rear delts. Tier 4 could be banded push downs just to get some blood flow in your elbows and help with recovery. Here's another example. Tier 1, you could focus on squats. Tier 2, get some extra work in, focus on split squats. Tier 3, some isolation work, some leg curls, leg extensions, hit your calves, maybe you hit some abs. Tier 4, if you got time for it, obviously, Stairmaster, stationary bike, maybe some incline walking treadmill. So, like I said, these tiers just kind of help you figure out your main lifts for the exercises and like how to organize them. It's always the heaviest ones first. Unless, however, like I mentioned, you got lagging muscle groups that you really need to focus on. Like if you got really small calves, then it might make more sense to do calves as soon as you get to the gym just to focus on building up lacking body parts. Now, next, I want to talk about recommended programs. Muscle Method works for everyone. I'm not a guy who's got multiple programs, all different styles of training, different splits. Like yes, other splits work, but if you are a natural lifter, my channel is aimed at skinny, natty guys for lifting, but Muscle Method works just as great for females as well too. But I would switch out a couple exercises. Like there's a lot of upper body stuff in Muscle Method. I would mainly take away like the lower body stuff if you're a female, or focus on the lower body stuff if you're a female. But Muscle Method works for everybody. It works if you're bulking. It works if you're cutting. It even works if you're maintaining. It allows you to pick exercises for the muscles you actually want to grow. That's why it's super customizable. It's super sustainable, because compared to other programs that like tell you what exercises you got to do, Muscle Method lets you intelligently and logically pick pick exercises that align with the muscles you actually want to grow. Everything's interchangeable. You can swap anything out. You can take things away. You can add things in. It's super customizable. So I'm basically teaching you the skill of programming that you can keep for life. That way you never have to rely on another program again. If you want, you can just create your own program for the rest of your life. I have been creating programs, and I've been creating my own programming and routines for my body for the past 8 years now. And it works amazing. And it's super sustainable because, like I said, I just do exercises I actually want to do. I work on muscle groups that I'm actually trying to grow. Like if I'm trying to grow my traps, and I put more trap volume in, like it's super simple. That's all it really is. It's easy to take things away too. Like if you got big legs, then train legs less. If a program tells you to train a bunch of legs and you already have big legs and you don't care about growing them bigger, then why would you keep training more legs? If you want bigger shoulders, then focus on your delts. It's easy to swap out exercises or even skip muscle groups you don't want to train, kind of like I mentioned. Now, we are approaching the end. This video has gotten pretty crazy long. I just want to finish off with some closing thoughts. First off, thank you guys for listening. If you made it through this entire video, it's a lot. But honestly, at the end of the day, I have been lifting for 15 years. I've been researching this stuff for over a decade now. I love lifting. I love training. I love working out. I love diet. I love nutrition. I love optimization. I love recovery and everything else in between. And I really just wanted a way to share everything I've possibly learned and share all of my knowledge into one single video, no matter how long it is. That way I can just get my information out there for people who actually need it. Yes. The next thing is that self-coaching is a skill. You want to treat it like a muscle. Basically work at it and work at it and work at it, and you'll get stronger and you'll get better and it'll get easier. And self-coaching also goes hand in hand with Muscle Method and how you can like learn to create your own programs, learn to create your own routines, learn to create programs filled with like exercises you actually want to do so that you can build the physique you actually want. Another core idea of this entire thing is that making systems for your fitness helps you grow faster. So rather than having you trying to wing it and just trying to guess and figure things out as you go, create systems around your training, create systems around your nutrition, around all core aspects of fitness, whether it be sleep, recovery, optimization, etc., and everything becomes easier. Like if you have a system, you have a schedule of an intensity day and a volume day, you're not fucking guessing during the week. You know what days you got to go to the gym. You know what exercises you got to do. So you create systems of also like figuring out your exercises so that you don't show up and you're walking around blindly trying to figure out what exercises to do next. You know exactly what you're going to do. These systems apply everywhere else too. Like it can apply to your sleep. Like have a system of you go to bed at the same time every day. You wake up at the same time every day. You have like a nightly routine that starts to prep you for bed. You know, you start to turn the lights down like we mentioned. You get your room dark, you get your room cold. All these systems apply everywhere. Same thing for nutrition. If you love cooking, then you can cook every day. However, if you're not a big fan of cooking and you want things to be a little bit easier, then you can have a system like I have where I batch cook for the entire week on one day. I batch shop for all my groceries for one day, and I try to create systems around making things as easy as possible. Once you start doing that and you create systems that you can actually use that make everything else easy, everything else will just fall into place. Your gains become easier and your progress and strength come significantly easier as well too. The next thing is that you can use this guide anytime you need help. Yes, this is the 2025 version. When the 2026 version comes out, ideally, hopefully, I can add things on there that I've learned throughout the year. But for the meantime, this is literally everything I know slammed into one single video. So reference it as many times as you need. Don't forget that I'm going to include timestamps so that way you can watch it back and cut to certain chapters. That way you don't have to skim through and figure out what you're looking for. The next thing is to comment your questions. I know it's a lot of information, it's a lot of stuff. If you do have any questions, just feel free to drop them in the comments down below, and I'll answer like in a future video. If you don't want to do that, if you don't want to wait for one of my replies or for me to make a video, you can also hit me up on IG. I will put my IG in the description below. I respond to that every day just because I'm on IG all the time, so I see your stuff faster. But guys, I'm exhausted. That was a lot of talking. That's some of the closing thoughts. Let's finish it out with community and support. How community and coaching speed up your gains and why you need support. You want to be around people who are winning. Be around winners who are already winning in the realm that you're like trying to succeed in. So in this case, it's going to be fitness. So be around people who already have nice physiques. Be around people who already know what they're doing. Be around people who have already done it, and it's going to push you forward so much quicker. It's easy to learn from these people who have already succeeded. All you got to do is copy what works, copy exactly what they're doing, especially if they're natty just like yourself, copy exactly what they're doing, and it makes progress so much easier. It's also way easier to get feedback to fix mistakes faster when you have a workout partner or if you've got a community you rely on. It makes it so much easier. On top of that, accountability also keeps you consistent. So when I had a workout partner early in my career and we worked out together for like a year straight or something, I don't remember ever missing a workout, to be honest. Like we were there every single day we needed to be there and we pushed each other. We both got amazing gains. He would spot me on exercises. I would spot him, and we saw crazy gains. And that's where I built a lot of my initial discipline as a lifter. And it was so fun. Like I loved it. It was great. We got so strong, made so many gains. It was amazing. Now, the other cool thing about community coaching and like having support, having a workout partner is sharing progress motivates you to keep improving. Like, yes, it's motivating to have this stuff for yourself, but at the end of the day, we're all human. We all crave and need social interaction. So sometimes it's just fun to share your progress with your friends, with your community, and vice versa. Like, it's fun to see your community winning. Now, real quick, I want to talk about the benefits of a coach as well too. A coach is going to be able to show you exactly what works and exactly what doesn't work. A coach is going to be able to fix your form before it becomes a bad habit. A coach is going to be able to keep you consistent and on track. A coach is going to be able to make progress faster than going alone. They've already done it. They already know it works. They can simply just tell you what to do. And a coach is going to be able to help plan workouts that already fit your goals. So that's exactly what I do. That's exactly what I do for some of my clients. Or not some of my clients, but rather all of them. So if you are looking for a coach, you can always hit me up. But guys, that is the end. This is Muscle Method 2025. In my opinion, the single best way to build drug-free muscle as a natural lifter if you are a young, skinny guy under 30 trying to build drug-free muscle. So that's it. That's awesome, guys. I would love to see you on the next edition of Muscle Method in 2026. Peace out. Goodbye.